Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 401 Test Screening. Ronald, you're amazing. Brooke Shields lay to Ronald's right, hugging him and draping one leg over him, her face flushed with happiness. Brooke, Ronald kissed her back. Get off, it's my turn. Helen, on the left, kicked Brooke's leg off Ronald and pulled him over. Helen, you're here too. Ronald was surprised, but seeing the two women were so comfortable with each other, he turned to the left, put his arms around Helen, and kissed her. Sir, we're almost at the airport, please straighten your seat. The flight attendant stopped Ronald's groping hands, her professional voice reaching his ears. Awake, Ronald awkwardly lowered his arms from the beautiful flight attendants. Sorry, I had a dream. How is the weather in Los Angeles today? It's sunny, the flight attendant went to call the next passenger. Ever since Brooke Shields ran away from his room, Ronald had felt a little awkward around her. Brooke was also busy filming and didn't have much time to spend with Ronald. When Ronald was about to leave for home, the two simply hugged and wished each other good luck. However, this kiss was unforgettable for Ronald, and he even had a wet dream while sleeping on the plane back home. Anyway, anything can happen in dreams, and there's no responsibility involved, so Ronald felt a little nostalgic. Back in Los Angeles, after sleeping for 2 days to recover from his fatigue and jet lag, Ronald went to Atlantic Distribution to discuss the distribution preparations for Comet Night. Atlantic Distribution's president, Tom Coleman, told him The Girl in the Valley was scheduled to premiere at the end of April, and if everything went smoothly, the promotional campaign for Comet Night could begin in May. However, the specific release date would depend on the box office performance of Girl in the Valley and the box office performance of other films. Small distribution companies can't set release dates a year in advance, they usually squeeze in new releases when theaters need them. This May, there's the latest installment in Star Wars, a blockbuster sequel renamed from Retribution of the Jedi to Return of the Jedi. June also sees the release of the latest James Bond film, Octopussy. Ronald anticipates his film will be released at the earliest between these two blockbusters, or later during the summer blockbuster season, where competition is even fiercer. However, before settling on a release date, Ronald needs to submit the film to the MPAA for rating and hold 2 test screenings. Atlantic will handle the submission, while Ronald organizes the test screenings. Test screenings typically consist of internal screenings for industry insiders and external screenings for general audiences. With the help of new film tape, Ronald can use working copies for both screenings. Based on audience feedback, he'll make final revisions, then edit the negatives and develop copies. The first screening is the internal one, where Ronald invites his industry acquaintances for feedback. Cameron and Gail, and Roger Coleman are friends from the New World. The main cast of Fast Pace, including Jennifer Jason Leigh, Phoebe Cates, and screenwriter Cameron Crowe, are all present. Catherine Bigelow and Willem Dafoe, friends from New York, happened to be at the Los Angeles International Film Festival and were invited to watch the film. Aside from Tom Cruise, busy with his new film, and Diane Lane, almost all the industry friends he could invite came to see Comet Night. Click, the final sound of the reel rolling ended, the film, still bearing the marks of editing, finished playing. Ronald instructed his assistant to bring drinks, snacks, and other refreshments, while he himself mingled among the crowd, asking for their opinions. The special effects were very good. I think our Terminator should have this style too. Cameron and Gail praised Ronald's special effects. How much did you spend on that title? Cameron was very particular about these details. The opening sequence and subtitles seemed to have a high cost. It was free. I had Amex do it. They want to get their Ado effects machine into the film market. If you're interested, you can talk to their representative, Ronald said, pointing to the Amex sales representative who was inventing films around the set. It seems to be working well. Yeah, I heard from Helen that the opening sequence of Supergirl also had special effects, and it probably cost $1 million to produce. This one, although the effects aren't as good, Should only cost a few tens of thousands of dollars at most, Cameron casually asked, his understanding of special effects far surpassing Ronald's. By the way, how is the financing for your Terminator going? Ronald asked them. Upon hearing this question, Cameron and Gale shook their heads with wry smiles. They had approached over a dozen companies for financing, but the same problem persisted. Cameron thought the scripts were excellent, but he didn't trust him as a director. They were still working hard for Jim's directorial debut. Alright, we'll find time to talk about it later. I have an Israeli friend who owes me a favor. When Lee gets back to Los Angeles, I'll introduce you to him. The two chatted for a while, then had to leave early. Ronald saw them off and returned to the screening room to continue seeking feedback. Ronald approached his screenwriting partner, Cameron Crowe, to speak. After watching the film, Crowe was very excited. Did you really spend $1.2 million on this movie? It looks like it cost more than Fast Pulse. Haha, of course there were some shortcuts. Spend a lot of money on a few shots, and then be more casual about other scenes. That's great. I want to learn how to direct sometime. Turning a screenplay into a film is really interesting. What are you busy with now? Ronald asked Crowe. I'm still working on Art Linson's project. He still wants to make a sequel to Fast Pulse, a story about high school graduates entering society and becoming independent. This time he wants to direct it himself. Maybe he saw your directing work and got some inspiration. I'm revising the script now. Good luck to you guys. What do you think of my movie? Not bad. I think your screenwriting skills have improved again. Several elements in this movie are actually well combined with the stories of the two main characters, unlike Fast Pulse, which feels poorly connected. Nancy, what do you think? Ronald asked Crowe's girlfriend, Nancy Wilson, the singer of a rock band. I think this story is good, even better than your last movie. The two female leads are cool, very rock and roll, decisive, good at boxing, fighting zombies, and battling evil scientists with guns. And then there's a romantic ending. I think it's great. Ronald laughed heartily. This was the feedback from a typical viewer. He then asked the two leading ladies of the fast-paced film, Jennifer and Phoebe. Well, I don't think the two leads had much room for performance. The characters are rather flat, Jennifer Jason Leigh said, her words carrying a hint of criticism. I really enjoyed it. Phoebe Katz quickly pulled her friend's hand. It's not a typical drama. I was completely engrossed from beginning to end. It was just a little disappointing that there wasn't a big explosion at the end, that the evil scientists weren't punished properly. Hey, I'm short on cash, Ronald laughed. Actors always prepare for a complex performance, but this exploitation film didn't offer much in the way of complex acting, which explained why Jennifer, from an acting family, found it unchallenging. Actually, there were some pretty good performances. The scene where the two female leads reunite at home had great pacing. Willem Dafoe joined in, starting to discuss acting details with the two actresses. Ronald, I have a question about the script. Go ahead. Catherine Bigelow also leaned in. What day does the comet come, huh? Ronald hadn't expected Bigelow to be so attentive to such details. In the radio station the two leads went to, the recording mentioned 11 shopping days until Christmas. If we consider Christmas Eve the 24th as the last shopping day, that means the comet comes on December 14th. Bigelow calculated for Ronald. Ah, right, Ronald nodded in agreement. But when Regina convinced Samantha that everyone was dead, she said, it's Saturday morning, where are the children? So the comet passed by on Friday night. Ah, you're right, Ronald didn't seem to care much about the question. But December 14th this year is a Wednesday, which means your movie isn't set this year. Ah, how do you know what day of the week December 14th is this year? Ronald asked, puzzled. I have a calendar here. Catherine picked up her notebook, flipped to the last calendar, looked it up, and told Ronald. It doesn't really matter, does it? Even though it's a sci-fi film, it's still good to be as accurate as possible with the details. Ronald scratched his head, a little puzzled by Bigelow's pursuit of detail. Did the movie really need to be this realistic? But he still had someone check, and December 14th, 1984, was indeed a Friday. So maybe the original film was released next year? He'd copied both details from the dialogue in his dream. Ronald, your movie is really good. When will you give me a role? The person who asked him was Maureen Jahan, the American who was Jennifer Beals' dance double in Flashdance. Haha, Maureen, once your Flashdance is released, you won't lack opportunities. Ronald chatted with her for a few moments. Flashdance is in production quickly, the prints are already ready, and it's scheduled for release in April. Producers Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer are both busy with distribution, so they weren't invited to the test screening. I wish you were coming back for the premiere. Yes, I got an invitation. You'll be there too, right? Yeah, my husband and I are going back. Quite a few people from our crew have become lead actors. Cynthia Rhodes, who played the bar dancer, went on to star in a Stallone project. We're also envious of her. We wonder which high branch she climbed. Hey, if Flashdance does well, you'll definitely become famous too. Don't worry about not having opportunities. Chapter 402 Ratings and Marketing. Night of the Comet was submitted to the MPAA for rating and received an R rating. Ronald was a little annoyed. He had been very careful with his film. There was no nudity, no violence, and no excessive profanity. The whole film was lighthearted and enjoyable, and it even aligned with mainstream American values. How could it be rated R? How many viewers would he lose? There's a little profanity. The girl's dialogue includes words like bruh, the girl and her stepmother slap each other, and there's a fight between the zombies and the girl, where the girl shoots two zombies in the head. These are the main parts that led to the MPAA's R rating, the Atlantic distribution manager explained to Ronald from the explanatory section of the MPAA's response. What kind of reason is that? Ronald protested. Lucas and Spielberg's Raiders of the Lost Ark has so many fight scenes, far more than my 2 or 3 punches and I'm running away. And those scare scenes, those skeletons are way scarier than my zombie. Okay, sorry, Ronald. This is beyond my control. Actually, big studios get this kind of preferential treatment. The MPAA's main bodies are the 7 major studios, so their films get certain preferential treatment. I've done my best to fight for it. After Indiana Jones came out, it also received a lot of criticism from the media for being too lenient with the PG standard, but they still got PG. Sigh. Ronald saw his R-rated reply. Luckily, it wasn't too harsh. They didn't give him an X rating, otherwise no mainstream theaters would be willing to screen it. R-rated it is. I should have included more exciting scenes. Actually, there's a lot of room between R and PG. There should be another rating, Ronald muttered a couple of times, but accepted the fact. Our distribution capacity is limited, and we won't have many marketing activities. Just a few newspaper interviews and posters and materials for theaters. For the rest, you'll need to get more exposure and give interviews to attract more attention from television media. I know. This month and next month, I'll be attending the premieres of 3 films and visiting the sets of 3 movies. I've already made arrangements, they'll let me get some coverage. Ronald had already agreed with the president of Atlantic to use his resources to promote the film. And the music video for the theme song, Girls Just Want to Have Fun, we've also coordinated with Portrait Records. Their music video will start airing on MTV a week before our film's release. Have you considered advertising on MTV? Ronald asked, noting that he often saw many young people enjoying MTV, including his cousin Donna. I'll contact them, but advertising isn't cheap. We can only afford a small amount before the release. It mainly depends on the effect of the theme song's music video. The 3 films about to premiere are Coppola's The Outcast, whose works always attract a lot of journalistic attention. Then there's Flashdance, a Paramount release that will also be packed with reporters. Finally, there's Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, for which CAA helped secure an invitation. This is a major event, so even more reporters are expected. Ronald used his Oscar votes to get these premiere invitations and a few interviews. Richard from CAA handled everything for him, he didn't even fill out the votes himself. The 3 films currently in production were also opportunities they found. Major studios usually release gossip during filming, inviting reporters to the filming locations. Ronald also squeezes in these opportunities to appear during interviews and say a few words. For example, I also met the young director Ronald Lee on set. His new film, the sci-fi and zombie film Coherence Night, is highly anticipated. The first one is Dragon and Phoenix, directed by Sylvester Stallone and starring John Travolta, which is about to finish filming. Ronald, as the screenwriter who revised the script, can go and check it out, and can also find Cynthia Rhodes, who somehow ended up as the female lead, and use that as an excuse to visit her on set. The second one is full of energy. Paramount has sped up a lot after firing the original producer Shirley Lansing, and director Herbert Ross has also given up Warren Beatty's Mermaid project to return and direct this film. Ronald can also visit the set as a screenwriter. The last one is the untitled project that Diane Lane has taken on, which is said to have started construction on a huge set in Los Angeles, replicating the streets of Chicago in the studio. When the media interviews director and producer Walter Hill, Ronald can use the excuse of checking out the set to get a few words out of him. In the CAA office, Ronald finalized his plans and had his agent Richard note down the time to remind him to attend. "I feel like I'm becoming more and more like your personal assistant," Ronald Richard said. "Please help me out. I don't have any money to hire an assistant right now. All the money I have is invested in film projects. I'll get it back after the film is released and give you a bonus. Or could you help me find some new projects? Screenwriting or directing, it's fine," Ronald laughed. Richard still only had Ronald as a client, making him the least successful of his 3 agents. "Okay, don't forget. I'll send you another bouquet of flowers for Helen. We're in the London office and we're going to visit the set of Pinewood. Supergirl is about to start filming." Richard took out his notebook and reported the situation to Ronald. "Oh, by the way, someone named Jim Cameron asked you to call back. He just called the CAA office and said no one answered the phone at your home." "Okay, I'll call him back." Ronald picked up the phone in the CAA office and called Cameron. "Ronald, when will that Israeli agent you mentioned be back?" Gail was touched to see Ronald rush to her and Cameron's apartment immediately after answering the phone. She made him a cup of coffee and immediately asked, "Well, he's currently filming Brooke Shields' movie in Israel. It'll probably take another month or 2. Why are you in such a hurry? Should I give him a call?" "No, a $3 million funding gap can't be solved with just one phone call," Cameron said. "What's wrong? Did something happen with Orion?" "Well, it's exactly what we feared. We heard from Orion that someone has already altered Jim's script and started pitching it to various studios. If we don't find another source of funding immediately, the plagiarist might beat us to it. I remember you've been talking for months, haven't you? Still haven't found anyone who recognizes its value." Ronald sympathized with his friend's funding difficulties. Finding money is the hardest thing these days. Gail and Jim sighed as well. "Where's the main problem?" Ronald took a sip of coffee. "The Terminator script. Now that Orion has signed a distribution contract, finding other investors shouldn't be this difficult. There are 2 main difficulties. First, the producers lack confidence in the final special effects. We've shown them sketches and models, but they seem unable to imagine the robotic superhero on screen. Second," Gail paused, glancing at Cameron. "It's all right. The second is mainly a lack of trust in me, a new director." Cameron knew Gail was worried about hurting his pride. "But Orion has already trusted you as director, so the main problem is still the first one, right? If you can find a way to convince them of your Terminator image, then you can break through, right?" Ronald analyzed the situation for his 2 friends. "That's certainly true, Ronald. You're very good at finding the crux of the problem." Gail gave him a thumbs up. "As Confucius said, you must grasp the main contradiction." "Huh?" Ronald suddenly remembered something. "Could you show me your sketch?" "Of course," Cameron said, handing Ronald a sketch of a Terminator. The liquid metal robot that could mimic other people's appearances had been cut from the script by Cameron. What Ronald saw was another killing robot, Terminator 800. He had short, sharp hair, a muscular upper body, wore a leather jacket, leather pants and boots, and carried a shotgun. The Terminator was roughly the image of a tall, imposing man, most notably his sunglasses and square jaw. "You know how my girlfriend Helen got her first leading role?" Ronald had an idea. "That's a good idea. We can try it," Gail agreed enthusiastically after hearing Ronald's idea. "We definitely need a real Terminator to give them a first impression." "What candidates do you have?" Ronald asked. "Hemdale Film. They're very rich. They used to be a shell company for British actors to avoid taxes, but now they have more money and want to invest in films. We tried to meet with their executives, but he was away on a business trip last time." I meant, are there any candidates who can play the Terminator? That image needs to be tall and strong to be convincing. Jim is tall enough, but a bit thin. You need to find a suitable person to play him so that the executives can see him and make a lasting impression." "Wait, why are you looking at me like that, Ronald? Just do me a favor and play the Terminator to raise funds at Hemdale. I think you're perfect for the Terminator role." Cameron's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Ronald's hand. "But I can't act, Ronald. Do me a favor." "Actually, you don't need any acting skills. Just put on sunglasses and look cool. I'll handle all the sales." Gail was quite satisfied and came over to pat Ronald's biceps. Okay, but I'm really bad at acting. I can only project an image standing or sitting. Get him a leather jacket and pants. Call your old partner, the special effects makeup artist, and we'll do a makeup test. Chapter 403. This outfit suits me quite well. Heimdall's offices were on the edge of West Hollywood, and the company wasn't large. The secretaries worked together in the outer room, while a producer's small office was located at the back of the large room. In the afternoons, the secretaries still maintained the British custom of having afternoon tea. Several secretaries would sip tea and coffee together, chatting about gossip. Bang! A loud crash came from the front door, and the locked door was kicked open. The secretaries were startled. One of them spilled hot drink on her hand and cried out in pain. A tall man walked in, his straight hair sticking up, and a pair of large Ray-Ban aviator sunglasses covering most of his face. He wore a leather jacket and trousers, with leather boots that bounced loudly on the floor. He approached the secretaries step by step without saying a word. The secretaries, frightened, withdrew their screams. The man slowly walked to the middle of the room, looked at everyone, and then sat down on the sofa, his back still ramrod straight. Hearing the loud noise, the producer opened the door to the small room and came out to investigate. He saw the man sitting on the sofa, his eyes glaring at him behind sunglasses, which startled him. "Sir, please don't hurt us. What do you need?" "I have some cash here," a slightly bolder secretary asked him, frightened. The man took off his sunglasses, revealing a handsome face. He remained silent, scanning everyone around him before pointing towards the door. "Ladies and gentlemen, hello." A man and a woman entered. The woman extended her hand to the producer first. "Hello, sir, I'm Gail Hurd, who called to schedule this appointment. This is Jim Cameron. We're here to discuss the Terminator project. He's the Terminator you've prepared." The producer finally realized that this was a door-to-door sales pitch for a film project. The way they entered was just unexpected. "Yes, this is a friend of ours. He plays the Terminator, a killing machine from the future. What do you think, sir? Shall we go in and discuss this further?" The producer and two visitors entered the office, glancing at the strange man before entering. Ronald had already removed his sunglasses, apologized to the secretaries, and thoughtfully offered them several discount coupons for Vans shoes and movie vouchers as compensation. The secretaries suddenly understood, then burst into laughter, quickly bringing him a cup of black tea and some fragrant butter biscuits, which Ronald ate with him. After half an hour, Ronald had become good friends with his secretaries, chatting about many gossips about Heimdall and Company, a company that started by helping British celebrities avoid taxes, not seeking particularly large commercial success, but preferring to invest in art films favored by celebrities. Click, the office door opened, and the producer saw Cameron and Gail out. "Great, your idea is fantastic. I'll call Orion, and we can schedule a time to talk. I really like this project. However, we need to find a more famous actor." The producer looked Ronald up and down, confirming that he wasn't a well-known actor. "Fantastic." The three of them left Heimdall's office and found a coffee shop to sit down. Heimdall is willing to match $3 million, and they've agreed to Cameron directing. Today's presentation was a huge success. He was amazed by Jim's concept. Gail was very happy. This brought their total funding to $6 million. With a few more small investors, they could start filming. It was mainly Ronald kicking the door open that startled the secretaries and left a deep impression on the producer. The Terminator image was so realistic. Jim patted Ronald on the shoulder. "Why don't you play the male lead?" "Oh, please spare me. I almost twisted my ankle today. Luckily, I pretended to be mute. Otherwise, look at how nervous I am. I definitely wouldn't be able to say a word." "Didn't you do quite well in your cameo in Rock High?" Cameron asked. "That was a cameo. The main role requires acting skills. I'm very nervous, afraid that I won't do well and mess things up for you." Jim put his arm around Ronald without saying anything. The two good friends understood each other and didn't need verbal thanks. "So who are you planning to cast as the male lead?" "I think the producer wants to find a star." Ronald was very sensitive to being scrutinized and caught the producer's appraising look during their final farewell. "I don't know, but our budget is limited, and a large portion of it has to go into special effects. We can only find actors with lower salaries but some fame, and they have to be strong men." "In that case, isn't that just finding celebrities from other industries who have switched to acting?" Gail said. "Now that you mention it, I'm reminded of someone." Ronald put down his coffee cup. "Has anyone seen that orange juice commercial? The former football star, the one whose initials are OJ, The same as orange juice, O.J. Simpson, Cameron asked, and seeing Ronald nod, he stroked his beard and pondered. Yeah, he's a good actor. He played the detective in the movie The Cassandra Crossing a few years ago, Gail interjected. But his image is too wholesome. A former NFL All-Star, and after retiring, he became a TV commentator. Nobody would believe he could play a killing machine, right? Cameron thought for a moment and then dismissed the idea. That's true, you guys take your time thinking about it. The rest is up to you. Ronald finished his coffee in one gulp. I'll wear this outfit, I think it suits my style. Okay, it would be perfect if you bought a Harley Davidson. Cameron had a particular fondness for Harleys. No, I ordered a Honda 250. Those things don't break down easily. I'm not as good at fixing bikes as you are, whatever. By the way, when you guys do your project launch interviews, invite me along. I want to audition. And when my movie is released, you guys come too. Let's help each other out, Ronald said to Gail. Gail gave him an okay sign and started calculating the project's financing and allocation. After saying goodbye, Ronald went to the Honda motorcycle dealership to pick up his bike. Japanese companies pay great attention to customer experience. A smiling salesperson came out and offered him a cup of tea. They knew Ronald liked tea from when he ordered the bike last time. Ronald-san, we've prepared this motorcycle for you. Please come with me. He bowed to Ronald and gestured for him to enter the showroom. A large, maroon motorcycle was parked there, powerful, with a flashing headlight. The handlebars were slightly angled downwards. Unlike typical Japanese motorcycles that emphasize lightness and forward weight distribution, this large displacement motorcycle had a more rearward weight distribution, but not as excessively rearward as a Harley, where you almost had to lie down on the seat. Ronald tried it out. It fit perfectly. The salesman handed him the keys with both hands. Want to try it out? Ronald inserted the key, turned it half a turn, then gripped the handlebars with his right hand and twisted the throttle twice. He put his left foot on the ground, pressed the starter lever with his right, and slammed it on. Vroom, the engine's roar gave Ronald a feel for it. He released the brakes and rode off. After riding a few laps outside, Ronald returned to the salesman, who presented him with a helmet. There's another one in the trunk. Ronald nodded, put on his sunglasses, then fastened the helmet and adjusted the straps. He stepped on the gas and hit the road. Arriving at the CAA office, Ronald parked, helmet in hand, and entered, successfully causing a commotion. The secretaries all came over to greet him, hoping to take the opportunity to pinch his muscles and get a little attention. It seemed this outfit really suited him. It subtly removed any hint of his usual refined demeanor, highlighting Ronald's physique and masculinity. Add to that his full beard and broad jaw, and he was exactly the type of man these female secretaries adored. Ronald walked through the lobby to Nisita's office, the place where he had arranged to meet Catherine Bigelow and Willem Dafoe. Oh, have you ever considered trying acting? Catherine Bigelow stood up, looking Ronald up and down, seemingly disappointed that he hadn't been cast in the last movie. Wow, is it really that good? Ronald thought to himself, maybe he should try dressing in a style like this in the future. Let's get down to business. I've already shown the poster for your film No Love to Yoram of Canon Films. He's interested and willing to talk to you. He could act as your distributor and try it out at the Cannes Film Festival. He said that Americans prefer films that depict the darker side of America, so it might sell well in Europe and Japan. Thank you so much. Bigelow stood up and hugged Ronald. Willem Dafoe was also very happy. Don't thank me. They were hoping to buy some films to sell at Cannes anyway, including your movie poster. It might be displayed alongside 2 erotic films by Bo Derek and Faye Dunaway. I wonder if you'd be okay with that. No problem. Bigelow didn't care about such details in order to sell the film. No, has Faye Dunaway really sunk to making erotic films? No. Ronald took off his sunglasses. It looked a bit strange wearing them indoors. It's like this. Cannonballs Minahan always adds erotic content to the movies, so he gives supporting actors more screen time. His habit is a bit odd. I've told him, your movies have been finished for a long time, it's impossible to add content. These people's thinking is really strange. Why do female characters on screen have to play the role of male playthings, targets? Don't they have any personality or pursuit of their own? Bigelow, as a female director, had long been disgusted by this trend, but as a new director whose films weren't selling, she was powerless to change it. You've stumped me, Ronald shrugged. Anyway, thank you. The two thanked him, took the business card Ronald gave them from Minahan, and went to Cannonball to discuss the details. To be honest, why don't you try acting? Many directors are actors on the side. For example, Sidney Pollack, the Oscar-winning director you voted for, also played a supporting role as an agent in My Fair Lady. Agent Nisida took out a glass, poured some brandy, and handed it to Ronald. His appearance today caught his eye. Ronald might be more suited to this blue-collar worker look. A trial might allow him to land some specific roles. I voted. Yes, you voted for My Fair Lady for Best Picture, Sidney Pollack for Best Director, Dustin Hoffman for Best Actor, and Meryl Streep for Best Actress. Oh, right. Ronald remembered that he had asked CAA to vote for him, to help him get media exposure. Are they all your clients? Yes. Do you want to consider it? We at CAA are quite good at promoting actors. We'll talk about it later. I'm so nervous today, afraid of ruining the deal. Looks like my acting skills aren't quite there yet. Ring 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 ring. The phone on the table rang loudly. Nisida answered the phone. Who is it? Okay, it's for you. He handed the phone to Ronald. This is Ronald. Who is this? A girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. This is Diane. I'm in Los Angeles. Are you at CAA? I'll come find you. You can come with me to the set. Director Walter Hill has been busy there for almost half a month. Sure. How long will you be filming this time? Ronald waited in his office for Diane Lane, who rushed over. She was still dressed like a rock star. When she saw Ronald wearing a leather jacket and pants, her eyes lit up. It's quite long. I heard musicals are difficult to film. Hey? We're dressed the same way today? Can you take a picture of us together? Nisida agreed, took out a camera, and took a few pictures of Ronald and Diane. Hey? You have a motorcycle? I want to ride it. I want to ride it. Diane saw Ronald's newly bought Honda 250 after going out and her eyes lit up. Can you ride a motorcycle? Or sit on the back of me? Ronald looked around and pressed a button on the storage box on the back seat. The box popped open, revealing a red helmet. He handed it to Diane, then got on the motorcycle and started it. Diane put on her helmet, straddled Ronald's back, and wrapped her arms around his waist. Let's go. Ronald turned the throttle, shifted to medium-high gear, and the motorcycle roared off towards the studio. Chapter 404 Street Rage. In one of the largest sound stages at Universal Studios in New York City, the crew of the film Diane Lane was working on was setting up, with director and producer Walter Hill overseeing the work. Through Diane's introduction, Ronald met this box office success director. He had directed 2 blockbuster films in the past few years, The Warriors, 1979, and 48 Hours, 1982. Walter Hill, also a director who started out making exploitation films, his The Warriors telling a story of gangsters on the streets of New York, appreciated Ronald's fast pace and took Ronald and Diane on a tour. CAA had made prior arrangements for him, and Walter specifically showed Ronald the sets in 3 sound stages. 2 newspaper reporters were also with him, conducting an interview and recording the 2 directors' conversation. This is the concert venue for Ellen Ann, the rock star Diane plays, the director explained as they walked into a small sound stage where carpenters were rushing to complete it. We'll be filming 2 live concerts here. The set design alone will cost $1 million, a wooden stage with several old-fashioned microphones, and a worker installing neon lights in the background. Below was a large audience area with front row seats, but the style was also old-fashioned, like a 1960s movie theater. This is a big production, very impressive. Ronald looked on enviously. A single set could make him direct an entire movie. Please come this way. This is the cafe of Tom's sister, the male lead. A smaller studio next door had already set up the cafe set. Filming from several studios simultaneously would save a lot of shooting time. This is Universal's largest studio. We'll use it to build Chicago's nightscape, reconstructing a Chicago subway station and city. Walter Hill was smug as the group walked to the largest studio. He introduced it to Ronald. This studio was only slightly smaller than the one he'd seen at Pinewood Studios in London for Supergirl, Day for Night. Ronald asked, it seemed this movie had a lot of night scenes. Daytime as night is a film shooting technique where indoor lighting simulates nighttime scenes. Film doesn't expose well in low light, so shooting indoor scenes during the day with low light makes them appear as if it were nighttime on film. Many film crews shoot night scenes this way. No, that's not realistic. I'll put a huge tent over the studio to block out all the light and shoot real night scenes, Walter Hill proudly explained. Oh, Ronald was speechless, impressed by the extravagant budget. This was truly lavish spending. After all, Walter Hill had found a great partner. Producer Joel Silver had secured a $15 million production budget from Universal. "We'll hire a costume designer to create custom costumes for Diane's concert." The two chatted happily, exchanging background information. Walter Hill had worked as an editor, screenwriter, and director, a similar experience to Ronald, so they had a lot in common. Two reporters took notes to prepare their articles. "Ronald, this is our male lead, Michael Parr." Walter introduced them to a man of medium height. "Bonjour, Diane." Parr was a muscular man with a disheveled, almost decadent look. He seemed to have groomed his eyebrows and applied eyeshadow. His voice had a grating tone that was quite unpleasant. "Ah, sigh." Diane was pulled into his arms with a warm hug, then held tightly, and was about to kiss him. Diane dodged twice, managing to avoid being kissed on the lips. After breaking free of Parr's embrace, she introduced him. "This is Ronald, my good friend, also a film director." Then she suddenly moved to a spot behind Ronald. "Ronald, huh?" Parr nodded at him, a gesture of greeting. "Hello, Michael." Ronald knew some actors would get into character beforehand, and Michael Parr was probably already portraying the character's personality, so he didn't mind. "You're a director too, huh?" Pal pulled out a butterfly knife, a type of knife from the Philippines with two long, movable handles. Pal twirled the butterfly knife in his hand, then snapped the handles together, revealing the sharp blade. Then, with a series of dazzling movements, he folded the blade away. "Oh, your knife skills are pretty good. Which restaurant in the Philippines were you working as a chef?" Ronald thought the other man was a bit naive. Who was he trying to scare? "A restaurant in New York. I worked there as a chef for 3 years." Pal started to boast about his experiences again, how he idolized Marlon Brando since childhood, how he was discovered by a talent scout at a restaurant, and how he got the role through his connection with actress Nancy Allen. "You really are a chef, no wonder your neck is so thick." Ronald picked his ear and turned to look at Walter Hill. "That's enough for now. Don't forget to mention my good friend, director Ronald Lee. His new film, Night of the Comet, will be released soon." Walter Hill, noticing Parr's rambling, quickly called the reporters over for a photo. "Walter, I've read Diane's script. Why is the script so thin? It doesn't even have a title yet." Ronald and Walter Hill chatted casually after seeing the reporters off. "That's a shared idea between producer Joel Silver and me. We felt that the most important thing about this film was the atmosphere, the song and dance, the lighting, and the colors. The story wasn't that important. We just decided on the title, Streets of Fire, Streets of Fire." Ronald thought it was good. It was the kind of story teenagers like, a war hero returning to save his ex-girlfriend, and the ex-girlfriend was the coolest rock star of the moment. Diane was a good choice. Maybe he just hadn't seen the movie before, so he hadn't dreamed about it. Yes, it's a high-concept film. We've surveyed a lot of young people, asking them about the coolest scenes in movies: custom sports cars, kissing in the rain, neon lights, a train at night, a high-speed car crash, fights, rock and roll, motorcycles, leather jackets, and fighting for honor, etc. Oh, Ronald thought, this was a new approach he hadn't tried before. "You're starting filming next month, right?" "Yeah, we're starting on the 15th of next month, but we still haven't found the actor for the main villain. There aren't many actors like him in America." "Oh, what kind do you need?" Ronald became interested, wondering what kind of actor America rarely had. "He should be a kind of effeminate villain, intelligent, thoughtful, both ruthless and caring towards his subordinates. You have to know he's an evil villain at first glance, but you don't hate him." "You know what? I recently met an actor, maybe you could give him a try." Ronald thought of Willem Dafoe, the male lead in Catherine Bigelow's debut film, who had a natural villainous face but who also looked very intelligent. When Ronald pulled the Loveless poster from the box on the back of his motorcycle and showed it to Walter Hill, the director stared at it for a long time. It certainly had the air of the villain in the film. He took the poster and went to discuss it with producer Joel Silver. Ronald remained alone in the studio, gazing at it for a long time. He figured his next film would be a big production. The feeling of lavishly spending money for his artistic vision was truly exhilarating. Ronald, Diane ran over. "You promised to go to the movies with me." Ronald turned around and saw Michael Parr, the male lead, brandishing his butterfly knife and bothering Diane again. "Yeah, let's go tell the director and leave." He offered his arm for Diane to pull, and the two went to say goodbye to the director. SHXT, Parr shouted, twirling his butterfly knife with a loud clang, then throwing it forward with a flourish, venting his frustration at a minor setback in his usually unstoppable pursuit of women. Clang, the butterfly knife flew backward, hitting the wooden wall and knocking off balance before falling to the ground. SHXT, Pal ran over to pick it up, examining it carefully for a while before wiping it thoroughly with his clothes. I'll take you back to the hotel. Bert is probably waiting for you. Ronald handed the red helmet to Diane and got on his motorcycle first. Aren't we going to see a movie? Diane climbed on as well, hugging Ronald from behind and complaining. Haha, didn't you want to get rid of Pal's harassment? He's probably just too into character. Next time you come to film, remember to bring Bert along, then he won't dare to cause trouble. After getting to know Pal, Ronald knew he was just a cool pretty boy. Okay, but don't forget to come to the concert with me in a couple of days. I won't forget. Ronald stepped on the ignition, turned the throttle, and the motorcycle sped off. Beep beep beep, the motorcycle engine sounded deep and aggressive. Ronald blocked the chilly early spring wind in front, leaving only a little bit of gentle breeze that bypassed him and blew onto Diane behind him. A few strands of Diane's long hair peeked out from under her helmet, blowing in the breeze and leaving a trace of warmth. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405 The Stallone Brothers. Sigh, so much money, Ronald sighed, signing his name on the check. Taxes were due next month. He'd made a lot of money in the past year, but there weren't many tax-avoidable items, so he had to pay a large sum in cash to the IRS, putting Ronald's cash reserves on the line. Thankfully, the new royalties from his lyrics for Famous Throughout the World and Word Star Fool's book had arrived, giving him some breathing room. Otherwise, he'd have to sell his stocks. After checking the taxes with accountant Lawrence Wong and signing the check, Ronald went to the CAA to talk to Nisida about a new project. The film industry offered high incomes, but they were unstable. He had to take on work to make ends meet. Good news, Stallone wants you to write a script. He's developing a sequel to First Blood. Did he dislike my scripts? Ronald was somewhat surprised to hear it was Stallone's offer. He's satisfied with your script, otherwise he wouldn't have revised it. He just likes to emphasize his star status. Okay, so what's the movie called? Rambo, First Blood. That's funny, Nisida said, though his face didn't show any real laughter. He knew Ronald was unhappy with Stallone's revisions to his Dragon and Phoenix script. Stallone's offer is fine, $100,000 plus second credit. I only contacted you because you've been looking for script writing work lately. You know my fellow Italian, Sly, isn't easy to talk to. He also rejected Mr. Ovitz's project proposal. If you're not happy, just say so, and I'll find someone else. Okay, I was just complaining to you. Ronald took the synopsis from Nisida and started reading. Rambo, First Blood Part 2. Ronald saw the title. It was going to be like Indiana Jones. After the first movie was a hit, the sequel would simply add the protagonist to Indiana Jones's name, turning it into a series. Stallone's story is simple. Rambo is imprisoned, and after the armistice between America and Vietnam, some prisoners of war are not released. His former superior, the colonel, asks him to secretly rescue his old comrades. Wow, this is completely different from the first one, Ronald chuckled. The film abandons the exposure of the Vietnam War scars and society's indifference towards Vietnamese veterans, replacing it with a hero Rambo venturing into enemy territory to rescue veterans abandoned by their country. You know, since the president took office, he's been very tough on foreign policy, and he even visited China, continuing the grand strategy of allying with China against the Soviet Union. So, public sentiment is gradually starting to favor tough heroes. Sly thinks it's worth developing in that direction, and besides, the producer is a conservative from the Republican Party. Okay, Ronald accepted the synopsis. I'll write more slowly this time, there's still film distribution to deal with. No problem, Stallone gave you 3 months. Of course, you'd better write it quickly. Nisida handed over another document. This is the idea from Caraco Films. They want Stallone and John Travolta to team up. This time it's a dual hero story. Rambo will handle the fighting, and Travolta's partner will handle the high-tech weaponry. Make the fight scenes look good. Don't worry about the budget, they've raised over $25 million. Of course, Ronald understood that if Stallone's Dragons Forever and Travolta's film were a box office hit, their collaboration and simultaneous appearance would be a huge draw. Hirako Films, the producers of First Blood, certainly didn't want to miss out on such a golden duel, and a big production was to be expected. Also, your visit to the set of Dragons Forever is arranged. They're nearing completion of filming, and some reporters are going to interview them. You can go and ride the wave of popularity. Thanks, I really don't know what I would have done without you, Ronald thought to himself. If he didn't accept, would he miss this opportunity? You should get back to the mainstream film industry as soon as possible. Then, professionals will be willing to pay a hefty sum to solve these problems for you. Nishida also felt that if Ronald's film had another excellent return on investment, many people would be eager to hire him. 2 consecutive films with different themes, budgets, and production models had made money, making Ronald a talent worthy of long-term investment. Major studios would give him 1 or 2 medium-budget films to practice with. If he could handle large-scale productions or manage big-name performances, they could confidently give him big-budget productions of over $15 million, turning him into a Hollywood money-making machine. Ronald, welcome, Stallone, after stopping a take on set, saw Ronald visiting and embraced him. Big-budget productions have the best personnel. Stallone handed the director's reins to the first assistant director. Professionals would handle the lighting and blocking for the next scene. He only needed to direct the acting. This is my brother Frank, and this is Cynthia Rhodes. Stallone introduced the main actors to Ronald. Ronald greeted his brother, Frank Stallone. Cynthia was an old acquaintance from the Flashdance crew. He'd even introduced her to Stallone for the audition, and she'd unexpectedly landed the lead role. Hi, Ronald, I've heard Cynthia talk about you a lot, Frank Stallone said, putting his arm around Cynthia's. I hope it's not about my embarrassing Pittsburgh incident, Ronald chuckled. Cynthia leaned slightly to the side, away from Frank's arm. She'd only learned after getting the lead role that the director's brother had chosen him. Frank Stallone had originally worked in the music industry, doing some soundtrack work for his brother's Rocky and releasing a single, but it hadn't been very successful. Now that his brother was directing, he immediately called him up, not only putting him in charge of all the film's soundtrack and score, but also giving him a supporting role, the role of Jackie, played by Cynthia, who, after being hurt by Tony Manello, played by Travolta, is offered a backup boyfriend by Stallone's character. No, she said you took good care of the extras and she's trying to thank you. Frank Stallone looks a bit like his brother Sylvester, but doesn't have his brother's overtly masculine presence. Let me introduce you, this is Ronald Lee, who also worked on the screenplay for this film, and is a good friend of mine. Stallone put his arm around Ronald and introduced him to the reporters. Then he whispered in Ronald's ear, smile, and pressed Ronald's shoulder down firmly. Ronald, understanding the situation, squatted down slightly to lessen the height difference. Then he tilted his head back slightly, letting Stallone mimic Rocky's famous punch to his chin, posing for the reporters to take pictures. This famous action star always wanted to show who was in charge on set. Hey, Ronald, who was lost in thought, was nudged by Stallone. Stallone then rolled up his sleeves, put his fist under his chin, and struck a pose showing off his biceps. Ronald understood and crouched down slightly, mimicking the pose. Good lad, Stallone said, patting Ronald on the shoulder after posing and dismissing the reporters. You look very Italian. Do you have Italian ancestry? I'm an orphan. Maybe I do, maybe I don't, definitely, otherwise Nishida wouldn't have signed you, Stallone said enthusiastically, pulling Ronald towards the trailer to have a drink, talking at length about the power of Italians in Hollywood. Ronald felt annoyed. This star was clearly overconfident. However, with 2 leading men from blockbuster series on his side, no one could say anything, so he could only mumble in response. Don't be like that, Frank, we're friends, but, just then, an awkward silence fell over as a woman's voice came from the trailer beside them. Ronald and Stallone turned around to see Cynthia Rhodes emerging from her brother Frank's trailer. Frank, Stallone called out to his brother, who was still arguing with Cynthia. Sly, Cynthia, Italians don't need to force girls like this, understand? Stallone was displeased with his brother's performance. Cynthia, my brother says you're his girlfriend. Half of Stallone's facial muscles were immobile, so when he spoke seriously, he had a considerable intimidating presence. Cynthia Rhodes was a little scared and couldn't speak clearly. Of course, she sensed Frank Stallone's interest in her, but this was just a normal reaction for a girl facing pursuit. She hadn't agreed to exchange herself for a role. "Cynthia, did you promise Frank something before you got the role?" Ronald stepped forward and stood beside her. "Take your time. I was just recommended by you to audition for an extra role. This movie has many dance roles. The audition director told me to go back and prepare to play a dancer in the musical, but the next day he called and said I should audition for Jackie. That's why I was called back to audition for Jackie. It was all recorded, you can go see it." Frank Stallone looked at his good-for-nothing brother. "These things should either be discussed openly, or you should pursue them yourself. What's the point of making things like this?" "It was a misunderstanding, Cynthia. I think Frank had a bit to drink earlier and was a little drunk, so he was a bit too rough." Ronald saw through the ruse. Frank Stallone probably took a liking to Cynthia Rhodes and got her into the lead role audition. The two hadn't brought up this favor during filming. Frank probably wanted to use his charm to pursue Cynthia, but he hadn't succeeded even as filming was nearing its end, so he went a bit overboard today. I'm sorry, Cynthia," Frank said in a low voice. Stallone was very uncomfortable. His brother had admitted his mistake so easily after Ronald's interruption. This weak behavior wasn't like an Italian. Being so infatuated with a woman and even helping her get a role was a disgrace to the Stallone name. "Ronald, you're good." Stallone patted Ronald on the shoulder, then said to Cynthia Rhodes, "Before you do anything to shame your parents in the South, hurry up and leave the film industry." Cynthia couldn't help but shed tears at Stallone's threatening tone. Chapter 406 The Strict Director. "Don't cry, Tennessee girls should be strong." Ronald looked at Cynthia Rhodes, who was crying uncontrollably, and handed her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "I didn't do anything wrong." Cynthia wiped her tears and stopped crying. "Yes, you didn't do anything wrong. But this is Hollywood, the film industry. In this business, you have to be careful of favors given for no reason." Ronald saw that Cynthia, who had been threatened by Stallone, had recovered. "Go call your agent, he'll handle this for you." "Will all my scenes be cut?" Cynthia's eyes were still a little red, but she did have the toughness typical of Southern girls. She usually looked weak, but when it mattered, she was very independent and strong, just like Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind, who could curse and then pick herself up and continue fighting. "You're overthinking it. Filming is nearing its end. Even Stallone can't possibly reshoot all your scenes. This is where your agent needs to step in and try to minimize the amount of screen time cut." "Will Stallone blacklist me?" Cynthia thought back to Stallone's last words. "No, Stallone is a big star. He doesn't have the energy to mess with a small-time actress like you. But you'll inevitably miss out on projects involving him or his friends." "I'm not afraid. I'll definitely succeed here. I won't go back to my hometown of Nashville without becoming famous." Cynthia Rhodes wasn't discouraged and got up to call her agent. After persuading Cynthia to leave, Ronald went to say goodbye to Stallone. Despite Stallone's earlier reprimand of his brother, a significant reduction in Cynthia's screen time was inevitable. Ronald didn't know who was right or wrong in this situation. When he left the set for CAA, he told his agent, Nisita, about it as a joke. "From now on, if anything like this happens, tell me immediately like this." After listening, Nishida picked up the phone and spoke with a few people. "It's all right, Stallone didn't pursue it, and his brother was also at fault. Speaking of which, how should this kind of thing be handled? I feel like Frank and Cynthia don't seem to have a consensus. It's common to hear about actresses exchanging sex for roles, but Ronald has never actually done it. This kind of thing can't be handled like that. Even if there's an exchange, it should be done through an agent. Otherwise, if the other party gets evidence, they can sue you. Girls in this industry are bold and daring. I think most of the time Frank is too confident, thinking his charm is unmatched. He gave Cynthia an opportunity, and she'll obediently come to him." Nishida was also aware of the particularly confident nature of Italians when it comes to matters of the heart, and shook her head. "If you have similar ideas, be sure to go through me. Don't act on your own." "Hey, do I need to use this kind of exchange to get a girlfriend?" Ronald laughed. "Just remember that. You can call me if you need anything." Nishida smiled. "Your publicity plans include visiting the set of Full of Energy and a few premieres, right?" "Yes, I'm going to Motown's 25th anniversary concert in a couple of days, but I'm not the lead. Can you arrange a press interview for me? That's a star-studded event." "If you were an actor, I could arrange something." Nishida shook her head and refused. At an event where 20 or 30 A-list and B-list singers would attend, Ronald, a film director, wouldn't get much coverage. When you go to the full of energy set, you need to be special, so I'll go with you. Nishida took out 2 passes and handed one to Ronald. Why? Herbert Ross is a traditional theater director. He won't like people showing up on set for no reason, so I've arranged a visit time for you. Ronald took the pass and a promotional brochure from the film crew. He discovered that the female lead was Laurie Singer, the woman he had dreamed about, and Helen's friend from the New York Academy of Performing Arts. The male lead was an unfamiliar name, Kevin Bacon. Why the change? Didn't we hear it was Rob Lowe last time? Ronald had heard Nishida mention that after Tom Cruise declined the offer, the lead role was given to Rob Lowe, who also played the second brother, Soda, in The Outsiders. The stated reason was that Rob Lowe had to rest for 2 months due to a sprained ankle from dance practice, missing filming. The real reason was that Herbert Ross was dissatisfied with him, feeling he didn't respect him, so he requested a change. That's strict. Since his debut, Ronald had encountered directors who were generally amiable, good at inspiring actors, or cunningly guiding them. He had never met a director this strict and temperamental. Such a temper. Ronald and Nishida exchanged bewildered glances upon arriving at the Footloose set. They had just shown their passes to the security guard and entered the studio when they heard the director's loud voice yelling inside. "What kind of garbage did your teachers teach you in school in New York? With acting like this, you're making movies? Why don't you have your agent find an acting coach to teach you properly, should we?" Ronald felt he'd come at the worst possible time. With the director's temper, he figured it would be difficult for him to cooperate with his attempt to get media attention. "Keep it down, let's go outside first." Nishida also felt the situation was awkward. She'd only heard that Herbert Ross often verbally abused actors on set, but she hadn't expected to run into him today. "Who are you?" The director heard the voices coming from the studio entrance and pointed at Ronald and Nishida. "We're here to visit the set, we've reported in advance." Nishida held up his pass. "I'm Rick Nishida, an agent from CAA, and this is my client, the film director. I don't care who you are, as long as you're not part of my crew. How can just anyone get into the studio? I'm only shooting interior scenes here for 2 days before heading to Oklahoma, and you can't even handle this much?" Herbert Ross berated the second assistant director, who was responsible for issuing paperwork to all visitors. "How can I film with you talking so loudly? Haven't you ever filmed in a studio before?" After berating his subordinates, Herbert Ross turned to Ronald and yelled at him. "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Ross, please continue," Ronald said quickly, seeing that Nishida was also getting a bit angry. PFFT, several of the actors and staff who had been scolded couldn't help but laugh. Herbert Ross's face turned bright red, and he pointed at them. "Get out, sorry, we'll be going now." Ronald thought to himself that this guy really had a temper, and he and Nishida turned and left the studio. Don't blame him. Herbert is a theater director by training, and that job demands even more precision from the actors, because plays can't be reshot, they have to be performed flawlessly from beginning to end. So theater directors generally have a bit of a temper, and actors aren't like those rigorously trained Broadway actors, so it's understandable that he's a little angry. Ronald smiled. "It's alright, we were the ones who disturbed his work in the studio. It's just a bit of a shame we didn't get any coverage." "How could that be?" "I'll make a few calls." Nishida took out a few coins, found a phone, and dialed the producer's number. A few minutes later, Nishida hung up. "It's all set. Tomorrow, the Hollywood Reporter will have an interview in their new film launch section, and they'll mention your new movie." "Oh, looks like we didn't actually need to come." Ronald raised an eyebrow, thinking, "This works too, I was hoping to get a photo with you." Nishida smiled. A few days later, the Hollywood Reporter, Daily Variety, and the Los Angeles Times Entertainment section all published news of Ronald visiting the set of another film, 2 of which included a photo of him with the director. The news articles all mentioned his resume and the name and genre of his new film, Night of the Comet. Whether it would be effective or not, CAA had certainly provided valuable resources. Ronald put down the newspapers and started putting on his suit. Today was the day to attend the Motown 25th anniversary concert. President Ronald announced the activation of the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, a plan capable of detecting, identifying, and intercepting Sovereign Alliance intercontinental ballistic missiles in outer space. Our experts nicknamed it the Star Wars program, following the president's speech earlier this month at the Evangelical Alliance, in which he accused the Soviet Union of being an evil empire and refused to acknowledge that the United States and the Soviet Union shared equal responsibility for the Cold War. This is the second time in a short period that the president has adopted an aggressive stance towards our biggest strategic adversary. Ronald, hearing this news on television, found it intriguing and sat down to watch. It turned out that the SDI system consisted of satellites, land-based anti-missile systems, and sea-based anti-missile systems. Experts calculated on television that, once completed, only a maximum of 1% of missiles could slip through and hit America. It sounds like science fiction, Ronald muttered. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang. Why haven't you left yet? Diane complained on the phone. Sorry, I watched the news for a bit, I'll be right there. Motown Records is celebrating its 25th anniversary. Almost all black singers since the 1960s have come from this record company. Lionel Richie and Diana Ross, these two black superstars, even sang the theme song for Brooke Shields' film Endless Love. Michael Jackson, who delivered the tickets to Ronald, and his band, the Jackson 5, also debuted at Motown. When Diane arrived at her hotel, she was already dressed, in a white dress and a black coat. She happily opened the door when she heard Ronald had arrived. Remember to come back early, Bert said with a smile from behind. No problem, I've hired a driver. Ronald offered Diane his arm. The concert was being held at the Pasadena City Hall, a small town 11 miles north of Los Angeles. Ronald had never been before, so he followed the etiquette for formal concerts, dressed in formal attire, rented a car, and hired a driver. Please, let's go to the concert, Ronald said, gesturing. Chapter 407 Let's go to concert together. The Pasadena City Hall had 2 tiers of seating and a large stage, with steps for dancers and vocalists. The semicircular stage at the front was very close to the front rows of audience members, almost within reach. The 2 tickets given to them by Michael Jackson were a little further back, in the teens near the aisle, truly the best seats for watching the performance. Ronald gentlemanly offered Diane a seat further back, while he sat by the aisle. After they sat down, they exchanged a smile. There were over 1,000 audience members, and the atmosphere was already very enthusiastic before the show even started. The seating arrangement was interesting. Ronald and Diane's side was mostly white audience members in formal attire, while their neighbors were predominantly black, including some black children wearing gaudy red bow ties, perhaps relatives of the performers. Shortly after, the curtain rose, and Lionel Richie appeared first. After a solo performance, he played with his former band. The black audience members began to applaud and cheer enthusiastically. Ronald and Diane, unfamiliar with their history, could only applaud along. Black artists tend to be more relaxed. Marvin Gaye, who came on next, spent a few minutes introducing the history of black music before singing his classic Motown song, What's Going On, to thunderous applause. Marvin should have stayed in Motown, not gone to white-dominated Columbia, a young black man across the aisle explained to Ronald. These black artists, however, showed a good sense of loyalty when performing for their old label. After several singers whom Ronald and Diane didn't recognize, it was finally Michael Jackson's turn. Like Marvin Gaye, he had switched to another record label. But this time, it wasn't just him, his 4 brothers were on stage too. Jackson 5, the audience erupted in cheers. This was the Jackson Family Band, and Michael wore a diamond-encrusted shirt, tight-fitting cropped trousers, white socks, and black shoes, with only a white diamond-encrusted glove on his left hand. The Jackson 5 sang their most famous single, I Want You Back. This ignited a shared memory among all black people, who stood up and swayed to the rhythm. The white audience on Ronald's side didn't stand up, but politely clapped along. Thank you, Jackson 5 is history now. Next I'm going to sing my own single. The band began playing the intro to MJ's latest single, Billie Jean. Michael Jackson took the black top hat, put it on his head, turned to face the audience, and struck a ready pose. This ignited the enthusiasm of the white audience as well, with countless white girls screaming and standing up in the front and back. Diane, holding Ronald's hand, was also caught up in the atmosphere and stood up to cheer. Billie Jean wasn't a Motown song, and to date, it was the only single not produced by Motown. However, Michael Jackson was currently the #1 chart topper, and his presence at the performance was already a huge favor to Motown. A single wasn't a big deal. MJ, with a white glove covering his groin, began to twist rapidly in a fast-paced dance, sometimes combing his hair, sometimes striking a pose as if playing a guitar with an empty handle. The audience was completely agitated by MJ's performance. Clap, clap, clap. MJ then unleashed his moonwalk, which he had practiced for months, seemingly taking a step forward but actually moving backward. This dance move seemed to detonate a bomb, and every woman in the audience, regardless of skin color, age, marital status, or gender, let out a scream that seemed to lift the roof off. Several female audience members in the front row couldn't resist and tried to climb onto the stage to touch MJ's feet. Ronald, annoyed by Diane's screams, picked at his ears. This dance choreography seemed so familiar. Had he learned breakdancing from Michael Jackson in a past life? Ronald noticed that this wave of screams was mostly from white girls, while the black audience members were relatively calm. After MJ left the stage, another wave of black celebrities that Ronald didn't recognize took over. The show was great, but the program wasn't very well organized. Sometimes, the singers would sing an extra song or introduce their regular partners. Aside from the blind singer Stevie Wonder, Ronald didn't recognize any of the others. Ronald checked his watch. Over an hour had passed. Just as he was starting to feel tired, soft music began, and a spotlight shone back, illuminating the entrance to City Hall. Everyone looked back, and a figure emerged from the previously empty entrance. No mountain high enough, no river wide enough. If you need me, call me. No matter where you are, no matter how far away you are, baby, call my name, I'll be right there. A beautiful black singer, with an explosive head of black hair, wearing a white, rhinestone-studded, high-shouldered blouse, a black, tight-fitting pencil skirt, and rhinestone-studded high heels under black stockings, strode confidently from the entrance onto the stage. Her arrival drew a standing ovation from the entire audience. It was Diana Ross, Motown's most famous singer in its history. Holding a wireless microphone in one hand and a white fur shawl in the other, Diana Ross's superstar aura was irresistible, like a vortex drawing the attention of all the audience and celebrities to her. Oh, that's superstar style. I love this kind of star presence. I want to dress like that sometime, said Diane Lane, her eyes fixed on Diana Ross as she walked down the aisle. Her expression was a mix of jealousy, envy, and perhaps a yearning to be as radiant as she was. Just as a movie can only have one leading lady, a concert can only have one female singer. Diana Ross sang her hit single Ain't No Mountain High Enough, bringing the concert to its climax. After the song, two female singers entered the stage from opposite sides, one in a white dress and the other in a red dress, Diana Ross's two bandmates from her time with the Supremes. The three stars reunited as the Supremes to perform for the audience. As Diana Ross called out the names of her old colleagues and friends one by one, all the singers from Motown Records' 25-year history came up on stage, and the whole audience sang along. The closing scene was long and drawn out, with many Motown Records employees, managers, backing vocalists, and aspiring singers jumping onto the stage to get a photo with the superstars. Seeing that there was no encore, Ronald quickly pulled Diana away to leave, otherwise they would get stuck in traffic. The two left together in the crowd of white audience members, jumped into his rented car, and asked the driver to head to Los Angeles. Diana hugged Ronald's arm in the back seat. She was very happy today, as if she had become the protagonist of her life. Ronald smiled at her. You look like a jazz singer today. But you're going to play a rock singer. Is the makeup too heavy? I can never do my makeup well. Diana's lipstick and eyeshadow were indeed a bit too dark. A girl her age doesn't really need that kind of heavy stage makeup. Not bad. Get Out Justice always gets you a great makeup artist. The car soon returned to the hotel, and Ronald led Diane back to the door of Bird and her room. We're here, Diane. Good night, Ronnie. Diane took out her room key and waved it. I'll be going in then, okay, see you at the premiere of The Outcasts. Ronald turned to leave. Diane Lane, seeing Ronald about to leave, quickly opened the door with a snap. Aren't you going to come in and sit for a bit? I have to go home and write my script. Have a great day, Diane. Ronald hugged Diane and kissed her cheek. Hi, Bert. Ronald greeted Bert behind Diane. Bert. Diane turned around and saw her father, then turned to Ronald and said, My Ghetto Justice opens with a concert scene. Will you come to the set and give me some pointers? With Bert here, I can't say much. Ronald waved to the father and daughter, seeing Diane bite her lower lip in slight disappointment. But I'll be on set to cheer you on. Remember to call me when. Bye. Diane waved to him and went into the room. Chapter 408 The Reclusive Child Premiere. The Outcasts was held at a high school in a small town in California. Director Francis Ford Coppola, along with the three lead actors Matt Dillon, C. Thomas Howell, and Ralph Marzio, went to the school to celebrate with the students who had written to Coppola asking him to return to acting. Meanwhile, at the Los Angeles theater, the other lead actors, Emilio Estevez, Tom Cruise, and Diane Lane, were present. Ronald ran into his agent, Richard, at the theater entrance, while Paula Wagner accompanied Tom Cruise. The scarcity of photographers was a bit of a disappointment for the young stars, who were meticulously dressed to resemble their characters. It seemed Warner Brothers wasn't very optimistic about the film and hadn't invested much in marketing. "The reporters Nisida introduced you to her over there," Richard said to Ronald, gesturing to two reporters standing opposite him. Ronald was there to get some scoop. "Hi, hello," Ronald greeted them. "I'm Ronald, hello, I'm Donnie," one of the reporters replied amicably. "I'm Charlie." "Which publication are you from?" another reporter asked Ronald. "I work for The Atlantic now," Ronald said, looking at the two young reporters who seemed to have just graduated from college. "The Atlantic Monthly in Massachusetts? Oh, I didn't expect that serious media outlets would be interviewing about this movie," reporter Charlie said in surprise. "This is an adaptation of S.C. Hinton's novel. The Atlantic has always focused on literary criticism and is very concerned about the cause of minority rights," reporter Donnie explained. "Right, Ronald," Ronald smiled, knowing they had misunderstood him as a reporter, but he wasn't in a hurry to explain. He asked them, "Why are there so few reporters covering this movie? I thought there would be a lot of people at the premiere. I heard that Warner Brothers rejected this movie. Look, our newspaper only had two newcomers like us to write about it casually." "Rejected? Yeah, the Italian-American directors who were famous in the 70s are all washed up now." Martin Scorsese's new film, The King of Comedy, also flopped at the box office. "I heard from gossip that Scorsese's previous films relied entirely on his editor, Martha Lucas, who is also George Lucas's wife. After Martha got married, the quality of his films dropped rapidly." "Exactly. I heard that Coppola is heavily in debt, and his mirror company is about to go bankrupt. Warner Brothers basically gave up on this movie." "Really? You guys don't think The Outcasts is good?" Ronald said. "I heard Roger Ebert criticize Coppola, even though he gave him 3 stars. But he felt Coppola should use these innovative styles, lighting, and sets as practice, not as an experiment in filmmaking. He should make a real film like Apocalypse Now. Yet, I heard the reviews after the critics' screenings weren't good. The general consensus was that the 90-minute story wasn't tight enough. The acting was good but the story was weak, but I heard that's because Warner Brothers cut the runtime. If it had been the director's original plan of 2 hours, it would have been a good film," Ronald defended Coppola. "Hey, who goes to see such long movies these days? Have you heard? Some small studios have stopped showing them and are just releasing them on VHS? Yeah, and today there's a movie with the same teen gangster theme, Bad Boys, which is at least set in 1980s Los Angeles. This 1950s Oklahoma story is something only newbies like us would be sent into." Ronald, Nisida walked over. "Looks like you've found 2 reporters. I don't have to worry anymore. How did your chat go, huh? You're not a reporter." The 2 reporters looked embarrassed. "I'm Ronald Lee, here for the premiere." Nisida handed the press release to the 2 reporters and pulled Ronald to the front to take photos with the actors. "Hey, Tom," Ronald hugged Tom Cruise warmly. He had finally made it big, with film offers pouring in thanks to Paula Wagner. "You know what? Paula got me another movie role, and the lead is a newcomer you promoted. She speaks very highly of you. She even said I'd like to work with you on a movie." "Oh, really? Who is it?" "Lee Thompson. We're going to Pittsburgh soon to film All the Right Moves. Do you have any advice?" "Yes, when filming in Pittsburgh, it's best to bring allergy medication. The air pollution there is terrible. At night, your nostrils are full of dust, which is very uncomfortable." "Oh, is that so? I'll get ready right away." Paula Wagner quickly jotted down what Ronald said. "What's the story of this movie?" "What genre?" Ronald asked Cruise. "It's about youthful exuberance, a high school student who gets a football scholarship and then leaves this small town. Lee Thompson plays my girlfriend." "A football scholarship? I know. I'm just playing a tackle, which is believable for a high school team. The movie also says he's doing it to get into college, majoring in mechanical engineering, and he's unlikely to go pro." Tom Cruise knew about his height, so the movie made some changes to accommodate him. Well, what can I say? Best wishes. Lee Thompson is indeed a very talented actress. Ronald, Nisita pulled him aside again. My assistant just brought this from the office. It's a postcard Helen sent you. She said she's very grateful for your reminder. Huh? Ronald happily took it. He saw that Helen had written a message on the postcard. She really listened to Ronald and didn't film the dangerous scene of taking off from the water, but instead had his stunt double do it. The stunt double got tangled in wires during practice and suffered a minor injury. In the end, the crew decided to take a picture of Helen, enlarge it to life size, and then stick it onto a wooden model. They would then use a camera to film the puppet being quickly pulled out of the water to cover it up. Along with a postcard, they sent the picture of Helen that they planned to stick onto the puppet. She had one hand raised, her blonde hair flowing, a red cape billowing behind her, and her tight-fitting clothes, short skirt, and leather boots made her look particularly alluring. Ronald kissed the photo, carefully put it away with a postcard in his breast pocket, and said, "Thank you for bringing it to me." He shook hands with his assistant and casually handed him a banknote as a token of gratitude. HMPH. I'm never talking to him again, Diane thought, having seen Ronald approaching but then witnessing him kissing the photo of Helen halfway there. She stomped her foot in frustration, turned around, and ran off to chat with Emilio Estevez, who played the jerk. My father and I bought another novel by Ms. Hinton. That was before. This is now, and I'll personally adapt it into a screenplay. I'll star alongside Tom Cruise, and you'll be the lead. Emilio Estevez was delighted that Diane had come to chat with him and began to boast. On the set of The Outsiders, Diane was the girlfriend that all the male actors wanted, but none of them had succeeded. Your father, Diane feigned ignorance, asking Emilio Estevez, even though Emilio had mentioned it a million times on set. Yes, my father is Martin Sheen. He played Captain Willard in Coppola's Apocalypse Now. I actually had a small role in that movie too, but it was cut so much that only my back was visible. Really? That's a real shame. Diane's performance was very realistic. Otherwise, you could have become famous years earlier. It's okay. I'll adapt the novel I bought myself. You'll be there then, right? Emilio Estevez, who was a bit hunched over, now jutted out his neck even more as he tried to put his arm around Diane. Diane, you're here. Ronald finally found Diane. I didn't see you earlier. Your scenes weren't cut from the final cut, were they? I haven't seen it yet. I heard it's alright. Diane answered Ronald's question rather coldly, but she deliberately took Emilio Estevez's arm. Ronald, long time no see. When can we play another game? This time, we can play tennis. Emilio overheard something that had been cut from the scene and assumed Ronald was deliberately provoking him. With Diane holding his arm, he suddenly felt a surge of challenge. I'm not good at that, Ronald thought, recalling the days he'd practiced tennis relentlessly for his dream. He realized he could only hit powerful shots and would be easily outmaneuvered. Really? I thought you were omnipotent, Emilio Estevez retorted sarcastically. Just as Ronald was about to retaliate, a woman suddenly appeared from behind and tugged at Emilio Estevez. Emily, Kelly, what brings you here? Emilio Estevez was startled and pulled the woman named Kelly aside to talk. Kelly was fairly pretty, but her personality seemed that of a typical Latina American housewife. Emilio easily dismissed her with a few words, much like a Catholic father waving his hand to tell his mother to do the laundry and cook. Who is she? Diane stood 3 feet away from Emilio, arms crossed. She's, well, a friend, a print model at Wilhelmina Models. She wants to talk to me about something. Something? Yes, she wants a role in my adaptation of Hinton's script. Yeah, sure. Diane, of course, didn't believe the nonsense and left Emilio and Ronald to find her father, Bert. I haven't heard anything about a romantic relationship between Diane and Emilio Estevez. Ronald, confused, decided to ignore it. After all, Diane had come of age earlier this year, and even her father, Bert, couldn't control her. Soon, fans of Coppola and Hinton's novels began to flock to the theaters, and the film began showing. Sure enough, Warner Bros.'s requirement of a 90-minute runtime meant the film was heavily edited. Many important plot points from the novels were cut, leaving not only novel fans dissatisfied but also ordinary viewers drawn by Coppola's fame struggling to understand some of the foreshadowing. This film isn't a simple plot like High Concept, it's the kind of drama Coppola excels at, focusing on character relationships and story progression. This editing, well, No wonder even a critic like Roger Ebert, a big fan of Coppola, has had his reservations. Looks like this film's box office prospects are bleak. Chapter 409 MTV Channel Warm-Up. When I was young, I'd listen to the radio, waiting for my favorite songs. When they played, I'd sing along. It made me smile. Karen Carpenter was a rare genius of this century. Regardless of critics' accusations, she was a regular in the top 40 and, to date, the most played artist on every easy-listening radio channel in the country. The MTV host was introducing Karen Carpenter, the lead singer of the Carpenters, who tragically passed away last month. This was a memorial program for her, with several of her most popular songs playing repeatedly on MTV. Ronald stood up, turned down the volume, and continued discussing the auditions for his Terminator with Cameron. Cameron was very keen on his true directorial debut and pulled Ronald aside to help him choose suitable actors. This is Michael Biehn, this is Arnold Schwarzenegger. They both auditioned for the role of Kyle Reese, the human resistance fighter and father of John Connor, the future resistance leader. Why did he choose Kyle Reese? Don't you think he's the best choice for Terminator? Ronald picked out a picture of Schwarzenegger, the actor who played the Terminator in the sequel he'd dreamed about. Now, he was even more muscular than in his dream. I think so too. Cameron pulled his chair into a more comfortable position. But Schwarzenegger's agent doesn't like the villain role and wants him to play a hero. You know he played Conan the Barbarian, so that's some leverage. Actually, sometimes agents can't control their clients' decisions. Sometimes, many agents actually make decisions for their clients without their consent. I think you could talk to him directly. Is that so? Cameron doesn't have an agent. He's been ripped off by agents before, so he's not very familiar with their strange practices now. Anyway, he's coming to audition for the Rebel Warrior role. Agents aren't allowed in the audition room, so just tell him directly. Okay, let's do that. You can check out the actresses too. Ronald picked up a bunch of actress audition photos. The competition for actresses in this industry is far fiercer than for actors. Jodie Foster, Diane Lane, Tatum O'Neal, familiar names floated by. Your audition director is bluffing you. Jodie has refused to act in domestic films for over a year. Diane is about to join a big production. It'll take a long time. And Tatum, you need to check her mental state. Ronald made a gesture of pinching half his nose to inhale. Huh? Cameron took the photos and put them aside. But Sarah in the script is an 18-year-old coffee shop waitress. They're all a bit old. He pointed to the remaining photos, each with an actor's resume on the back. It's okay, the actresses are all pretty, and they look young on camera. Besides, more mature actresses are easier to work with, they have more experience and can better understand your intentions. Whatever you say, Cameron said, taking the remaining photos of the actresses. Sigourney Weaver, Diane Keaton, Catherine Turner, okay, take your time choosing. Ronald looked at the television again. The music video for What a Feeling, the opening theme of Flashdance, was playing on MTV. The song had been playing on repeat recently and was very popular. Even radio stations frequently requested it. The song ended, and a close-up of Jennifer Beals appeared, speaking. You walk there, the music starts, and you can feel its rhythm. Something inside you is awakened. Bursting forth with a crack, the scene then switched to Alex, the protagonist of Flashdance, performing a seductive wet dance in a bar. Is this the trailer? Ronald thought, getting up to turn up the volume. Her name is Alex, and she works in a male-dominated world, the narration began. It really is a trailer. It was the first time Ronald had seen a trailer for an upcoming movie on MTV. This is a great promotional channel, Flashdance. If you ever have a dream come true, it can change your life. The narration ended, freezing on the Paramount logo, with a caption, Premiere April 15th, I have things to take care of. We'll talk later. Ronald rushed out of Cameron's apartment and drove towards Atlantic Company. I saw the Flashdance trailer on MTV today, and I think it's a great promotional channel. Could we increase the marketing budget and air it on that channel? Ronald explained his idea to Atlantic Company's distribution and marketing manager. I'd love to, Ronald. But right now we're waiting for the box office performance of Girl in the Valley. If it's a big hit, we can increase it. But what? Ronald asked eagerly. However, Portrait Records has an agreement with us that they want MTV to focus its advertising resources on their music videos. That way, even if we can air trailers, we won't have many slots. And you know, Girls of the Valley's box office returns aren't fast. So we might have to take out a loan. Okay, I'll go talk to the manager at Portrait Records first. The manager of Portrait Records Los Angeles office received Ronald. It's not a big problem. Actually, Atlantic Records doesn't have much budget for advertising. If you have extra budget, we can give up some resources. Anyway, we've seen your trailer, and it basically uses Girls Just Want to Have Fun as background music. That's great. I'll go talk to Atlantic Records again. If it really doesn't work, I can personally cover some of the costs. Movie audiences are getting younger now, and there aren't many TV stations like MTV that focus on teenage audiences. Advertising there will definitely be effective. Besides, Flashdance is also running a large-scale trailer ad campaign. I believe those two producers aren't fools. Okay, I'll contact the MTV advertising manager, and we can discuss how to allocate the timing and frequency of the ads. Soon, the MTV manager arrived at the office, and the three of them watched the trailer Ronald had directed. We have no objections in principle. Your trailer and the original music video use the same song as the background. We've already had a similar collaboration with the movie Flashdance, where the music video and trailer were broadcast together. In fact, our contract doesn't need to be changed, we just need a supplementary agreement between both parties regarding the airing time. That's great. Ronald was delighted. He planned to go back and discuss additional investment with the people at Atlantic. By the way, Ronald, you're a rising star in the film industry. I have some questions I'd like to ask you, the MTV manager interrupted Ronald. Please go ahead. Here's the thing, our MTV channel is broadcasting 24/7, but the late night ratings are too low. Most teenagers don't listen to music videos late at night because it's too noisy and disturbs their families. So we'd like to try broadcasting movies, which wouldn't be so noisy. But we can't afford the high purchase costs. So I was wondering if you know of any channels where we can buy some inexpensive movies, preferably music-related, but not too old musicals. Now that you mention it, I remember a movie called High School Rock. Have you seen it? Ronald suddenly remembered this old movie. I've seen it. It's really good. Liv Randall, the rocker, the MTV manager, had seen the movie and was deeply impressed by the lead actress, PJ Souls, who played the female lead, the rocker. You know what? I was involved in the filming of this movie, and I know the producer and the owner of the film's rights, Mr. Roger Coleman. He's a big shot in Hollywood. Coppola and Scorsese both started their careers with him. Oh? Really? That's great. We contacted New World Productions, but they said they no longer own the rights to previous films. Let me give him a call, you two can talk. Thank you, Mr. Coleman. I didn't expect to be able to acquire so many teen-friendly movies. You have a real treasure trove. Let's start with these 5 movies from Rock High and try out the effect of late-night teen movies. Of course, it's a pleasure working with you. Working with a teen-focused TV station always reminds me of when I made my first movie. I was barely 30 then. A few days later, Roger Coleman signed a package deal with MTV, selling the television broadcast rights to the New World films he owned. If it went well, they would continue working together. Let's celebrate. Ronald skillfully took a bottle of wine from Coleman's cabinet and poured a glass for all 3 of them. Cheers, Ronald, you always bring me good luck. I'm happier than if I made money selling these film rights. Seeing Jim and Gail establish themselves in the film industry makes me very happy. Hollywood needs more talent like you, not those higher-ranking executives. Then make me happy, Mr. Coleman. Ronald laughed heartily. This connection would bring him a hefty commission. Okay, we'll stick to our previous agreement and give you a 10% commission. Roger Coleman whispered the figure in Ronald's ear. Thank you, Roger. Ronald smiled broadly. This deal had virtually no cost to Coleman. It was simply converting old films to cassette format and reselling them. Therefore, he could offer a generous commission. After leaving Coleman's office, Ronald took the MTV acquisition manager with him to the office of the manager in charge of MTV's advertising placement department, the same manager who had initially connected Ronald with the deal. I have some ideas. If I close this deal, you'll give me a commission, not a large one. Could I forego your commission and instead exchange it for some airtime on MTV to play the trailer for my Come at Night? I don't care about the quality of the airtime, as long as the number of plays is guaranteed in the 2 weeks leading up to the release. The 2 MTV managers discussed it briefly. This arrangement would actually benefit them. It would simply involve using their power during off-peak hours to give Ronald more plays on films that wouldn't sell. Often, early morning and late night plays were just bonus plays for clients. No problem. We can handle that, thank you." Ronald, using his wits, secured some more advertising time for Comet Night and went home, secretly pleased with himself. "Hey Ronald, I talked to Schwarzenegger using your method, and he's willing to play the villain in Terminator. Anyway, his English isn't standard. He has an Austrian accent, and his lines would be a big problem if he played the lead." "That's great. Congratulations on securing the 2 male leads." That evening, Cameron called with good news. The agent had indeed rejected Cameron's offer without Schwarzenegger's knowledge. "So when do you start filming?" "That's a problem. I'll probably have to wait about 10 months. Schwarzenegger is also filming the sequel to Conan the Barbarian, Conan the Destroyer. We have to wait for him." "Why? Can't you find another actor?" "Well, it's like this, Ronald," Gail chimed in from the side. "Remember the plagiarism project I mentioned last time? They're still planning to approve it, just a completely rewritten version of Jim's script. We've now locked in Schwarzenegger as the actor. He's at least a minor star with one blockbuster film, so he has some appeal. This way, they'll know their film won't be as successful as Jim's original, which is why they'll abandon the plagiarism attempt. To get Schwarzenegger involved, we had to postpone filming for 10 months. We also hope Schwarzenegger will bring some exposure to the film. If his Conan the Barbarian is a hit, it'll be a windfall for us." Well, best of luck to you and Jim. If there's anything I can help with, feel free to contact me." Chapter 410 The Grand Premiere of Lightning Dance. On April 15th, Ronald, dressed in a tuxedo, arrived at the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood for the grand premiere of Flashdance. As a co-producer, he was to take photos with the 2 producers, the director, and other key members of the production team. Of course, bearing the title of co-producer, a designation bestowed with special honors for his contributions to the film, Ronald also had the opportunity to give interviews and casually mention his new movie. Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer stood proudly at the theater entrance. Don Simpson, a former Paramount executive fired for dozing off during a meeting, a serious case of napping, and Jerry Bruckheimer, a film industry outsider with only a background in financing, were surrounded by reporters and colleagues, enjoying the pinnacle of their lives. Photographers' flashes constantly illuminated their faces, and one by one, members of the production team and colleagues attending the premiere approached them for photos. With the help of his assistant, Ronald also walked to the photo area in front of the TCL Chinese Theater to greet the 2 producers. "Hi, Ronald, you're here. Great. I didn't see you at the Oscars 4 days ago," Jerry greeted him warmly. "Haha, Ronald, check out our movie. The test screening was a huge success." Don Simpson pulled Ronald over for a photo. "I wasn't nominated, and I had a script to write, so I watched the broadcast at home." Ronald smiled and stood shoulder to shoulder with the 2 producers, posing for photos. This year, the CAA had a mixed bag at the Oscars. Director Sidney Pollack only received a Best Director nomination, sharing a similar fate with Spielberg. Neither of the 2 Jewish directors won. The big winner was Gandhi, which swept Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor. Only the Best Actress award went to Meryl Streep for Sophie's Choice. CAA produced My Fair Lady won Best Supporting Actress, with Jessica Lange taking home the trophy. "See you later." Ronald left the reporters and entered the theater. The reporters' flashes were brighter than the studio lights. It would be difficult for anyone but an actor to handle. Only actors are adept at capturing beautiful poses without blinking in such situations. Inside the theater, a bunch of reporters were also busy interviewing the beautiful leading lady, Jennifer Beals. "Jennifer, this is a movie with a lot of dance performances, and you don't have a dance background. How did you practice to perform the dance moves?" "Thank you. The producers arranged a great teacher for me, and I did a lot of training before filming started." "Jennifer, what brand is the t-shirt you're wearing on the poster? Was the design with the cutout neckline a special design?" "That was a coincidence. It's my own t-shirt. It shrank after being washed in the washing machine. When I was filming an indoor scene in Los Angeles, my hood got stuck, so I had to cut it open. I didn't expect a costume designer to say it looked good, so they kept it." "Jennifer, are you really a student at Yale University?" "Jennifer, have you really never acted in a movie before?" The reporters surrounded the leading lady, asking her all sorts of questions. "Hi, Cynthia, it's great to see you here. You look well. How is it going? Did your agent handle things?" Cynthia Rhodes was also there, and Ronald asked her about the situation. Stallone's brother had stopped bothering her, probably on Stallone's orders. Her agent was also looking for new film opportunities for her, but the feedback wasn't promising. Perhaps she would have to start over with small-budget productions or television series. "Hi, Adrian," Ronald saw director Adrian Lane standing to the side again. He seemed unhappy and didn't go out for an interview. "I'm afraid if I go out, I'll be unable to resist cursing Paramount, and then they'll kill me," Adrian Lane told a joke with a wry smile. He was very dissatisfied with Paramount's demands and was forced to cut about an hour of film, leaving only a simple story in the entire movie. "I heard the test screenings were great. Now all the producers are cutting the runtime. There's nothing we can do about it." Ronald comforted his old friend, director Lane, found his seat, and sat down quietly to wait for the movie to begin. The Chinese theater was large, but it was packed. Paramount was very satisfied with the test screening, so they invested heavily in organizing the premiere, not only hiring Hollywood's most famous theaters but also inviting a large audience. From the moment the film started, the whispers in the back of the theater never stopped. The striptease scenes were all included, and the male audience members constantly murmured their approval, with one or two occasionally whistling. Adrian Lane's anger was justified. Much of the non-mainstream content of the protagonist Alex and her boyfriend Nick was cut, not to mention the almost complete removal of other supporting characters' storylines. All the characters, except for Alex, showed little development. They remained the same from the beginning to the end. Only Alex was placed in the spotlight, transforming from an insecure person into a radiant dance academy student. However, this dramatic weakening did not disappoint the audience. Many dance sequences were beautiful, and the removal of subplots did not hinder the audience's understanding of the main story. Most importantly, the film kept the audience on the edge of their seats, giving them no time to skip a bathroom break. Ronald didn't know how this was done. Was it the director's editing skills? Or the actors' convincing performances? Perhaps during filming, the actors were all driven by a burning desire to become famous and to do a good job. Most of the actors in this film were newcomers to the industry, all hoping to achieve instant fame with this movie. Director Lane was very good at letting them shine, and everyone gave 100% of their performance. Finally, the lights came on, and the audience spontaneously applauded. Then, Erin Cara, the singer of the theme song, came back on stage to perform What a Feeling Live. 2 years later, she had a new song to perform on a variety show. The screening ended, and the audience began to leave. Ronald also stood up to leave when a couple rushed forward against a flow of traffic, shouting at the two producers and the director, "Why? Why isn't my name on the credits?" From the American accent, Ronald recognized the woman as Marlene Jahan, the dance double for the lead actress Jennifer. She was desperately trying to get an explanation from the producers, while her husband, Peter Tram, was pulling her back. "Where are my bodyguards?" Don Simpson yelled. Two burly men approached, intending to forcibly remove Marlene Jahan. Ronald quickly stepped forward. This scene, unfolding in front of the still-present media, was too unsightly. Jerry Bruckheimer also intervened. Stopping the bodyguards, Ronald pulled Marlene Jahan aside and spoke a few words. Marlene quieted down, remaining silent. This was a powerful Hollywood occasion. She and her husband had no standing here. Ronald was giving her and her husband a chance to leave gracefully. The group moved to a dressing room, leaving behind the reporters who had already noticed the problem. "Why isn't my name listed?" Even the Crazy Legs routine, which only involved a backspin, had credits. "Why didn't I get a single name when I danced most of the dances for Jennifer?" Marlene Jahan protested loudly as she entered the dressing room. "I'm sorry, Marlene. This wasn't just our decision, it was ultimately Mr. Eisner of Paramount who made the final decision. We can offer you some financial compensation," Jerry Bruckheimer explained, being more reasonable. "But it's not about the money. I need this resume to back me up. My agent has already found me an audition for a supporting role in a movie. Now, the experience on my resume doesn't match the credits, and I'll be seen as a fraud," Marlene said, leaning against her husband, distressed. "There's nothing I can do about it. You either take the check and leave, or you can hire a lawyer and sue," Don Simpson said arrogantly, pulling out an agreement from his bag. It contained Marlene Jahan's waiver of her right to sue Paramount and the producers over the credits issue. Jerry Bruckheimer took out his checkbook, wrote down a number, and handed it over. "I don't want the money, I just want what I deserve," Marlene said angrily. However, Ronald had already seen the gleam in her husband Peter Tram's eyes when he saw the amount on the check. It seemed that sooner or later he would help the studio persuade Marlene to accept it. How about this? If you have issues with your resume, I can, as a co-producer, write you a letter of recommendation. That way, you won't have any problems going to the audition." Ronald offered to help. "That's fine, I can sign it for you too," director Adrian Lane said. Jerry Bruckheimer nodded, and Marlene's most pressing problem was solved. "Okay, thank you." Marlene thanked Ronald and the director, bowed deeply, signed her name, and left without taking the check she had received in exchange for losing her signature. Her husband, Peter Tram, quickly bent down to collect the check and chased after her. "What's going on? Why is Mr. Eisner so insistent on not letting her sign?" Ronald asked. "All the marketing for this movie is based on one fact: the beautiful Jennifer Beals can dance. Exposing that would cause a lot of damage," Don Simpson replied, chin raised. He was only willing to explain because Ronald had helped him persuade Marlene to leave. "Okay, I understand. So Crazy Legs, who did a backspin, and Sharon Shapiro, who did her gymnastic stunts, can both be credited, since they did very few stunts, which is acceptable to the audience. But Marlene performed almost all of Beers' dance moves, so crediting her would expose Beers' reputation for beautiful dancers, correct?" Don Simpson snapped his fingers. Ronald said goodbye and left, seeing Marlene and her husband Peter still at the door. Peter kept trying to comfort his wife, Marlene, and finally managed to get a smile on her face, and she didn't want to tear up the check anymore. Peter smiled too, folded the check, and put it in his pocket. The two were happy again. "Marlene, I'm leaving. If you have any problems with the audition and need my testimony, you can have them call my agent." Ronald handed over a business card. It was a small favor, but he wanted to help. After all, Marlene had been treated unfairly. "Thank you, Ronald," Marlene Jahan replied in a French accent. "I know you and Adrian are good people, it's just that producer Don Simpson, he wouldn't even inform me beforehand. If he had informed you, things would have been messed up. You could have sued him," Ronald thought. Don Simpson seemed arrogant, but he was all calculating. Get the job done first, then settle things with money. Anyway, you still had to make a living in Hollywood. You couldn't afford to offend Paramount. It was nothing. "What role did you audition for?" "It was a stripper role, like Cynthia Rhodes in Flashdance. I heard about her and then got the lead role in Sylvester Stallone's new film. Actually, my dancing isn't any worse than hers. If I get a supporting role this time, maybe I'll get a lead role next time." "This is my husband, Peter. He's also a dance double, and he recently got a job." Marlene started introducing her husband to Ronald, hoping to make an impression so they could be remembered in the future. "Yes, Mr. Ronald. I'm Peter Tram, currently working as a dance double for Kevin Bacon on the set of Full of Energy." Ronald quickly said goodbye and left. This husband seemed like a shrewd and calculating man. Getting entangled with him was a waste of time. But Full of Energy also used dance doubles, right? It seems that finding someone with both acting skills and dancing ability isn't easy these days when making musicals. Chapter 411 Valley Girl released. Flashdance grossed $4 million in its opening weekend, surpassing Gandhi and My Fair Lady, both of which saw a significant box office rebound after winning the Oscar, to claim the top spot at the box office. With simultaneous release in over 1,100 theaters, it averaged $3,500 per weekend, a huge surprise for Paramount in a sluggish April. Below it was Coppola's The Outcast, which, in its third weekend, had only grossed slightly over $2 million, a 30% drop from the previous week. The audience of readers of the original novel was rapidly dwindling, and Warner Brothers was already reducing screenings. Ronald's gaze continued downwards. In 8th place was Atlantic's new release, Girl from the Valley, with a weekend total of $1.8 million, just above the re-release of E.T. the Extraterrestrial. Ronald was very happy. This was especially remarkable for a low-budget film like Girl from the Valley. This film, with a production cost of only $700,000, couldn't even afford a premiere. Essentially, the first week's box office would recoup the production costs. He drove to Atlantic, where the entire office was bustling with activity. In the main office, the distribution team was busy making calls, trying to secure more screenings of Girls of the Valley for theaters. President Tom Coleman was meeting with Martha Coolidge, the film's director. Ronald sat in the outer lounge, drinking tea. "Hi, Martha." The office door opened, and Martha Coolidge walked out with a serious expression. She nodded to Ronald without saying a word and left. "Ronald, please come in." Tom Coleman ushered Ronald in. Smaller companies generally showed respect to directors of blockbuster or potentially blockbuster films. Perhaps noticing the expression on Ronald's face, President Tom Coleman explained, "We secured nearly 500 theaters for Girls of the Valley, but Martha thinks it should be more. Oh, you know, the weekend box office per theater is $4,200. The president took out a cigarette, lit it, and slowly took a puff. Higher than Flashdance. Ronald's first reaction was disbelief. He'd seen The Valley Girl, and it was a slightly quirky, somewhat heartwarming romantic comedy, above average but not by much. We only released it in California and major East Coast cities, so a higher average box office is reasonable." Oh, Ronald understood. The film's target audience was urban teenagers, specifically those from more open-minded regions on the East and West Coasts. Some of the quirky content might not resonate with inland audiences, which is why Atlantic Cinemas hadn't explored it. However, such high per-theater box office numbers made Atlantic Cinemas' distribution strategy seem overly conservative, which was probably why Director Coolidge was dissatisfied. "Can't you add some more theaters for distribution? It's difficult. We're a small distribution company. Generally, theater chains have already signed distribution agreements with big companies, unless our film's box office far surpasses that of our competitors. But right now, the charts are either huge hits or Oscar winners, so theater chains can't easily adjust their schedules. Look, our total box office is only ranked 8th, Ronald nodded. He had come to discuss the release arrangements for Night of the Comet, hoping that since they had made money from Girl in the Valley, they could sign up more theaters for his film. "Actually, we're not a conservative company," the president said, taking a drag of his cigarette, worried Ronald might not be satisfied either. "The main reason we haven't rolled it out on a large scale is because Martha Coolidge was sued. She insisted on the film's title, Girl in the Valley, which happens to be the same as last year's top 3 hit song. The song's creator sued us, and last month the court ruled that we weren't in violation because we didn't use that song as background music, and the court believed that the audience wouldn't confuse the song with the film's title. But this lawsuit has dragged on for a long time, and many theaters weren't very optimistic about us before, fearing that the judgment would be unfavorable to us." "Tom, what about My Comet Night? When are we planning to release it, and approximately how many theaters will it be showing in?" Ronald asked. Tom Coleman pointed to Ronald. "Today is the day to discuss this plan with you," he said, pulling out a distribution schedule and explaining it to Ronald. "Our expected revenue will be good. With a single screen revenue, many cinemas are expected to add more screenings, so we estimate our box office revenue could exceed 10 million. With this revenue, we can apply for preferential loans from banks, so we can find at least 1,000 cinemas for the scheduled opening date." "That's great," Ronald beamed. This number was much better than he had imagined. "We'll give Girl of the Valley a month, and then the third weekend of May will be your Night of the Comet. By the end of May, Star Wars, Episode 6 and 007 will start vying for box office dominance, and we can find a gap to squeeze in. 4 weeks later, judging from Girl of the Valley's trend, it seems she can still hold a place on the box office charts." Ronald thought to himself, "They can't possibly pull them all out at once, can they? It's difficult to make a breakthrough. The market in big cities is limited, and the box office for teen comedy films generally drops quickly. Of course, we will adjust according to the situation. In short, out of 1,000 theaters, we will try our best to ensure your new film is shown, at least 700. Ronald was very happy. With the money from Atlantic, they could immediately expand the screening scale and produce prints. After a long period of hard work, it was finally time to meet the audience and decide the winner. After finishing this, Ronald went to see Cameron. Gail wasn't the housewife type, and her house was a bit messy. Cameron was sitting alone at the table, typing incessantly. The commodity computer that Ronald had given him was displaying lines of text. On the other side of the table was a typewriter, with a stack of typed papers on it. "What's this?" Ronald asked Cameron curiously, picking up the papers as Cameron stopped. "This is a job Gail found for me. You know, Terminator was delayed, and I was penniless, so I had to write scripts for the studio." "How, me too." Ronald saw the title was Aliens. "Is this a sequel to Alien? Directed by Ridley Scott?" "Yeah, they think it's time to start a sequel," Cameron said, noticing Ronald's serious look. "What do you think?" "I deliberately typed it in 2 places to keep the 2 projects separate. I'm not sure, but the alien scenes are disgusting and terrifying. It won't be easy to surpass them." "That's exactly what I was thinking," So I titled the sequel Aliens. This way, it'll focus on action scenes. Like a hero constantly killing multiple aliens to rescue humanity, action plus horror, Ronald thought, not bad. Sequels are really hard to write. You have to maintain the original characters while also adding something new. What? You're writing a sequel too? Yes, a sequel to First Blood. I plan to have Rambo serve his sentence in prison and then go to Vietnam to rescue prisoners of war abandoned by America. But Rambo has PTSD in the original, and he also has a very negative view of the government and his homeland. I'm still figuring out how to bring about this change. Use love. Love heals wounds, that's right. I'll try to find him a Vietnamese girlfriend. Let's exchange ideas after we finish writing, okay? Cameron said, resting before getting back to writing. By the way, how's your lead actress search going? Deborah Winger is interested, and we're in talks. Oh, she's good. She's a good actress with a strong yet gentle side. After saying goodbye to Cameron and returning home, Ronald finished the outline for First Blood 2 and submitted it to Stallone for review through Nishida. If approved, Ronald would receive his first payment and continue. But the next day, Nishida told him that the outline had been rejected. Why? What's wrong with it? Ronald had expanded the story entirely based on Stallone's. Sly said you spent too much time on Rambo's transformation, leaving him insufficient time for his battles in Vietnam. Nonsense. You're going to start with Rambo being released from prison and wreaking havoc in Vietnam. Why not just change the name? How are viewers who saw the first movie supposed to switch gears? Nishida glanced at Ronald, got up, and closed the door tightly. I don't know, is it because of that incident? SHXT. Really? Ronald was shocked. Just because his brother attempted to rape Cynthia Rhodes, he was taking his anger out on him? I protested to Mr. Ovitz, but he was very firm. Then forget it. If Stallone was unhappy with him, then any revisions would be pointless. I can just sell some stock. It's not like I'm starving. Don't say that. I've got you a new screenwriting job. Nishida breathed a sigh of relief. When he went to Ovitz's office to protest that morning, Ovitz scolded him, telling him to go back and think about Stallone and Ronald, who could bring more profit to CAA. If Ronald insisted, things would be difficult. This time it's not someone I've offended, is it? Ronald joked. Of course not, Nishida laughed. Quite the opposite. It's your benefactor. It's Frank Price, the president of Columbia Pictures, the one who paid $350,000 for your debut screenplay, My Brother's Protector. Recently, he was ousted by his new owner, Coca-Cola, for letting E.T. the Extraterrestrial escape, which Universal Pictures picked up. But he can stay at Columbia for another 6 months before officially leaving. And now, another record company owner wants to enter the film industry and asked him for recommendations. Considering the musical screenplays you wrote for Stallone and RSO Records, Frank Price remembered you. My Brother's Protector wasn't made, and he wants to settle things before leaving. How much? $200,000, to adapt a news story. You want it, of course. Why wouldn't I? Frank Price is usually reliable when it comes to paying. Ronald rubbed his hands excitedly. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Karate Martial Arts. Jerry Weintraub is a Jewish man from a poor background. Through his boldness and hard work, he called Elvis's manager day after day for over a year and finally convinced Elvis to come back from retirement and hold a national tour, earning his first fortune. He later became the tour promoter for Frank Sinatra, the famous leader of the Rat Pack, and Bob Dylan. He also organized and planned large-scale concerts for bands like the Carpenters and the Beach Boys. In addition, he managed the famous singer John Denver. However, his most famous management deal was with his wife, Jane Morgan. This famous singer was 13 years older than him, and the two slept together within 2 hours of meeting Jerry Weintraub. Soon after, Jane Morgan divorced her husband and married Weintraub. This was Jerry Weintraub, a shrewd, greedy, street-smart, yet friendly Jewish businessman with many friends. Ronald arrived at Jerry Weintraub's mansion in Beverly Hills. One wall of the enormous living room had floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the mountains below. A huge, custom-made leather sofa sat Jerry Weintraub, tall with a typical Jewish nose and a shrewd expression. "Darling, I won't disturb your business discussion any longer, Jane Morgan said, rising from the sofa and going to another room. Mr. Weintraub, I wonder what kind of story you wanted me to write through Mr. Frank Price. It seems Frank wasn't lying to me. You are indeed a talented and capable young man. Jerry Weintraub stood up and shook hands with him. Growing up in the Bronx, New York, he possessed an extraordinary intuition. He could quickly discern friend from foe at first glance. This intuition had helped him navigate the ups and downs of life, making him a music mogul. I was once credited for Altman's film Nashville, but I truly entered the film industry and produced a film last year with Diner. It had a $5 million budget and ultimately grossed $14 million. Initially, the distributors weren't optimistic about the film. They even dozed off during screenings. I threatened to buy the film and distribute it myself, and only then did they take it seriously, resulting in a substantial profit. This sparked my great interest in the film industry. I felt that many Hollywood producers had lost their sense of audience taste and trends, so I wanted to give it a try. Ronald listened quietly. Weintraub was clearly a very egotistical person, wanting to dominate every conversation. Especially with a young director like Ronald, he felt he knew less about the intricacies of film than he did. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't write screenplays and needed an expert to handle the project. Frank recommended you to me, and I've checked your resume. You were involved in the recent Flashdance, which I'm very happy with. Because the story I want to film is also based on a true story that was in the newspaper, let me take this. Jerry Weintraub handed Ronald his wineglass, then got up and searched his large desk for a moment, retrieving a photocopy of a newspaper. I always pay close attention to the news. There are great opportunities there. This article caught my attention the day my wife and I went to see Flashdance. Weintraub handed the photocopy to Ronald. Ronald took it and read it. It was a story about a child who was constantly being beaten by thugs in his neighborhood. His mother was a single mother, and after begging her, he enrolled in karate training. After long-term training with a Japanese instructor, he gained practical fighting skills. He eventually won the local karate championship. Because he had the ability to defend himself, the thugs who used to beat him came to apologize, and no one dared to bully him anymore. The biggest lesson I learned from learning karate is that once I learned how to protect myself, I don't need to use karate to fight others in life. Martial arts are not for bullying others, but for self-defense, the child said at the end of the interview. Do you think this little story about martial arts could be expanded into a movie script? Jerry Weintraub stared into Ronald's eyes and asked the question. I'm afraid I'm still a bit thin. I need to add some different elements, Mr. Weintraub. Ronald didn't mince words. The core of the story here is actually about a weak boy who overcomes his enemies and himself through martial arts training. That's the kind of story we Americans love. In the American context, karate isn't just Japanese karate. Jeet Kune Do, the martial art of Bruce Lee, can also be categorized as karate. It's any unarmed combat technique. So, the scope of this term can actually be expanded to include all karate martial arts. However, just this one story isn't enough to move the audience and develop the characters. I think since he's a young man, he definitely needs a romantic love story. Martial arts here kills two birds with one stone, helping him defeat the bully and also winning the heart of the beauty. Ronald simply took out a pen and started drawing a diagram on the back of the photocopy. And this karate dojo also needs an instructor to teach this young man, a master, plus some villains to defeat. That's how you build a solid story. Ronald certainly didn't want to make R-rated exploitative films his whole life, so he constantly watched classic Hollywood movies, especially studying the works of screenwriter Billy Wilder. This helped him figure out some techniques, making his presentation to Jerry Weintraub quite persuasive. You know what? You just convinced me that I'm willing to hire you to write the script for this movie. Jerry Weintraub respected professionals. He always focused on the essentials, leaving the details to more capable people. Hearing Ronald's words, although he didn't quite understand them, it was clear that Ronald knew how to write a script. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Weintraub. Ronald was pleased. Another $200,000 had been taken. Call me Jerry, Ronald. Want some brandy? Jerry Weintraub was delighted after confirming the screenwriter after the interview. He took out another glass and poured one for Ronald as well. This is the first time I've started planning a film from a story. Before, people would come to me with scripts. What kind of help do you need? Feel free to ask. I think I need some advance payment. I can do some research. I practiced high school wrestling and know a little Chinese wrestling, which is an ancient art. Also, karate was popular in America in the 1970s, but it declined after Bruce Lee's death. I'll find some friends who know karate and study the moves carefully. You know, these kinds of martial arts films, like musicals, need to design visually appealing moves beforehand for the film to be good. Some moves are practical, but they don't look good on camera. And some moves don't have a real purpose, but they're very visually striking on camera. It's up to you. Have your agent talk to me about the contract, the two clink glasses. Do you know why I like this story? Because I really admire the Japanese. Their management skills and hard work are remarkable, just like the art of karate, fast, direct, and powerful. Jerry Weintraub put down his glass and mimicked Bruce Lee's movements, striking a couple of blows. Actually, karate didn't originate in Japan, it's a martial art from Okinawa. And this martial art was transmitted from China. Ronald had practiced karate a few times at a dojo in Los Angeles and had talked a lot with the instructor about its history and techniques. Right, that instructor wasn't at the dojo anymore. He'd try to find him and talk to him, maybe he could learn more details. What was his name again? He'd have to go back and find his business card. Excellent. This is exactly the kind of plot I want to see in movies, historical, ancient, mysterious, and deadly. Jerry Weintraub became increasingly excited as he spoke. But right now, we still need to make this master Japanese. These days, when Americans talk about the Japanese, they think of them as powerful, admirable, and fearful. We need to use that emotion to make him seem Japanese. That'll make it believable. Jerry, you might not know, but Ryukyu is the ancient name for present-day Okinawa. We can have our master born there. It fits the historical facts of karate. Great. Jerry Weintraub downed his brandy in one gulp. Back home, Ronald started rummaging through his collection of business cards accumulated over the years. Finally, in a corner of a shoebox, he found Daryl Vital, the karate instructor he had sparred with before. Do me a favor, Richard, find this guy. He's a karate instructor who used to have a dojo in Venice Beach, Los Angeles, but he moved a few years ago. Maybe we can get information about him from the Karate Association. Ronald went to the CAA and casually handed the search to his agent, Richard. Nisida had already brought a contract and a $20,000 advance check. Ronald thanked her and accepted it. Do you know who got the script for First Blood 2? Nisida asked with a smile. Who? Your friend Jim Cameron. Stallone heard about his reputation with the robot script and remembered him. Haha, perfect timing. He's short on cash. I'll give him a call. Jim Cameron was already busy writing the script for the Alien sequel and revising his own Terminator script, keeping him incredibly busy at home. Now, with the third script's characters arriving, he's even busier. He's placed the 3 scripts in different locations, set aside 4 hours a day for each, and broken down the writing and revision process, switching locations to continue writing at set times. Jim, I brought you something. Ronald handed Cameron a document he had written. What's this? Gail took it. It's some plot points and ideas I wrote when I was writing Rambo 2. Use it if you think it's useful. Oh, I don't know how to thank you. I'm already so busy, and now I've taken on another one. Why don't you take a break? Sigh, I have a family to support, and Sarah has agreed to divorce me, so I have to pay alimony, Jim said softly. Then use it as you see fit. Anyway, Stallone and I have fallen out. Just don't let him know it was my idea. And you, me? Don't worry. I found another job. Chapter 413 Field Trip. Daryl Vital is no longer in Los Angeles. I checked his former karate dojo, but it's closed and the company has been dissolved. His name isn't in the phone registers for Los Angeles and the surrounding counties either. I'm trying to find his last rental record. He might have moved to another city. Richard reported to Ronald in his office about the search for the karate instructor. Thank you, Richard. If we can't find it, I'll try something else. Ronald was satisfied with Richard. He was always very attentive to the tasks assigned to him. Here's the karate and Japanese American information you requested, records from various libraries in Los Angeles. I called and asked around. Richard took out another sheet of paper listing several libraries that held relatively complete historical records of Ryukyu karate. Because the Japanese were hostile to America during World War II, they didn't have the comprehensive cultural institutions in Los Angeles that other ethnic groups had to collect and preserve their own historical records. Many existing cultural institutions were built with money from Japanese companies after the economic boom, and they don't have much native Japanese American history. For the next few weeks, Ronald spent his time in various libraries, searching for information about karate and the history of Japanese Americans. He carried index cards, noting down interesting historical details. If the library offered photocopying, that was even better. He would pay a small fee to photocopy old magazines and newspapers. Even more convenient were the university libraries in Los Angeles, equipped with microfilm systems. He could search online, retrieve microfilm, browse it under a special microscope, and print out the materials he needed. Ronald's research revealed that Japanese Americans had actually settled in California on a large scale before World War II, introducing traditional martial arts like karate and judo to the West Coast. Before Bruce Lee's rise to prominence, karate emphasized stopping short of a direct hit, stopping before striking a vital point. This approach displeased the passionate American public, resulting in few spectators at karate tournaments. It wasn't until Bruce Lee demonstrated some of his signature moves at a karate tournament that public interest in karate was truly piqued. Various competitions began to be organized across the country. Influenced by Bruce Lee's philosophy, different rules for real karate fighting were established, all centered around scoring by striking valid parts of the opponent's body. However, the rules varied from tournament to tournament. Some simply prohibited strikes to vital areas like the eyes, throat, and groin. Others prioritized safety, requiring extensive protective gear and prohibiting even kicks to the head or strikes to the back. In general, karate competitions in California remained chaotic, with each organization holding its own events, lacking a unified organization or association to set standards, resulting in significant differences in skill levels. That day, Ronald emerged from the Albert Kinney Memorial Library near Venice Beach, a repository of materials on early Japanese Americans in Los Angeles. Ronald had lived there for a time while filming Rock and Roll High and had also run a portrait photography studio for a period, earning some money. Breakdancing is becoming increasingly popular in Venice, Los Angeles. The scene in Flashdance, where the female lead and several Latinos and black men learn to dance, has become a new trend. Ronald saw several young men gathered around the terrazzo floor, imitating the dance moves from the movie. One of them, a young man on crutches, was correcting others' movements and giving instructions, seemingly the local breakdancing leader. Intrigued, Ronald stopped to watch. Why were so many dancers so devoted to a disabled person? Come on, handyman, the young men clamored, urging the disabled man to perform. Handyman literally means repairman, but this nickname was rather unusual for someone on crutches. Not only were his legs impaired, but Ronald also noticed some developmental delays, a typical symptom of polio, making him unsuitable for the physically demanding work of a repairman. Handyman didn't refuse. He threw down his crutches and collapsed onto the terrazzo floor. Then, with hands ready, he took a starting stance and began his Thomas Flair gymnastics move. His legs were weak, but that didn't hinder his movements at all. They were almost dazzling. Then, with a somersault, he began to spin again, using his back as a fulcrum on the ground. Despite his leg disability, his movements were fluid and beautiful. His disabled legs, when spinning, showed no signs of any problem. He relied entirely on his hands for support. No wonder his nickname is Handyman, Ronald exclaimed, clapping spontaneously. Ronald, is that you? A middle-aged woman carrying a bag passed by and called out upon seeing Ronald. Ah, Mrs. Weber, hello. Ronald recognized her as his former neighbor in Venice, whom he had hired for portrait photography, along with her daughter. Ronald gave her a warm hug. I'm still working in the film industry, but it's been a while since I've seen you. How are you? How have you been? How's your daughter? I'm doing well. My daughter graduated high school and is working as a cashier at a supermarket. She works very hard, and her boyfriend is a nice Latino guy who works at a law firm after graduating from college. Mrs. Weber had some Irish ancestry and actually had a long-standing feud with her British cousin in America. They were also predominantly Catholic, so they didn't shy away from marrying Latinos who were also Catholic. Moreover, Latinos could go to college and work at law firms, making them excellent marriage prospects for Mrs. Weber's daughter. He bought Mrs. Weber a cup of coffee. The reunion with an old neighbor was an unexpected surprise. Ronald decided to set the protagonist's background around Mrs. Weber's family. An Irish single mother, for a job opportunity, drove with her daughter, in the script, her son, to Los Angeles to pursue her dreams. The protagonist's dream girl is set in an upper-middle-class family in the suburbs. She owns a large house, her father has a high-paying job, and her mother is a full-time housewife. She's also the school beauty. Her boyfriend, a classmate, is also wealthy and middle-class. He has violent tendencies and forms a bullying group with other boys, constantly harassing weaker boys. One day, when he's beating the protagonist, his girlfriend discovers his violence and breaks up with him. The boyfriend blames the protagonist and, failing to reconcile, continues to bully him. The protagonist is often left with bruises on his face and body. Unable to endure it any longer, the protagonist finds a karate training class and becomes an apprentice to a Ryukyu karate master, learning the authentic Ryukyu karate techniques. He shines in the championship, winning the title. However, the protagonist's dream girl, seeing him also learn martial arts and win through violence, is reminded of her violent ex-boyfriend and becomes indifferent towards him. The school beauty's ex-boyfriend failed to get back together again, and this time he came to beat up the protagonist to vent his anger. Having mastered martial arts, the protagonist defeated the bully and forbade him from harassing his ex-girlfriend again. When the protagonist finally managed to deliver a powerful blow to the bully, he lowered his fist, because having martial arts didn't necessarily mean using the same violence to retaliate. The female protagonist, who happened to witness all of this, changed her opinion of the protagonist because of this incident and kissed him. After finishing the main story, Ronald began painstakingly adding details and character anecdotes every day. Without the help of dreams, he estimated the film might not do well at the box office and might not be made into videotape, as he hadn't seen it in his previous life. While Ronald was working hard every day, The Valley Girl had already entered its fourth week of screenings, and his comet night would take over next week. He went to the Atlantic Pictures office again, where Martha Coolidge, the director of The Valley Girl, was also present. Ronald chatted with her briefly. In the first 2 weeks, The Valley Girl had received quite good reviews, but the average box office dropped by 30% in the second week. The film, originally slated to end its run a month later, only saw a 5% drop in box office revenue in its third week. Atlantic, believing a positive word-of-mouth turnaround, added 100 more theaters, hoping for a sleeping hit. However, the fourth week's box office was disappointing, plummeting by over 40% from the previous week. After 4 weekends, Girl in the Valley's weekly box office had fallen below $1.5 million. Atlantic's predictions were largely accurate. This type of urban teen romantic comedy has a very concentrated audience in large cities, and the potential audience is rapidly dwindling. Atlantic concentrated its screenings even more on theaters that had performed well initially, and the total number of theaters showing the film has now dropped to just over 200. They estimate that the decline will continue next week, with weekly box office revenue falling below $1 million. Anyway, the total box office is approaching $9 million. I finally succeeded, Martha Coolidge said with great emotion. The film was difficult to make, but fortunately, the final result was good, and she's not worried about losing her place in Hollywood. Yes, congratulations. Your debut film has grossed over $10 million at the box office. If it goes on a long run, it could easily surpass $15 million. Good luck to you too, Ronald. I hope your film is a success as well. Ronald knew that Martha Coolidge was still a little unconvinced. Her film's weekend per theater box office was quite good, around 2,000. If his comet night couldn't significantly surpass it, Atlantic Cinema would still allocate more theaters to Her Girl in the Valley. Chapter 414, first day of release. Girl Just Want to Have Fun. MTV was still playing his own music video and the trailer for Coherent Night on repeat. Cyndi Lauper's single had also climbed into the top 10 on the charts. Portrait Records was very pleased with this result. It was an unexpected bonus for a small record company like theirs. Seeing the single had a chance to break into the top 3, Portrait Records began to increase its airing of the single on MTV. They also aired the Coherent Night trailer several times. Ronald turned off the TV, put on comfortable clothes and sunglasses, and prepared to go to the cinema to see his second film as a director. The meager production and marketing budget meant there was no premiere or media interviews. Ronald would have to buy his own ticket to see it at a nearby cinema. He once again chose the cinema in Sherman Oaks. Both of his films had been filmed there, making it perfect for his first official screening of Coherent Night on the big screen. Ronald chose the first showing of the evening at the ticket window, then bought a pizza from the pizzeria where Jennifer Jason Leigh used to work, and ate it with a Pepsi. The movie theater across the street was almost ready to start, and Ronald noticed that many of the moviegoers were couples, but there were also quite a few singles or groups of boys, and many of the singles were wearing glasses. Seeing that the showtime had passed and the audience was fully inside, Ronald got up to have his ticket checked. The theater is the second one on the left, the restrooms are upstairs, the ticket collector said mechanically, tearing a corner off Ronald's ticket. "Ronald," a woman's voice called from behind. Ronald turned around and saw it was Catherine Mary Stewart, the lead actress in Coherence. She was also wearing sunglasses, and her style of dress was completely different from her character in the movie, so the ticket collector next to her didn't recognize her at first. "Huh, you're here too." Ronald knew Catherine was also afraid of being recognized and had only entered the theater after the movie had started. The two entered together, and Ronald even bought a large bucket of popcorn, like a couple on a date. Once inside, Ronald and Catherine found a quiet spot on the back row near the aisle. Ronald wanted to observe the audience's reaction. Catherine, on the other hand, had a mix of anticipation and anxiety. This was her first time seeing a complete film on screen. She was both excited about her performance becoming an instant hit and worried about audience reception. Soon, the commercials and trailers ended, and Night of the Comet officially began playing. A comet hurtled towards Earth, emitting a dark red glow, and the words Night of the Comet appeared in the center of the screen. The credits rolled, lead actor, producer, and finally director. Ronald sat up straight. The plot was rapidly unfolding, the audience seemed quite engaged with the beginning, and Ronald felt somewhat relieved. "Oh," a gasp rippled through the audience as the stepmother slapped Regina's sister, Samantha. Seeing two beautiful women fight on screen was unusual, and the real slap excited them. Then came the intense red lightning caused by the comet, and everyone outside covering their eyes. The audience was satisfied, the lightning effect was good. Only Ronald felt it wasn't bright enough. The scene shifted to the next morning, the sky completely blood red, a sun rising above the skyscrapers. Everywhere was deserted, where the comet-watching crowd had been, only clothes and shoes lay scattered on the ground, along with some red powder. "Oh," several audience members exclaimed excitedly. "So that's how comets destroy the world. How cool." Finally, the horror was about to begin. They seemed to be horror movie enthusiasts. Regina, working as a projectionist at the cinema, woke up first. She got dressed and went outside, only to be struck on the head by a very tall, burly zombie with a wrench and dragged out through the back door of the cinema. The sudden violent scene jolted the audience awake, and the sound of popcorn and cola being consumed quietly filled the air. "Don't you hate people who buy pirated movies?" Catherine Mary Stewart whispered to Ronald. Haha. Regina woke up next and played a few more rounds on the video game console, finally pushing DMK, who had disrupted her high score streak, off the leaderboard. She discovered that the back door her boyfriend used to leave through was blocked. She tried to push the back door, which was covered by the old movie red dust, but couldn't open it, so she went around to the front door. There were many clothes and shoes on the street, along with red dust, which Regina didn't understand. When she reached the back door, she found it blocked. Regina kicked it angrily and then noticed a blood-stained wrench on the ground. She began to feel that something was wrong, and the background music changed from cheerful to suspenseful, as if zombies might pounce out at any moment. The audience was also stirred up by this emotion, and even the sound of popcorn being consumed decreased. Regina picked up her boyfriend's motorcycle keys from the ground, now realizing something was wrong. She walked towards the other motorcycle, and as she passed a wooden crate, a zombie suddenly appeared. Even though the audience had a premonition, they were still startled. Regina looked at the zombie, still somewhat confused. "Are you dressed as a Halloween ghost? Giving me money and causing trouble?" The zombie yelled. Come on my foot. Let me tell you, I was trained from a young age to protect myself. I learned self-defense. I don't want to hurt you." The zombie still approached step by step. The audience saw a close-up of his face, his terrifying gray skin and red scars, along with some blood. "Oh shit." Regina struck the zombie on the bridge of his nose with the heel of her hand, then kicked him twice in the groin. She turned to start the motorcycle, but the zombie grabbed her and threw her to the ground. Regina grabbed a wooden stick and hit the zombie on the head, then kicked him in the head. The zombie was hit on the head by a nail from a wooden stick and fell to the ground, motionless. Regina picked up the motorcycle keys, ran to the motorcycle, quickly started it, and drove off. The audience was now completely silent, clearly engrossed in the plot. "Oh, I didn't expect to look so dashing on screen. I thought you'd made me look like a tomboy," Catherine Mary Stewart said to Ronald. Samantha wore more skirts, and Catherine had been a little worried that her character, Regina, always wore pants. "You guys looked great in that fashion show in the mall." Kevin Costner, playing Hector, had escaped from his home back to the radio station. He and his two sisters fought off the approaching villains and zombies, and were finally rescued by soldiers sent from the Biological Research Institute in the bunker. The group boarded a helicopter. The audience breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't expected strange things to happen in the bunker. The biological experts seemed to be hiding something. There were also some places inside that Regina and Samantha, the survivors, couldn't go. Scientist Audrey, Marie Voronov, is tasked with dealing with the two sisters. She also discovers that the bunker's ventilation shafts open during the comet's passage, contaminating everyone inside and causing them to gradually turn into zombies. Ronald notices the audience's breathing becoming heavy again. They sit glued to the screen, some fidgeting and squeaking in their seats. Nobody wants to go to the restroom and miss the plot, so everyone is holding it in. Despairing, Audrey injects herself and another colleague with a poison originally intended for the sisters, committing suicide to prevent themselves from becoming zombies. Regina becomes suspicious. She explores the inaccessible areas of the bunker alone and discovers that all the survivors are being kept as artificial blood by experts already infected with the toxins. Their serum can be used to cleanse their bodies of the toxins and slow the zombie-like process. Regina kills the zombie-infested bunker inhabitants, rescues the two children, and escapes the bunker. Scientists and soldiers from the bunker caught up, but Samantha and Hector, who arrived just in time, used explosives to defeat the pursuers, and the group, along with several children, drove away from the bunker. The next day, they returned to downtown Los Angeles. Rain washed away the red dust, clearing the sky. Regina and Hector teamed up, playing the roles of parents with the children. Finally, a sports car pulled up, and Danny Mason Keener, the survivor played by Nicolas Cage, picked up Samantha for a date. The film ends with a shot of the DMK sports car's license plate. Ronald quickly occupied the restroom, hiding inside to listen to audience feedback. One by one, male audience members filed in. The movie was so exciting, so good. "Samantha, she looked so sexy in that cheerleader uniform. I think the zombies were really realistic, no worse than Dawn of the Dead, especially the one who cleanly and efficiently killed Regina's boyfriend with a wrench. Haha, didn't you realize the director hates piracy and deliberately gave him a tragic ending? Do you guys think there really is a comet that returns to Earth every 60 million years and wipes out most life? I don't know, but it's certainly possible. The extinction of the dinosaurs in the Cretaceous period, and the previous mass extinctions, all had a vague cycle, exactly 60 million years. Are you kidding? Aren't we? It's not that accurate. I heard it from someone who claimed to be a PhD in paleontology and geology. How do you know so many amazing people? Hey, I met them through, well, you know. Ronald didn't quite catch where the person was referring to, but it was probably some kind of high school science club. Regardless, the fact that these viewers continued to discuss the plot and performances for a long time after watching the show is a very positive sign. Chapter 415 First Weekend. Karate should be a philosophy, not a skill. Ronald copied down some text about karate that he had excerpted from the library, then stared at the monitor for a long time, unable to write a single word. Ugh, he slammed his hand on the keyboard. I can't write without inspiration, without a karate instructor like Vital to discuss things in detail. Much of what he had learned remained superficial. Adding to this, the release of Comet Night made Ronald restless and unable to focus on writing the script. Comet Night hadn't had a special screening for film critics beforehand, only a preview screening for the general public. This was because they didn't have the money to print a complete version. A copy with editing marks would only make critics laugh and wouldn't produce any positive reviews. So they decided not to invite any, letting them freely enter the theaters after the release and write their honest opinions. With a low-budget film, everything was out of their control. Without professionals and a large investment, Ronald began to miss the advantages of big studios. "Ronald, the review for your new film is out," his agent Richard called. "This is the only copy today." "Oh, which newspaper?" Ronald asked expectantly, hearing there was a review. "The Valley Daily News, the entertainment section of a newspaper in the San Fernando Valley." "What's it about?" "The Valley Girls Triumph." Richard cleared his throat. "That's the headline. With a song Valley Girls topping the charts, Hollywood is definitely not going to let this subject pass. Following Martha Coolidge's Valley Girls last month, Atlantic Pictures has released another exploitative film based on the theme of Valley Girls. The story takes place after a comet destroys most of Southern California's population, and two Valley Girls, with their innocence and naivete, indulge in shopping and dating in the post-apocalyptic world. This further reinforces the stereotype of Valley Girls. The director seems to have a particular fascination with young girls' legs. The characters' introductions almost always begin with close-ups of the girls' feet and calves, without exception. Even when one of the female leads, Samantha, walks out of the elevator, it starts with a glimpse of her legs through her cheerleader uniform. Okay, stop reading, Ronald sighed. I'm not into calves and feet, but Kelly Maroney had to audition for another project, so I had to use a body double for that scene. Ha 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 ha. Laughter came from the other end of the phone. I knew you were here, Nisita. Don't be angry, it's just a tabloid in San Fernando Valley. Your review won't be widely available until Sunday, or even Monday. We were just joking. Nisita grabbed the receiver and said to Ronald. Go ahead and laugh at me. Ronald laughed too, his tension easing a bit. The box office figures will take some time to come. I've had Richard keep an eye on things across the Atlantic. But I went to see it with Paula last night, and the attendance was pretty good. I didn't lose focus the whole time, and a lot of people seemed to enjoy it. Go on, I love hearing this, Ronald joked back, though he was feeling tense. By Sunday, reviews from all over the country had been published. Variety's Weekend Edition wrote, young director Ronald Lee, after fast-paced Richmond High School, is back with a teen movie. But this time, instead of repeating the typical school coming-of-age story, he's made a sci-fi film. He's created a visually striking B-movie, borrowing heavily from various sources. I saw the use of liquid sky colors, and we can also see plot elements he borrowed from Trilobite Day, Dawn of the Dead, and The Last Woman on Earth. I describe the film as a successful imitation of numerous sci-fi films, compensating for its lack of originality with a funny, satirical talent. I haven't even seen Dawn of the Dead, except for those two movies, Ronald exclaimed in his CAA office, jumping up upon seeing Variety's weekend review of his film. Is this an accusation of plagiarism? No, if all the plots weren't similar to previous films, you couldn't make a movie. Nisita patted Ronald on the shoulder and handed him a cup of coffee. Then why are they saying that? It's just discrimination against low-budget B-movies, I guess. Don't worry, this kind of writing won't affect your box office performance. On the contrary, it will attract the interest of those who enjoy B-movie budgets. These reporters are very experienced, they'll criticize some parts and praise others. Ronald shook his head. For the sake of the box office, a few criticisms are nothing. Next was the New York Times film review column. Film critic Vincent Camby wrote, Coherence is a well-intentioned, apocalyptic B-movie with a unique sense of humor that adds to the unpredictability of the plot, making it a recommended film for science fiction fans. From the opening narration, it's easy to see that Coherence pays homage to B-movies of the 1950s and 60s. Many call it a comedy, but that's a bit misleading. It certainly has some funny moments and an all-around lightheartedness, but most of the film is also quite straightforward. The film's success lies in its two female protagonists and their very believable reactions to becoming the last people on Earth. Faced with the end of humanity, what will they do? They go shopping for free. Be honest with themselves, isn't that right? Is this a compliment? Ronald asked. You can't expect reviews for a low-budget film like the last time Universal did all the good stuff, Nisita pointed out. Then came Neil Gaiman, the film critic for Interview magazine. Ronald recognized it as the magazine of the eccentric New York artist Andy Warhol. This is one of the funniest, most witty, most imaginative, and most thought-provoking films I've ever seen, and what's more, it was made on a budget of $1.2 million, which is practically no budget for a sci-fi film, you know what I mean. Catherine Mary Stewart and Kelly Maroney both do a great job in their roles. They are Valley Girls, but they're not cartoonish, like the kind of Valley Girls in Frank Zappa's #1 hit song. In a comet wizarding, zombie stumbling movie, these girls actually have a foothold in the real world. Another highlight of the cast is the ever-great Mary Voronov. This Roger Corman film veteran is perfectly suited for this film. We noticed that director Ronald Lee is also a graduate of the Corman Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, and this film owes much of its success to Corman's filmmaking training. Looks like Mary Voronov's old friends are still doing a good job. Ronald thought to himself, pleased. Interview magazine is quite influential among East Coast teenagers. Many high school students use it as a guide to current events. Such high praise should attract some viewers. Atlantic City scheduled Comet Night for screening in nearly 900 theaters during its opening weekend. These reviews helped draw some audiences to the theaters. The next step depends on the film's reception. If the reviews are good, more viewers will hear about it from friends and family and go to the theaters, further boosting the box office. If the reviews are bad, then that's just a temporary surge, and the momentum will quickly fade. And then there's Cisco and Albert's review show. Nisita grabbed a remote and pressed a few buttons on the TV and VCR. Welcome to Cisco and Albert's review show. The bespectacled and bald men resumed their weekly TV movie review. Bald Cisco preferred the film. I think if the comet destroyed most adults, turning them to ashes, then teenagers would be really happy. They could go to department stores for free dress-up shows, and go on dates with their boyfriends past midnight. Most sci-fi movies portray future human catastrophes too heavily. A film like this, telling the story of an extinction event with a light-hearted attitude, is a very good attempt in sci-fi. Of course, it's tragic for the adults who are wiped out by the comet or turned into zombies. But the audience is drawn into the two sisters, imagining they can wear nice clothes they couldn't afford before, and drive sports cars they couldn't buy before. That's exactly what teenagers dream of. Bespectacled Albert chimed in, I also think the film's approach is interesting. Post-apocalyptic movies usually leave behind adults, men, women, the elderly, and children, but in this film, only teenagers survive. Maybe they were having too much fun and lost track of time. That guy is definitely still holding a grudge against me. I exposed his past during the roadshow last time, Ronald said bitterly, Albert criticizing him sarcastically. Cisco picked up the thread again, I think this movie deserves more screen time. Even though the latest Star Wars movie is coming out in 2 weeks, I still urge theaters to give them more screenings. Those who haven't seen it yet should go see it. Bald guy, you still like my movies, huh? Ronald lamented. Albert continued, I think this movie is lackluster in terms of science fiction. The director just cleverly combined popular elements like science fiction, teen, romantic comedy, zombie horror, and Valley Girl to grab a trend. I don't think it will become a movie that people remember for a long time. Cisco disagreed, no, that's not it. I know you love science fiction more than I do, but I want to say something good about Ronald Lee. The point here is that many science fiction directors are keen to teach the audience. They always have this mentality, you don't know what the future is like, I'm smarter, so I made a movie to show you. Ronald Lee didn't have that burden. He didn't make the audience feel that the future was necessarily bleak. Instead, he let you explore it yourself. The audience had a sense of mystery about the film's ending, rather than pessimism. The future might be good. Just like the ending of the movie. Okay, I reserve my opinion. Let's look at another new film, Snap. Nisita pressed the pause button. That's all. Will they say that in the newspapers? No, Atlantic didn't do PR for them. So your film is just part of the weekly film review segment, but they often disagree, and generally, films with differing opinions have better box office performance. After another anxious day, on Monday evening, Tom Coleman, the president of Atlantic Distribution, called personally. The box office statistics are in. The total box office for the 3-day weekend was 3.58 million, 898 theaters, with an average box office of nearly 4,000 per theater. We won again. Phew. After finishing the call, Ronald collapsed onto the sofa, feeling completely relaxed, as if he were taking a hot bath. The weekend's box office of 4,000 per theater, while not as high as that of Girl from the Valley, was significant. However, Comet Night had been released in nearly 900 theaters nationwide, unlike Girl from the Valley, which was only shown in fewer than 300 theaters in major cities on the East and West Coasts. Considering that his film had more screenings in multiplexes and its occupancy rate was undoubtedly higher, Martha Coolidge could accept her defeat and couldn't complain about him stealing her box office. The film's total weekend box office of 3,580,000 ranked fourth among all films, behind only two new releases, Blue Thunder and Breathless, and Flashdance, which had already been a box office hit in its fifth week. Chapter 416 Victory Party. On Tuesday night, the box office numbers continued to perform well, and Atlantic Pictures threw a celebratory party for Comet Night. Atlantic went all out, booking a large room at the Hilton Hotel for a buffet party with champagne, oysters, and various desserts. People involved in the film attended to offer their congratulations. Ronald, dressed in a tuxedo and bow tie, greeted acquaintances and strangers alike. The first week box office was poised to surpass $5 million, a foregone conclusion. Recouping their investment in the first week, the heads of Atlantic Pictures were brimming with confidence. "Ronald, why don't you sign a long-term contract with us? We'll invest in all your scripts from now on. This way, you won't have to worry about financing, and we can focus on developing distribution channels." It's a win-win situation. President Tom Coleman personally brought Ronald a glass of champagne, urging him to sign a contract for at least 3 films. "What kind of films do you want to make? How much can you invest?" Ronald knew, of course, that Atlantic wouldn't invest in every script. There were conditions. "Of course, it's movies like Night of the Comet. We predict that movies related to teenagers will be the next direction. Your and Martha Coolidge's movies have proven this. As long as we follow the proven formula, we can reap more success." A proven formula, yes, a teenage audience, plus various genres. Or rather, making genre films for teenagers, teenage horror, teenage romance, teenage science fiction, teenage family relationships. We can make as many successful teenage versions of successful genre films as there are successful ones. That's a great idea. I'll discuss it with my agent. Ronald lightly clinked glasses, unwilling to commit immediately. Atlantic Pictures seemed to have tasted success and wanted to continue to make big profits with low-budget teen films. However, Ronald still had doubts about Atlantic Pictures. Atlantic hadn't performed very well in this film distribution. The release date was in the gap between several big-budget summer releases, and they didn't have the financial strength for marketing. In terms of connections and experience, they were starting from scratch. Rather than saying their distribution business had a great start, it would be more accurate to say they had stumbled upon 2 good movies. Perhaps we should wait and see how their film performs and how well they generate revenue from theaters. That's a great idea. I'll have my agent talk to you some more. Ronald pushed his agent towards him, smiling as he clinked glasses with Tom Coleman. Excellent. Next time something like this happens, just pass it on to me. Nisita, who had been watching Ronald closely from a distance after Tom left, quickly moved closer. He kept an eye on Ronald like a wild animal guarding its territory, watching every move of anyone trying to poach him. This way, he wouldn't hinder Ronald's social life, and he could keep an eye on anyone trying to recruit him. Almost all the cast and crew of Night of the Comet attended the party, except for Kelly Maroney, who played Samantha. After the film's release, Maroney landed her dream role in a television series and had already returned to New York to film. The television series that Catherine Mary Stewart had originally filmed also called to ask her to return. The writers had revived her character, bringing her back to continue her antics with the other main characters in a daytime soap opera. This is one of the reasons Ronald enjoys directing his own films. Those high-ranking executive producers in Hollywood have little ability to discern the quality of actors. Their theories are nothing more than hindsight advice after the actors and directors have achieved success. When a film is a success, all the actors benefit immensely. At least other production teams will remember their success with coherence and offer higher fees. The same applies to the crew. Production designer John Muto, with his wide range of interests, has already been offered a visual direction role for an animated film and several live-action films. Cinematographer Arthur Albert is even more sought after, with numerous TV series, music videos, and commercials lining up to have him as cinematographer. Given the film's meager budget, the remarkable apocalyptic effects made both of them invaluable assets. The industry generally believes they deserve a large share of the credit for the success of Coherence. Special effects supervisor James Cameron completely won over the 2 investors of Terminator, Orion and Hume. Gale said the producers sent by the studio had also become much more friendly towards them. The 2 had to leave early to go home and finish writing the scripts for First Blood and the sequel to Alien. After seeing Coherence, the 2 producers readily gave Gale advance checks. With such special effects skills, they were very confident in writing scripts that required various alien and explosion effects, believing they had benefited from signing Cameron before the film's release. William Morris's Italian-American agent, Ed Limato, also joined in. "Ronald, you're a good lad. My 2 clients have both taken a step up after this." "Cheers, don't say that. I'm just here to thank Ronald on behalf of my clients." "Who can take him away from you?" Limato joked with his fellow countryman, seeing Nisida, who had been standing by him since he arrived. After Kevin Costner made this film, he earned some money and received offers for other commercials. He could now spend more time taking acting classes instead of working as a carpenter at Paramount Studios to make ends meet. Nicolas Cage was even happier, having starred in 2 consecutive low-budget blockbusters, one as the lead and the other in a cameo role. His film offers were going smoothly under Lamato's guidance. If it weren't for his preference for projects that would hone his acting skills, he would have received offers for several commercial productions. Ronald was pleased that his film had increased the value and opportunities for those involved. That's how Hollywood works. If you can increase someone's value, they will be willing to work with you. With such a good reputation, he wouldn't have to worry about finding established actors to star in his films in the future. "Hey, Mary, I haven't thanked you for the compliments you gave me at Interview magazine yet." Ronald saw Mary Voronov approaching and went up to hug and congratulate her. That bastard Andy Warhol actually hired a college graduate to write film reviews. Mary was as straightforward as ever, saying whatever came to mind. But the result was still pretty good. "They praised your performance in the whole movie to the skies. That kid really wrote it well." Mary downed her champagne in one gulp. "Do you have any new film offers?" Ronald asked. Since Roger Corman sold New World, Mary Voronov's film roles had been inconsistent. "I've received a lot of offers for TV movies, but I'm not greedy. Actually, your acting skills are still being wasted." Ronald knew that TV movies were filmed on film stock, but intended for television broadcast, not theatrical release. These movies were usually narrow screen, with camera work and lighting heavily influenced by television. For Mary Voronov, appearing in TV movies was as easy as drinking water or eating. "You should be careful, Ronald. A stable income is the most important thing. Now even blockbuster movies are being released on videotape. In the future, all that meticulously crafted acting will be no different on the small television screen. It's better to make more movies and earn more money." "Yeah, you're right." Ronald had also heard the news. Paramount's Flashdance had only been in theaters for 5 weeks, consistently grossing over $5 million each week for the first 4 weeks, only dropping to around $4,800,000 this week. In previous years, such box office results would have been met with celebration and increased marketing spending, but this year, Paramount had already begun recording and releasing Flashdance on videotape. The Supreme Court ruling was in effect, and videotape stores selling and renting out copies were popping up every day in Los Angeles. Paramount seemed very pessimistic about theatrical box office performance, immediately releasing videotapes at the first sign of a decline, fearing a repeat of the rampant piracy of E.T. the Extraterrestrial last year. The thinking of Capitol was simple and practical. Since the ruling was in effect, videotape recording wasn't illegal. Rather than letting pirates or viewers recording at home earn the money, they'd rather earn it themselves. Just then, Richard rushed in. "Ronald, this is the flower delivery record. Should it continue weekly?" It was a receipt for flowers Ronald had instructed Richard to deliver to Helen Slater in London. He took out his checkbook and wrote Richard another check. "Yes, keep sending them at this frequency." Since returning, Ronald had been concerned about Helen being alone on set, unable to visit her often. So he frequently sent flowers to remind Helen and to make his presence felt among the other crew members. "Also, there's news about Daryl Vital, the guy you asked me to find. He's currently learning Wing Chun at the Junfan Kung Fu School in San Francisco. I heard that after he graduates, he wants to open his own karate dojo, teaching Bruce Lee's fusion martial arts philosophy." "San Francisco? How is he doing?" "He's broke. He's actually mastered Wing Chun quite well, and he's also learned many other martial arts from other countries and styles, but he doesn't have the money to open a dojo, so he can only work at the Junfan Kung Fu School to earn money. Then please ask him to come to Los Angeles. I'll cover the expenses. I want to talk to him about the karate-related aspects of the new film script." "No problem, he can come anytime. I'll rent him a motel," Richard agreed. Chapter 417 Gajarayu. Daryl Vital was still the same as ever, curly short hair, a broad nose, and dark skin, looking like a mix of Japanese and Southeast Asian, or perhaps black, ancestry. Although still penniless, Ronald saw a happy disposition in him. "I hope you're satisfied with the conditions here, Daryl." Ronald drove him to a motel near his apartment. Aside from the slightly rundown decor, the accommodations were quite good. "That's nothing. Mental training is also an essential part of becoming a martial arts master," Vital had spent a year in San Francisco, and his speech had picked up some of the style of Bruce Lee's student, becoming somewhat philosophical. What makes me happiest this time isn't the income, but that karate can appear on the American movie screen. Well then, welcome to the team. Ronald then took him to his home to discuss the history and philosophy of karate. You already know a lot about the history of karate, Ronald. After it spread from Ryukyu to Japan, it developed into 4 major styles. I learned the oldest one, which originated in Ryukyu, called Goju Ryu. Goju Ryu, yes, it combines strength and gentleness, combining offense and defense. As he spoke, Vital demonstrated a few basic stances to Ronald. There are 18 stances in total, which are the kata forms practiced in Goju Ryu. Ronald tried to imitate a few, but it felt somewhat like Chinese martial arts, and also had a bit of the feel of Bruce Lee's fight scenes on screen. You're right. Actually, Ryukyu karate originated from Shaolin martial arts, which spread from southern China. The actual founder of Goju Ryu, Mr. Miyagi Chujin, studied under a white crane fist master from Fujian, combining it with the karate he learned in Naha to create this martial art. In 1930, his disciple won the All Japan Martial Arts Tournament, but when asked about his school, he couldn't answer. After returning to Noha, Ryukyu, Mr. Miyagi named the martial art Goju Ryu, meaning a fusion of powerful force and gentle techniques. Take your time. Ronald took out paper and pen and began to write down the secrets of the school that Vital was describing. What you mean by combining strength and gentleness is about explosive power and fighting techniques. Then what do you mean by fighting while neutralizing? Ronald listened for a while, then gestured for Vital to stop and asked. I learned this from Bruce Lee's students at the Junfan Martial Arts School, where they taught him Jeet Kune Do and Wing Chun. Vital stood up and demonstrated a few Wing Chun movements. Chinese martial arts differ significantly from Western boxing in that it doesn't differentiate between offense and defense when executing a move. Boxing offense includes straight punches, hooks, and uppercuts, while defense includes head protection, blocking, dodging, and diving. Offense and defense are never confused. However, in Chinese martial arts, and in the Ryukyu Goju Ryu karate, which is deeply influenced by it, every kata form is both offense and defense. If we just talk about it, it might not be clear. Why don't you try hitting me with a straight punch? Vital invited Ronald to attack him. Then be careful. Ronald stood up, assumed a boxing stance, and threw a punch at Vital's face. Vital blocked Ronald's jab with his hand, and then rotated his wrist, gently deflecting Ronald's jab to the side, thus blocking the attack. Ronald lost his balance, startled, and stopped. Looking closely, he realized that after blocking Ronald's hand, Vital's other hand was already attacking his lower abdomen, stopping just a fist's distance away. I don't believe it. Let's try again. Ronald felt he might have fallen for a trick. Back in the Los Angeles dojo, Vital hadn't been able to beat him. So he withdrew from his ready stance and threw a hook punch at Vital's cheek. Vital again deflected to the side with his left hand, took a half step back with his left foot, and then naturally turned his right side, delivering a palm strike that lightly landed on Ronald's chest, forcing Ronald to take a half step back. This is really interesting. After exchanging a couple of blows, Ronald gradually understood the meaning of counterattack and counterattack. In Goju Ryu karate, the entire body moves in unison. One side rotates and retreats to defend against Ronald's attack, deflecting the force, while the other side rotates forward to launch an attack. And when Vital attacks, his rear hand often contains a preparatory movement to defend against a counterattack. This method might not be very useful in point-based boxing matches, but in situations where kicks are used or in pure street fighting, this technique of defending one's vital points with every move can maximize self-protection and damage to the enemy. So this is what integrated offense and defense means. Ronald mimicked Vital, making a few turning movements. Yes, Goju Ryu doesn't encourage proactive offense. Our philosophy is that karate is for defense. If you were to attack, you'd probably want a weapon. Karate is simply a means of self-defense in the event of a hasty attack, Vital explained. Ronald found this very interesting. This philosophy was exactly similar to that of Danny Weber, the protagonist of his story. Learning martial arts was for self-defense, to avoid being bullied, not for actively bullying others. Not bad, not bad. Teach me how to fight. Ronald asked Vital to teach him the 18 basic kata techniques. Okay, follow along. This is 3 battles, representing the hard aspect of the Gangrao style. When you strike, imagine the enemy is right in front of you, and your nerves and muscles are on high alert. This is turning palm, representing the soft aspect of the gangrao style. You must control your fighting spirit and not let it show, keeping it quietly hidden inside your body, as if waiting for the right moment to explode. Does this turning mean that when you defended against my punch, the way your center of gravity shifted? Yes, you have a good understanding, Ronald. This is actually a characteristic of Chinese martial arts, using small shifts in the center of gravity to deflect force. You need to understand it well. Why do I feel like this movement is a bit like Tai Chi? Ronald remembered Capella showing them Tai Chi practiced on the set of The Outcasts. Haha, you know Tai Chi? That's great. That's the principle. All martial arts philosophies in East Asia are interconnected. Okay, check if my posture is correct. The two of them, one teaching and the other practicing, were having a great time. A short while later, Ronald dodged, spilling coffee all over the table. Let's find a chance to practice at the dojo, Vital said, helping to clean up the broken coffee cups. That's right, it's better not to fight at home. What other styles of karate do you have? Ronald asked. They're all older styles. The most popular one now is Kyokushin Ryu Karate, created by Mas Oyama. Their philosophy differs from Ryukyu Karate. It emphasizes aggressive offense and full contact knockout. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what movie are you filming? There's a Night of the Comet playing right now. If you're interested, I'll take you to see it. Soon it was the second weekend of Night of the Comet's run, and Ronald dragged Daryl Vital to see his movie again. They went to Sherman Oaks again, where parking was convenient and there were various restaurants. After a day of karate practice, their appetites were high, and they thoroughly enjoyed themselves at the All-American Burger and Pizza Hut. Here, Ronald, who was eating, heard a loud shout coming from across the street. He looked over and saw several chubby men wearing glasses standing at the entrance of the movie theater. They saw someone holding a sign that read MISC Films, Night of the Comet, and immediately went up to ask, "Did you post in the news group saying we should meet here? I'm Dave. Hello, I'm Kessel. There are a few of us, so we can go in together. Here are the movie tickets. You need to give me $3.50 each." Ronald recognized the person holding the sign as the student-looking nerd he had seen last time. Looks like the word of mouth is pretty good. So many people are going to news groups to invite their friends, probably one of those notice boards outside university dormitories. It seems like they don't know each other. Ronald took a bite of his burger. Good word of mouth was a good sign. The attendance was good today. Ronald looked around carefully, and it was about the same as the first showing he had seen last week. Watching his own director's movie in a movie theater for the second time, Ronald fell into self-criticism again. He kept taking out paper and pen to jot down areas for improvement. This way, he could better direct and guide similar scenes and performances in the future. It's really good movie. Will your karate movies be this good too? Vital praised Ronald's directing skills. I don't know. I'm just a screenwriter. We can only discuss this if Columbia and the producers hire me to direct. Do you think there's a comet with such a long return period? It's hard to say. In the Kuiper belt at the edge of the solar system, there are many comets with extremely long elliptical orbits, the kind that only appear once every few million to tens of millions of years. Would the extinction scenario depicted in the movie actually happen? Probably not. Comet tails are actually very sparse. Last year, a comet's tail swept across Earth, and nobody even noticed. However, if a comet's orbit is too close to Earth, then it might collide. One of my geology professors has always suspected that the Gulf of Mexico was created by a comet hitting Earth. Really? It's just a movie. Why are we discussing it so deeply? Ronald noticed the group of bespectacled college-aged young people. Was this movie particularly appealing to nerds? Chapter 418, the second weekend. Night of the Comet had grossed over $5.5 million in its first week. With additional theaters showing it midweek, the average weekly gross per theater had surpassed $5,000. This result greatly exceeded Atlantic's expectations. The box office performance during the midweek period didn't drop significantly from the first weekend, indicating strong word of mouth and a possibility that the second weekend's box office would surpass the first. This box office trend made Ronald's second directorial work a sleeping hit scenario. If Atlantic had invested more in marketing and secured more screenings, the opening weekend's potential could have been even greater. However, this was all hindsight. He had chosen Atlantic because only they trusted him to make a good science fiction film. Your performance has caught Mr. Ovitz's attention, and representatives from the 7 major studios have already contacted CAA. Your options for your third film will be much wider, his agent, Nisita, told Ronald in his office. That's excellent, Ronald thought happily. A person standing in the industry is often determined by their past achievements. In the film industry, because box office returns vary so drastically, people in the industry often experience roller coaster-like ups and downs. Take Peter Bogdanovich, for example, the director you know, a former Oscar nominee for Best Director and Best Screenplay. After failing to find a distributor for his girlfriend Strathan's posthumous work, They All Laugh, he bought the distribution rights for $500,000 himself. Then, Peter used his production company to independently distribute the film, spending $3 million. Bogdanovich is now on the verge of bankruptcy, wandering around various film companies, hoping to take on another directing project to earn money to pay off his debts, Nisita said to Ronald. Is it that bad? Yes, he just left CAA. He's a bit desperate now. I think his mansion will soon be in his hands, as Nisita answered. She took a black envelope from a drawer and tossed it over. This is an invitation to the premiere of Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, sent by Lucasfilm. It seems George Lucas thinks highly of you. Nisita had invited Ronald to the CAA for a meeting primarily to deliver this invitation. It's a pity Helen isn't here, Ronald said, pulling the invitation from the envelope. It was a large black letter, folded in half. The cover had a red Return of the Jedi logo. Ronald opened it to find a premiere ticket and a t-shirt. The navy blue t-shirt also had the Return of the Jedi logo on it. It seemed Lucasfilm wanted attendees to wear it. Thursday night at 8 o'clock, Ronald checked the time on the invitation. Yes, you are among the first lucky Californians to see Return of the Jedi. Everyone else in theaters will have to wait until midnight for the midnight showing. Everyone else in theaters. Yes, almost every theater is scheduling Return of the Jedi for the day. After all, it's the highly anticipated finale of the Star Wars trilogy. I need to make a call. Ronald, his face grave, picked up the phone and called the president of Atlantic Pictures. Tom, I heard that starting Thursday, all California theaters are going to show Return of the Jedi? What about our movie? Not starting Thursday, but just Thursday. Our movie will resume screenings on Friday, but the number of screenings will be drastically reduced. There's nothing we can do about it, Ronald. After the weekend, our theaters showing it next week will be further reduced, unless Return of the Jedi isn't as good as expected, but that's Lucasfilm. Okay, how much will it drop? We're trying to negotiate, but with Star Wars above and Flashdance below, whose box office is consistently strong, it's not very optimistic. The number of theaters showing it might have to drop below 900, okay. No, I'm not angry. There's nothing we can do about it. Who told us to run into this behemoth? Ronald hung up the phone, still feeling a bit resentful. His film was doing so well, and the momentum was great. Who could have imagined that Star Wars would have such a huge appeal to theaters? Fortunately, he still had a weekend and a week to rake in the box office. Monday arrived quickly, and the box office results for the second weekend were in. Compared to the first week, the weekend's box office was almost unchanged, still a little over $3.5 million. Atlantic had even transferred some theaters from Girl in the Valley, bringing the total number of theaters showing to 968. The scary thing was Flashdance. Its sixth weekend's box office didn't decline. In fact, it rebounded slightly, just surpassing Coherence by a few $100,000, pushing Ronald's film to fourth place. How did they do that? Ronald flipped through the box office data in The Hollywood Reporter. Flashdance hadn't increased its theater count this week, but in its sixth weekend, it suddenly surpassed its fifth week's figure by over 500,000, showing signs of recovery. Ronald thought for a moment, then called producer Don Simpson. Considering how much he'd helped him, he figured he should explain the situation. Ronald, you're the fourth person to call me about this today. You're very perceptive, Don Simpson replied, yawning, as if he'd just woken up. Who were the first two? Michael Eisner and Katzenberg from Paramount, and Michael Ovitz, president of CAA. No one else has my number. So what's the reason? Did you do any marketing? It doesn't seem like it, Ronald asked. I'm telling you the absolute truth. No discounts, Don Simpson said, seemingly blowing his nose on the other end of the line. Last week we only did one extra thing, released the videotape. Ronald hung up the phone and began to ponder the problem. The 7 major Hollywood studios had spent enormous sums of money and influence trying to prevent VHS from becoming popular in America, yet Flashdance was released on VHS while the film was still in theaters, actually boosting box office revenue, a truly unexpected turn of events. The only explanation was that many viewers who had seen the VHS tape chose to watch it again on the big screen in theaters. They felt the experience in a theater was far superior to watching it on a small television at home. In effect, the VHS tape became a promotional channel. Since most customers who bought or rented VHS tapes were watching with family and friends, they felt it was better to buy a ticket in the theater for a better cinematic experience. As a result, one VHS tape brought in several moviegoers. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang, interrupting Ronald's thoughts. Ronald answered. It was his Aunt Karen calling. "Ronnie, you haven't called your aunt in ages. I miss you, my bad, Aunt. I've been busy with the movies released these past few weeks. By the way, did you and Donna go see it? Donna went and said you did a great job, and that Comet was fantastic. But that's not my cup of tea. I only want to see movies about family life, okay, Auntie? You know I'm only 23 this year. When I'm older, I'll definitely make a family movie, and then we'll go see it together, of course, you're a good girl, I'll wait for that day, but if you succeed in your film career in the future, or not, you promised me you'd go back and get a university degree." Ronald chatted with his aunt for a while, feeling very happy. His family still cared about him. His aunt must have known his new film was being released, which was why she called to congratulate him. Next time, he'd have Richard remind him to call his family first when a new film was released. Ronald continued working on the screenplay for his new karate-themed film. After talking with Vital for several days, Ronald gradually had an idea. He wanted the villain, the guy who bullied the protagonist Danny, to also be a karate practitioner. And he would practice the kind of karate that focused on fierce, no-holds-barred attacks. That's why Danny was so afraid of him, afraid to fight back, and powerless to do so. Finally, Danny found a Japanese teacher and learned the Goju Ryu style, using defense and counterattacks to defeat the villain. Instead of actively attacking the enemy, he would learn the techniques and then counterattack when someone bullied him. This also aligns with the Eastern philosophy of Goju Ryu. Learning martial arts is about preventing bad guys from attacking you, not about attacking others. Ronald felt this story had a deeper layer of meaning than his original version. The competition between the two boys wasn't just about two boys vying for a girl, it was a competition of two philosophies, two methods, and two kinds of wisdom. One was the American tradition of preemptive strikes, using force to defeat those less capable. The other was traditional Chinese wisdom, reactive measures, focusing on doing one's own thing well, and even training in martial arts to avoid being attacked. This added another layer to the story's conflict. The two protagonists' masters were also competing, not in direct combat, but in who could train the better disciple. This structure allowed for the addition of dramatic conflict and emotional depth. "Tony, let me tell you a story. A little boy transferred to high school in Los Angeles and met a beautiful girl there. They liked each other. Ronald went to his usual hair salon and found his stylist, Tony, to tell his story. Ordinary listeners aren't like professional screenwriters, they listen from an appreciative perspective. If it's not entertaining, they won't listen, and this helps Ronald identify areas for improvement. Tony kept responding with ahas to Ronald's story, occasionally asking a question. Danny found a teacher, a Japanese man. He taught him the philosophy of Goju Ryu karate, which is about combining offense and defense. Huh? Tony was confused, continuing to look at Ronald in the mirror as he trimmed his hair. It's about attacking and defending, using only one move. How is that possible? When you punch someone, they have an opening to hit you. Exactly, just like that, a simple turn. Hey, don't move, you'll ruin it. Okay, Ronald ended the story in failure. It seems we need to find a way to tell this learning journey and the Eastern wisdom and philosophy of karate in a way that ordinary viewers can understand. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 Nationwide Frenzy. Star Wars, Return of the Jedi was unlike any other. Everyone arrived wearing Star Wars-themed t-shirts. The queue outside the theater stretched for kilometers, with many fans dressed as characters from the film, some in Darth Vader's black armor, others wielding Lu Xun's lightsaber, and some girls even sporting Princess Leia's double buns. As Ronald walked over, a television station was interviewing audience members. Some said they had been queuing since 6 a.m. and were only on the second line. Passing through the queue, at the theater's main entrance, some lucky individuals with premiere invitations could see the film 2 hours earlier than others. Theater security, in uniform, were maintaining order, allowing only those with invitations to enter. Ronald handed over his invitation, then looked back to see the dense crowd stretching across the street. America is a nation without a rich history. Its people are immigrants from the Old World to the New World, and therefore, unlike the various civilizations of the Old World, it has never had its own epic tales. For these children, Lucas's film trilogy is like an epic tale. And thanks to film technology, it's an epic with figures, visuals, and special effects. Unlike the long-running TV series Starship Troopers, Star Wars is more individualistic and dramatic. Although only 6 years old, it has already left a deep imprint on a generation of young Americans. Star Wars' infiltration of American culture is comprehensive. The SDI missile defense system announced by the president has been widely cited as a reference to Star Wars. His previous speech about the evil empire was also quoted by members of Congress, comparing the Soviet to Darth Vader. The film has entered everyday American language. Although the Academy Awards and the Directors Guild of America didn't favor George Lucas, awarding him only technical awards and not Best Director or Best Picture, it didn't stop the nation's youth from regarding Lucas as the greatest visionary. Ronald greatly admired this ability to embed his films into the language, a more solid and lasting monument than the Oscars. He wondered if he would ever be able to change even a small part of the American language. Besides invited friends from the industry, most attendees were lucky audience members who had written to Lucas and been selected. Lucas himself came to the event to congratulate everyone on the final screening of the trilogy's final installment. Soon, the curtain rose, and the film officially began. Ronald watched the movie with great interest. After the previous film, The Empire Strikes Back, Darth Vader claimed to be Luke's father. For 3 years, many viewers had wondered whether this was a lie or the truth. Princess Leia shed her elegant robes, donned a sexy bikini, and danced for the slave owner Jabba, eliciting a loud swallowing sound from the entire audience. Then Luke appeared, having crafted a green lightsaber, defeated Jabba, and rescued the carbonized Han Solo. The group discovered that the Emperor was developing a second Death Star to destroy the rebellion. After a series of battles, Luke faced attacks from the Emperor and Darth Vader alone. In the final battle, Luke severed Darth Vader's mechanical arm. The Emperor attempted to seduce him into a state of negative emotions, causing him to succumb to the dark side. Luke heard the voices of Obi-Wan and Yoda, and relinquished his anger, fear, and other negative emotions, refusing to surrender to the dark side of the Force. He was then struck by the Emperor's Force lightning. Darth Vader ultimately succumbed to his fatherly love, pushing the Emperor off his throne and falling into space. Sadly, he too succumbed to exhaustion and died. The ending followed Star Wars tradition. Everyone stood together, smiling happily. This time, however, 3 more Jedi spirits were present: Yoda, Obi-Wan, and Anakin, Darth Vader's true form. The audience erupted in cheers and applause. After a 3-year wait, a complete and captivating story had finally unfolded. 10 minutes later, the applause subsided, and several television crews were already waiting outside to interview the audience. Ronald had a car waiting to pick up some guests for the celebration party. George Lucas had finally completed the Star Wars trilogy after 8 years, and he was the king of the night. The celebration party was being held at the nearby Beverly Hilton Hotel. There were mountains of champagne, huge cakes, all sorts of delicious food, and a completely different vibe from typical movie parties, with people wearing t-shirts. Ronald saw his agent, Nishida, had also arrived and greeted him. "Rick, what are you doing here? Are you trying to sign Chewbacca?" George Lucas had fallen out with the Directors Guild, so his last 2 films were directed by directors who weren't affiliated with a guild. The main Star Wars actors were already firmly tied to their agents, and C-3PO and R2-D2, the 2 droids, weren't even eligible to sign agents. So Ronald joked that he wanted to sign the furry Wiki-E. "I came specifically to remind you not to mention Martha in front of George," Nishida whispered in Ronald's ear. "What?" Ronald was a little confused. "Ovitz told me today that George's wife, Martha, cheated on him and wants a divorce. So I came right away to remind you not to mention Martha's name when you congratulate George." "Oh, thank you," Ronald thanked Nisida. George Lucas was currently the highest-earning director, holding 2 major blockbuster film series, Star Wars and Indiana Jones. It wasn't worth risking Lucas's displeasure if he found out about someone else's private affairs. "Congratulations, Mr. Lucas. This film was excellent. It finally fulfilled a childhood dream I had of watching A New Hope. Luke became a great Jedi. I wonder if you will continue to make films." Ronald seized an opportunity to congratulate Lucas. "Oh, Ronald. Hello. Not for now. I'm too tired. I paid too high a price for Return of the Jedi. I think I'll take a break for a while." Lucas remembered Ronald and chatted with him briefly. He didn't seem to be in good spirits. He didn't seem very happy the night the movie was a big hit. "Oh, you don't know, this was a huge blow to George." Nisida drove Ronald home and told him the whole story in the car. It turned out that Spielberg was originally slated to direct Return of the Jedi, but the Directors Guild prohibited its members from working on Lucas's projects. Lucas was rejected by David Lynch, Dutch director Paul Verhoeven, and others, and finally found a Welshman, Richard Marquand, to direct. However, Richard Marquand was autocratic at Pinewood Studios in London and had major conflicts with the 3 lead actors. In the end, Lucas had to take over halfway through filming and fly to London to direct the movie himself. George Lucas and Martha Lucas already had major conflicts because George was too busy with work. Their adopted daughter was left in a luxury hotel by Martha while George was in London. Martha Lucas was originally a very talented editor. Once Martin Scorsese's go-to editor, having collaborated on all of Scorsese's blockbuster and critically acclaimed works, the prospect of her being a stay-at-home wife with a husband who never came home was simply unbearable. Martha later returned to the estate Lucas had bought, focusing on renovating her house. She wanted to cover the library's dome with stained glass windows from Renaissance churches, creating a very artistic feel. However, the stained glass artist seized the opportunity. George Lucas pleaded desperately, but to no avail. The two decided to announce their divorce after the release of Return of the Jedi. They didn't divorce immediately to avoid being distracted by this gossip surrounding the final installment of the Star Wars trilogy. Martha Lucas herself had won an Oscar for Best Editing for Star Wars, A New Hope, and had a deep affection for the Star Wars series, so the two agreed to announce their divorce later. "Oh, how could this happen? The last time I saw them, they seemed so loving," Ronald remarked from the passenger seat. "That's inevitable. Movies, especially blockbusters like Star Wars, often take 1 or 2 years for preparation, filming, editing, and special effects. And a workaholic like George might not even get a proper conversation with Martha when he gets home. Even the most loving couples will have problems, then Martha is doomed. She cheated first, so she won't get much in the inheritance. What does that have to do with cheating? Is that New York state law? California is a state where assets are divided equally." Nisida looked at Ronald in surprise. "Huh?" Ronald was surprised. "I didn't know that. California law stipulates that regardless of who contributed more to the marital assets, they are generally divided equally after a divorce. And usually, the woman who has to support the children gets a larger share." "Oh," Ronald thought, "if I ever get married in California, I'd better not get divorced." The next day, the whole nation awaited the box office results for Star Wars, Return of the Jedi. The final result was $6,200,000. Upon learning this result, Ronald knew that the theatrical release of Coherence would be reduced. By the end of the weekend, Return of the Jedi had raked in a staggering $23 million, becoming the first film in American history to surpass $20 million in its opening weekend. Coherence was relegated to just over 700 theaters, and while the drop in per-theater box office wasn't significant, its total gross had fallen below $3 million, reaching only $2.4 million. Turning on the television revealed a deluge of Star Wars news and talk shows. Major newspapers like the Los Angeles Times were dominated by Star Wars headlines. With the end of the Star Wars trilogy, audiences were bidding a frenzied farewell to the 3 main characters, who represented their own youth. They had propelled this modern American epic from the entertainment section to the front page, from NBC Entertainment News to NBC National News. English-speaking countries like Canada, Britain, Australia, and New Zealand eagerly awaited the film's arrival, with some viewers even taking transatlantic flights to New York to see it. Faced with this global frenzy, Ronald Reagan's Coherence had to retreat. Unfortunately, the film had already accumulated more than 11 million in box office revenue in the first 2 weeks, and with the addition of 2.4 million in the third weekend, it has reached a box office revenue of nearly 15 million. Chapter 420 Asian Pacific Museum. Atlantic Pictures did everything in its power to retain 500 theaters for coherence in its third week. Besides the phenomenal success of Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, 2 new films were released this week, taking up a significant amount of screen time. One was Psycho 2, the sequel to Hitchcock's classic Psycho, starring Meg Tilly. It occupied over 1,400 theaters, showing that Kinnaman was going to great lengths to promote his wife. The other was Warner Bros.' Two Brains, a sci-fi comedy, which also occupied over 1,200 theaters. Ronald's estimate from Atlantic was that this week's total box office wouldn't exceed $16 million. That's the distribution capacity of a small studio. Ronald could only hope the 2 new films underperformed and try to recover next week. Another issue to address was the martial arts techniques in a karate-themed film. Ronald wanted to convey some Eastern martial arts philosophy in the film, ensuring that Danny defeated his opponent without becoming a bully like him. This requires providing the audience with some philosophical concepts. However, explaining philosophy in a film is clearly a thankless task, easily causing the audience to lose interest. Ronald encountered this problem with the hairdresser Tony. And then there are the moves Danny's mentor taught him. How to make these moves instantly understandable to the audience, requiring no further explanation, was a considerable challenge. Moreover, the audience needed to see Danny defeat his opponent using these moves to truly empathize with him. To find a suitable way to present this, Ronald asked Richard to help contact various Chinese and Japanese cultural centers and martial arts schools in the Los Angeles area, hoping to exchange ideas with masters and gain inspiration. On Saturday, Ronald went to the Asian Pacific Museum. The museum is located in Pasadena, the same town where Ronald and Diane went to the concert last time. The Asian Pacific Museum is located in the upper part of the town and was originally a private building. The entire building adopts the Wei-style architectural style of China, with feng shui walls separating the eaves, supposedly for fire prevention. The complex consisted of several courtyards, each with a themed exhibition area showcasing Chinese, Japanese, Southeast Asian, and Native American cultures. In the center of each courtyard was a small garden with a winding bridge, a lotus pond, and a round archway. However, the exhibits and cultural materials were poorly preserved. At first glance, they appeared mostly to be junk. Only a single bronze Buddhist statue in the Chinese section stood out. "I have a big watermelon, I'll give you half and him the other half," came the American-style incantation for the starting posture of Tai Chi. A characteristic of garden-style displays is the ever-changing scenery. A short walk revealed new vistas hidden behind walls. Hearing someone teaching Tai Chi, Ronald turned several corners and finally saw a middle-aged Chinese man instructing a large group of white, black, and Latino people. He wore a white practice uniform with a white cloth belt around his waist, giving him a somewhat ethereal and otherworldly air. Ronald watched as he demonstrated a simple 8-form Tai Chi. The movements were graceful, captivating the group of students. "This guy looks familiar. Isn't he the one who taught Tai Chi on the set when Capullo was teaching everyone?" Ronald remembered who he was. After Ronald finished performing a simplified Tai Chi routine, the middle-aged man approached him and greeted him. "Hello, my name is Zhao Li. Are you here to learn Tai Chi?" "No, I was just browsing at the Asian Pacific Museum when I unexpectedly saw a Tai Chi master like you, so I stopped to take a look." Zhao Li smiled. "If you want to learn, you can come here every Saturday to find me. I'll be here teaching Tai Chi every day, rain or shine, and it's all free. We enthusiasts can exchange techniques with each other." "Thank you. I saw a videotape of you teaching Tai Chi at a director friend's place before. I wonder if you invented these watermelon-like formulas yourself." "Ha ha ha, you've seen that videotape too?" "Yes, because Tai Chi has many concepts related to the ancient Chinese Tao Te Ching and I Ching. People who don't have a certain understanding of Chinese culture may not easily understand the meaning of these concepts, such as yin and yang, or softness and hardness. So I transformed them into formulas suitable for American culture, so that it's easier to learn." However, to truly understand the martial arts effects of Tai Chi, one needs to understand Chinese culture. I teach open courses at California State University, teaching the Tao Te Ching and the I Ching. You can listen if you're interested. Is this all free? Why don't you use this knowledge to make money?" Zhao Li's smile faded. Many friends have advised me to sell my Tai Chi teaching materials, but I feel that Chinese culture has been suppressed too much in America. California had the Chinese Exclusion Act. Until the 1960s, Chinese and white people couldn't intermarry. So I want to spread Chinese culture as much as possible, letting more people understand us. There's a Chinese idiom, subtle influence. The more people understand, the less they'll demonize us Chinese. Chinese culture is a bridge to friendship, but if you could make a blockbuster film reflecting Chinese culture, wouldn't that be a better way to promote it? Haha, you're absolutely right. I'm a film actor myself. If you ever manage to make a blockbuster film about Chinese culture, it would be a great thing for racial reconciliation between Chinese Americans and Americans. Since Bruce Lee's unfortunate passing, the image of Chinese Americans on the silver screen has started to become negative and villainous again. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that to you. Zhao Li smiled, as if seeing Ronald was like seeing a compatriot. It was rare to find a white man who liked Chinese culture, so he couldn't help but say a few more words. He took a booklet. This is my own 36-form Tai Chi manual, with various formulas I invented. I'm giving it to you. You can come here to talk to me when you have time. My teaching time for today is over, and I have to go back to Los Angeles to teach acting classes. Oh, okay, thank you, Zhao Li. Ronald accepted the manual and exchanged business cards with Zhao Li. You're really a director? If you ever have the chance to make a film about Chinese Americans, don't forget me. Zhao Li noticed that Ronald's business card said film director, but there were quite a few people in Hollywood who called themselves directors, so knowing one more wouldn't hurt. Maybe there will be an opportunity in the future. Ronald carefully examined the Tai Chi manual, where Zhao Li had translated many of the Chinese movement names into a way that people in English-speaking countries could understand. For example, white crane spreads its wings was changed to crane-style kick instead of a direct translation of a white crane spreading its wings. This way, it would be easier for Americans to recall the connection between the movements and the names. Ronald decided to modify the Goju-Ryu karate movements in this way, changing those awkward names like Three Battles and Turning Palm to something as simple as I Have a Big Watermelon that needed no explanation. On the way back to the city, he drove over a puddle, and his car was splashed with mud. Ronald drove to a repair shop next to his apartment to get his car washed. Sir, do you need waxing? The young car washer asked Ronald, as waxing would earn him a little more money. Waxing? Yes. First apply this car wax on, then gently wipe it off with a soft cloth. Wax off. I guarantee your car will look brand new. What did you say? I said it will look brand new. No, the sentence before that. Wax on first, then wipe it off. Wax on, wax off. Very good. Here's your tip. Ronald was pleasantly surprised, took out a $20 bill, shook hands with him, and handed it over. Okay, here you go. The car wash attendant received a large tip and immediately took out his tools, cleaning Ronald inside and out. After driving the car home, Ronald immediately took out paper and pen and started giving new names to the techniques of Goju-Ryu. This stepping block is called the waxing style. Ronald drew a few little figures doing karate moves, with their arms rotating outwards to block the opponent's straight punches and hooks. What about blocking downwards? Ronald stood up, gestured, and noted it down. He noticed a vacuum cleaner in the corner. Let's call it the floor wiping style. Several little figures' arms rotated inwards, blocking the opponent's hook punch or kick. And this one combines offense and defense, a combination of blocking and striking. Ronald gestured for a while, one hand up, one hand down, then both hands reversed, as if painting a wall. Then let's call it the wall painting style, waxing style, floor wiping style, wall painting style. Ha. Ronald kept gesturing in the room, then drew the poses, and finally turned on the computer and started typing furiously. It seems that American audiences will understand this scene where the teacher teaches the protagonist karate. What do you think? Should I give these moves names that everyone can understand? Ronald called Vidal over the next day to discuss it with him. That's great, although it doesn't quite suit the tastes of those old fogies. They value tradition and don't want to change old-fashioned names, but I think it's good this way. I can try it when I teach boxing in the future. Vidal praised Ronald's idea highly. Alright, I'll write it like that. That way, it won't be too much of a joke to experts. Actually, it won't. My teacher once told me that the origin of our Goju-Ryu style is Southern Shaolin martial arts. In the Shaolin temple, monks have to fetch water and chop wood, which is actually a form of training. After a year or two of fetching water and chopping wood, many basic movements will be mastered. The names of the later moves were all invented by scholars. I see. Ronald had another flash of inspiration. Why don't we have Danny's teacher teach him Gaju Ryu techniques by waxing, mopping, and painting walls? That way, Danny won't understand at first, but after completing the 3 basic exercises of waxing, mopping, and painting, he'll naturally learn the basic forms of Gaju Ryu, but that would take a lot of time. Isn't your movie set in a summer? It's a movie, so we can exaggerate a bit, Ronald said confidently. Chapter 421 The New Dark Horse. Coherence saw its screenings decrease further in its 3rd week, with an estimated total box office of less than 3 million. Surprisingly, the weekend release of Two Brains, starring comedy star Steve Martin and glamorous actress Katherine Turner, performed very poorly at the box office. In 1,200 theaters, it only grossed less than 3.5 million. Psycho 2, showing in nearly 1,500 theaters, also fared only moderately, barely exceeding 8 million. Many viewers who came because of Hitchcock's name seem to have a low opinion of the film, and many predict a poor box office next week. Even Roger Ebert, who often speaks for major studios, had to separate it from Hitchcock's original at the beginning of his review, using a low-budget opening to lower audience expectations before offering positive feedback. Those viewers expecting Hitchcock should get Hitchcock out of their heads. This movie simply can't compare to the original. Ronald laughed heartily upon reading this. He was always sarcastic, but he gave the film 3.5 stars, just shy of the highest possible 4. Ultimately, he was speaking favorably of the distributor, Universal Pictures. Although both highly anticipated new films fell short of expectations at the box office due to the power of Star Wars, Ronald's Coherence still faced a bleak outlook for next week. A New Dark Horse, with an opening in fewer than 800 theaters, had snatched 3rd place. $6,200,000 in box office revenue, averaging $7,300 per theater, was a solid blow to the stomachs of many films. Besides Star Wars, critics also began discussing the newly released sci-fi post-apocalyptic film, War Games. Ronald was also eager to see the film's quality, so he went to Sherman Oaks again, bought a ticket for an evening showing, and quietly sat in the pizzeria across the street, observing the scene at the movie theater's ticket gate. The most popular group, of course, was families coming to see Star Wars. There were still quite a few people coming to see Coherence, but as word of mouth spread, the audience gradually included more young women. "We meet again," the chubby bespectacled man from last time said, still holding a sign, this time reading MISC Films, War Games. His friends were there again, all gathered together. Ronald put down his Coke and walked across the street. The movie was about to start. Approaching the group of nerdy-looking students, Ronald heard them discussing the plot of War Games. "You said it yourself, there are scenes related to our BBS, of course we have to watch it. What do you think of it compared to Night of the Comet? I read the reviews, it might be more realistic than Night of the Comet. I heard there are many scenes related to our BBS activities, and even a scene where we dial up to NORAD's ARPANET. That's really exciting, really. I don't believe it. Our modems can connect to NORAD? They use ARPANET, we use Usenet. It's like 2 completely different levels. I think you don't understand. Don't you know? At the beginning of this year, all network protocols were unified to TCP/IP. As long as the phone can dial there, you can see the login interface. What's the use? You can't get in. Are you a hacker? Can you crack their passwords? Really? You can really crack passwords. Actually, you just need a dictionary and brute force. You can get quite a few passwords. Many people are careless when setting passwords. I'll email you when we get back." Ronald was completely confused, not understanding what they were talking about. However, he heard a few words: Usenet, newsgroup. It seemed that this was how they had contacted each other and arranged to meet here. Go back and ask someone, Ronald thought, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with those words. The film's opening was very gripping. In an intercontinental ballistic missile silo under the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, several workers were eating hamburgers and chatting as usual. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded, and the red alarm lights on the wall began to rotate and emit a red glow. Instructions came through a secure phone. The Suvair Alliance had launched hundreds of nuclear-tipped intercontinental ballistic missiles at America and its allies. Several major cities and military targets were destroyed. These workers were ordered by their superiors to immediately initiate the missile launch procedure to retaliate against Suvar. The two people authorized to press the launch button had to simultaneously turn the key in opposite directions to activate the launch switch, and then enter the launch code transmitted through the secure line to activate the missile in the silo. At the last minute, one of the men, drenched in sweat, couldn't bear the psychological pressure of pressing the launch button and sending hundreds of thousands to their doom. He refused the order and demanded that his superiors verify whether the enemy missile attack was a false alarm. Suddenly, the alarm stopped. It turned out to be just a stress test. The North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, wanted to see how many personnel would obey orders and launch intercontinental ballistic missiles under sudden pressure. The test results were extremely unsatisfactory. Finally, the command decided to use the supercomputer WOPR, War Operations Plan Response, to launch the missiles instead of humans. This computer would decide whether to launch a nuclear missile in retaliation. This computer-generated apocalyptic concept is really popular now, Ronald thought, recalling Cameron's Terminator, which also used a similar approach. The scene suddenly shifts to high school in Seattle. High school student David and his girlfriend, Jennifer, were both held back in class and failed their exams. Back home, David dialed the school's computer storing students' grades, hacked into the database, and changed his and his girlfriend's grades, thus avoiding the summer makeup exams. David saw a computer magazine ad advertising discounted computer games that could be played online, but required dialing a phone number provided by the game company. Confident in his hacking skills, he wrote a small program to iterate through all phone numbers under the area code of the game company's address, hoping to find the number that offered free gameplay. The game company was in a small town in Colorado. However, David dialed WOPR, the supercomputer at NORAD, North American Aerospace Defense Command. WOPR played many games, the last one being Global Thermonuclear War. David started the game, and WOPR began playing against itself, each time assuming an escalation of the Soviet Union's posture and raising NATO's alert level in response, terrifying the generals and experts at NORAD. WOPR didn't understand the difference between games and reality. It successfully led the NORAD generals and experts to believe that the Soviet Union was actually preparing a nuclear attack. David discovered the problem and eventually found WOPR's designer, Falcon. It turned out that Falcon had been dismissed from NORAD after designing the computer. Together they went to headquarters to stop their own side from launching an intercontinental ballistic missile, but only one general in the Air Defense Command agreed with their theory. Finally, the designer wrote a tic-tac-toe game on the spot and taught the WOPR computer to play. Every game ended in a draw. The WOPR computer realized that not all games have winners, and finally, it stopped the war game, displaying the message, "A strange game. The only way to win is not to play." Then, the WOPR computer deactivated the heightened alert level and also deactivated the intercontinental nuclear missile already on the launch pad. Finally, it invited David. "How about a game of chess?" The story of the whole movie is excellent, and the plot is tense and exciting. The best part is the two young leads. The male lead, Matthew Broderick, is very handsome and has a real nerdy air. The female lead, Ali Sheedy, is youthful and beautiful, with a look of an American beauty. Add to that the fact that most of the new generation of teenagers have had some exposure to computers. Those from wealthy families have played with IBM personal computers or the old Apple II. Those without money, at least like Ronald, have played with Cornwall's computer, which was actually a game console. For a normal teenager, a phone line and a modem are all it takes to access the North American Aerospace Defense Command's computers or hack into schools' computers to change their grades. That's pretty cool. No wonder those chubby, bespectacled students came to see this movie again in droves. Ronald felt he'd learned a trick from this war game. No matter how impossible it is in reality, you have to make the audience feel that if they had the same equipment, they could do the same things as the protagonist. When the movie ended, he stopped the bespectacled boy holding the sign. "Excuse me," he said, "I saw you guys talking about user networks and news groups. What does that mean? Is it like David in the movie, where you can communicate with other people who have computers?" The bespectacled boy was initially startled, but when Ronald asked about his area of expertise, he immediately launched into a long explanation. It turned out it all started with bulletin boards and BBS. A personal computer with a modem could connect to someone else's phone line, and if that person also had a modem, they could communicate with each other via email. "Wait, what's email?" You don't know anything. Email is just mail sent via computer, huh? So you don't need postage stamps, of course, but your monthly phone bill will go up. The bespectacled guy started talking about Usenet again. Many people started building their own platforms, allowing others to call them so they could discuss issues via email. Everyone who called could see all the new discussions since the last call. However, a single node couldn't accommodate enough people. To connect with more people, several schools, led by Berkeley, started establishing a protocol that allowed emails from different BBSs to synchronize. This way, once you connected to one node, you could see responses from everyone across North America. Usenet was divided into 8 forums, such as MISC, which was the other forum, COM, for computer-related topics, SOC, for discussing social issues, TALK, for various controversial topics, and so on. All you need is an email address, a phone line, and a modem to join this poor man's ARPANET. You know ARPANET, right? It's the real network connecting NORD and intercontinental ballistic missiles around the world. It's fast and advanced. We can only use the poor man's version, and we only have a sync discussion once a day. Ronald was intrigued. Would that mean he could discuss movies with others? He could also chat about topics he didn't know. So, where can I buy something this good? Chapter 422 The Box Office Stallion. The young computer expert happened to be an undergraduate computer science student at UCLA. He enthusiastically directed Ronald to the stores where he could buy all the necessary components and even used his privilege as an administrator at the computer center to create an email account for Ronald. Ronald, in return, fulfilled his wish by using his connections to get him an autographed photo of Phoebe Katz. Beep, squeak, whimper. After a series of strange noises, the modem finally connected to the university's BBS. Ronald logged in using the email account his friend had given him and opened the newsgroup client software. The connection was slow, and phone calls were expensive. Ronald could only download the newsgroup content late at night. After finally finishing downloading all the emails, Ronald began to slowly browse the computer. There wasn't much content in the newsgroup. In the movie section, there were only 2 posts discussing Comet Night. These were the movie-watching events initiated by the college student. One post had 7 or 8 replies. Below, there were more discussions about war games, since it was a movie related to these computer geeks. Some people even pointed out numerous plot holes in the film, listing as many as 12. Ronald replied, "Film is an art of storytelling. Some plot holes are for the audience's convenience." He then continued browsing other sections. Most sections discussed computer, software, and internet-related content. Ronald didn't understand most of it. There was only one topic section, filled with various controversial topics, such as anti-war, racial discrimination, the Soviet Union, nuclear war, etc. Ronald found it interesting and posted a thread titled "Does anyone know the history of Japanese Americans?" Then he shut down his computer. The next day, his post received several replies, many saying they had never heard of Japanese American history. Only one person replied that America had sent Japanese Americans to internment camps during World War II, similar to their earlier anti-Chinese laws. Several more people then said they had never heard of this. Ronald saw that the person had angrily replied, "These white rulers don't want you to remember this history of persecution of yellow-skinned people. You can look up the history of the 442nd Infantry Regiment." Ronald, of course, had never heard of the 442nd Infantry Regiment either, and replied in the client, "I haven't heard of this regiment. I don't know what you mean. Where can I find their history?" In the following days, the box office charts officially entered the most intense period of the year. Star Wars continued its meteoric rise, raking in $42 million in a week, with an average weekly box office of $40,000 per theater. Psycho 2 and 2 Brains quickly fell back, relinquishing their top 3 positions. On the other hand, War Games, Flashdance, and Coherence remained stable, continuing to rank high on the charts. Especially Flashdance and Coherence, although their theater counts had dropped to 1,500 respectively, their box office momentum was strong, declining very slowly. Flashdance had been showing for 8 weeks, but its box office had only dropped by 20% compared to the previous week. Psycho 2 and 2 Brains both saw their second week drops exceed 40%. Most surprisingly, Comet Night only dropped slightly by 10%. The film quickly gained a reputation as a box office stalwart. You know, Ronald. Opening weekend box office depends on the company's distribution capabilities, but from the second week onwards, it all comes down to word of mouth. That's the ironclad rule. It seems your film has received very good reviews, comparable to Flashdance, the Atlantic distribution manager explained to Ronald in the conference room, explaining the unusually strong box office performance. Will our number of theaters maintain this? About another week. Next week, another summer blockbuster, Superman 3, is released. Our number of theaters won't decrease much, but the number of screenings and the duration of screenings will be affected. Okay, Ronald had already accepted the fact that Atlantic's distribution capabilities were lacking. Fortunately, his own film was performing well, and if things continued, breaking the 20 million mark at the box office was a sure thing. Besides the fact that Coherence itself was of good quality and the special effects were quite good, unlike the rudimentary production of a low-budget film, Ronald felt that the music videos and trailers playing on MTV had a significant impact on box office revenue. He didn't have much evidence to prove this, but Flashdance and Coherence were the only two films advertised on MTV, and both of them had a particularly slow weekly decline in the box office rankings. This couldn't help but make everyone in the film distribution industry start to suspect the power of MTV. Do you think it's the effect of the MTV ads? Ronald asked the other person. I think it's a 50-50 split. On one hand, MTV definitely has a large teenage audience, so advertising here maximizes the reach of our Night of the Comet target audience. On the other hand, it's also because your film is of exceptionally high quality. Director Lee, I'm not just flattering you. I used to work in distribution at United Artists. The quality of a film is closely related to the director's professional ethics. Let me just say this, your entire budget was invested in production. You can see where all the money went on the final screen. Those realistic zombies, the debris after the comet's destruction, the blood-red sky, the deserted city. I'm not a filmmaking expert, but I think even $5 million might not have been enough to make this with another director. You used to work at United Artists, Ronald asked. Yes, I think you've heard of Michael Cimino. His Heaven's Gate crew had a 3% budget allocated to drug abuse. And you couldn't even see where the money went on screen. I had already taken out a mortgage, and I almost defaulted on it because of this movie. Ronald smiled, about to reply, when Atlantic's president, Tom Coleman, knocked and entered. Ronald, hello. Tom gave Ronald a warm hug. Sorry, I was just in a pre-production meeting with several film crews. Your movie with Martha Coolidge has really boosted Atlantic's reputation in the industry. Scripts that used to be impossible to get here are now coming in. Coffee. Tom Coleman gestured to introduce a middle-aged woman who entered with him. This is our company's CFO, Mr. Ronald Lee. According to our previous agreement, Night of the Comet has reached the break-even point. We will first settle your director's fee of $100,000 and your company's investment of $200,000 with you. The remaining profit sharing will be distributed to you and the other investors after the film's theatrical run ends, and we have settled the box office figures with the theaters. Ronald took the two checks totaling $300,000 and put them in his pocket. So when will our box office revenue be settled? Don't worry, Ronald, President Tom Coleman replied. We'll get a relatively high percentage of the box office revenue right now. But once it goes into a long run, your film will undoubtedly have a long run, and our production company's share will be adjusted accordingly. So basically, the main part of the profit that belongs to us will be settled after the first run ends. As for the time frame, it's hard for me to give you a specific number, but we'll do our best. Okay, then I'll have my accountant contact you. Ronald knew that the box office revenue sharing period wouldn't be short. Anyway, he had already received his salary and covered his costs, so he just needed to break even first. After calling his accountant, Lawrence, and depositing the check into the bank, Ronald started thinking about rewarding himself. Should he buy a sports car, the quintessential Hollywood A-lister? No. He'd looked at several sports car dealerships. European sports cars were prohibitively expensive, and even American-made muscle cars wouldn't be enough to demonstrate his value in Los Angeles and differentiate him from other directors in the entertainment industry. The DeLorean sports car, invested in by talk show host Johnny Carson a couple of years ago, with its side doors opening like swan wings, was certainly very distinctive. However, the cockpit was extremely cramped. Ronald couldn't even stretch his legs out, so he temporarily abandoned the idea. Back home, Ronald turned on his modem, reconnected to the internet, and started reading the news. He'd been quite engrossed in this news group lately. The people there were all very knowledgeable, and the English writing suggested they were not well educated. In the upper right corner of the news group client, a highlighted line appeared. Ronald looked closely and saw it was a notification that someone had replied to his post. After pressing the N key several times, Ronald found the reply. It turned out to be about the 442nd Infantry Regiment that Ronald had asked about. The 442nd Infantry Regiment was a regiment formed by Japanese Americans. Its casualty rate exceeded 100%. The families of Japanese Americans were sent to internment camps, and they had no choice but to enlist and fight the Germans in Europe in order to ensure their post-war lives. If you need more information, you might want to contact Senator Daniel Inouye of Hawaii. Daniel Inouye, a senior senator from Hawaii. Ronald stroked his chin. Chapter 423 The One-Armed Senator. Through his agent, Nisida, Ronald contacted Michael Ovitz, president of the CAA. Ovitz had excellent connections with the Japanese business community and the Japanese-American community in the U.S., and had previously spearheaded The General, the first American television series set against a backdrop of Japanese history. Through his connections, Ronald's letter was quickly delivered to the desk of senior Hawaiian Senator Daniel Inouye, placed first among all pending replies. Daniel Inouye, a World War II veteran who lost his right arm in the war, was the only one-armed senator. He put on his gold-rimmed glasses and began his routine of reading the mail. He always personally read and replied to some of the letters from Hawaiians. As the only Japanese American among the 100 American senators, he was very careful to maintain his voter base in his native Hawaii. Dear Senator Inouye, I am a film director named Ronald Lee. You may have heard of me. My film Night of the Comet is currently playing in American theaters. I am writing to you now to do some historical research for my new screenplay. I'm writing about a Japanese-American karate master who teaches a boy Eastern philosophy, and how martial arts are for self-defense. To add some realistic background to the character, I learned that during World War II, Japanese Americans served in an infantry regiment, the 442nd Infantry Regiment. I couldn't find any information about this regiment in several libraries on the West Coast. Someone suggested that I have some knowledge of this history. So I'm requesting that you provide me with some materials. Inouye took off his glasses with his left hand and then pinched the bridge of his nose. The 442nd Infantry Regiment, no one had remembered that name for a long time. Inouye unconsciously touched his empty right sleeve. It was one of the souvenirs he had kept when he served as a sergeant in the 442nd Infantry Regiment. Composing himself, Inouye put on his glasses and took a box from the bottom drawer of his desk. He blew away imaginary dust and then, with difficulty, opened the box with his remaining left hand. Inside were 2 medals with ribbons, a Bronze Star and a Distinguished Service Cross. But what Inouye really wanted to see weren't the medals, but 2 silver coins. These coins had once saved him from a German bullet aimed at his chest, but they were lost after he showed them off to his comrades. Shortly afterward, while charging desperately towards a German machine gun position, he was struck in the right elbow by a grenade and lost his entire right arm. He rang for his secretary to come in and dictated a reply to Ronald. Dear Ronald, I haven't seen your movie yet. But I'd love to help with your next film. Here's some information I've collected about the 442nd Japanese American Infantry Regiment for your reference. Best wishes. A thick box of materials was delivered from Capitol Hill to Los Angeles and arrived at Ronald's apartment. Ronald quickly finished reading the materials Inouye had sent under the lamplight that night. It's really unexpected. Senator Daniel Inouye himself is from the 442nd Infantry Regiment. At the outbreak of the Pacific War in World War II, some Japanese Americans began to organize, wanting to guide the Japanese army that was about to advance into Hawaii and the American West Coast. President Roosevelt issued the infamous Executive Order 9066, granting the command of various theater commands the power to intern civilians who did not cooperate with the American government. Although the order did not explicitly target Japanese Americans, only General DeWitt, commander of the West Coast Command, ultimately ordered its execution. A total of 110,000 Japanese American citizens were imprisoned in internment camps. To prevent Japanese Americans from becoming social outcasts in post-war America, second-generation Japanese immigrants in internment camps enthusiastically wrote to Roosevelt, requesting to enlist and serve their homeland, America. They all considered themselves American, not Japanese. Roosevelt eventually agreed, and the young Japanese men in the camps eagerly enlisted, joining the 442nd Infantry Regiment. Initially, Roosevelt only intended to recruit 4,000 men, but due to overwhelming enthusiasm, over 13,000 were recruited before the end of the war. Roosevelt dared not send them to the Pacific Theater to fight against Japan, so the 442nd Infantry Regiment was deployed to the European theater after the Allied landings in Normandy, specifically for arduous and challenging missions. The Japanese-American soldiers fought extremely bravely to clear their names. The 442nd Infantry Regiment initially had a strength of about 4,000 men, but due to heavy casualties, the number of replacements by the end of World War II was 2.5 times the original number, totaling approximately 14,000 men who served in the unit during the war. In just over a year, the officers and soldiers received a total of 9,486 Purple Hearts, awarded specifically to wounded soldiers. The 442nd Regiment, as a whole, received the Presidential Commendation 8 times, earning them the nickname Purple Heart Unit. Anu, who lost his right hand, returned home and retired, receiving the Medal of Honor. After Hawaii officially joined the United States in 1959, he was elected to the House of Representatives, and 3 years later, he was elected to the Senate, serving multiple terms. During Nixon's Watergate hearings, Anu participated in the Senate Investigative Committee. During a break, Nixon's personal lawyer contemptuously referred to him as that little Japanese devil, leaving his microphone on, which was heard by everyone. Anu later stated, he preferred to believe it was an unfortunate accident. Although the US and Japan were now allies, America still treated Japan as a vassal. Even as a senator, Anu dared not directly confront a prominent white lawyer, carefully concealing his true intentions. Anu knew that in this white-majority country, with a Japanese-American senator, he could not afford to be too assertive. As a mascot, it's acceptable, but to try and lead other white people would be irresponsible to himself and to the Japanese-American voters in Hawaii. After reading the materials, Ronald rubbed his eyes. It seemed Danny's mentor's background was now confirmed. He was a veteran of the 442nd Infantry Regiment, a Medal of Honor recipient, whose wife tragically died in a concentration camp due to lack of medical care during childbirth. He treated Danny like his own child, and Danny, having no father, regarded his mentor as a stepfather, sharing a special bond. What should I name him? How about Miyagi? The founder of Goju-Ryu Karate and Ryukyu is surnamed Miyagi. Having written down his ideas, Ronald went to bed. A sound rang out, and in his drowsy state, Ronald saw a mother and son driving to Venice, Los Angeles. They stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood with 3 palm trees. Is this Danny and his mother? Ronald realized he was dreaming again. Interestingly, Ronald recognized the actor playing Danny, Ralph Macchio, who played Johnny the slick-haired gangster in The Outcasts. It seemed that after puberty, the male hormones in his face stopped flowing. Even now, in his early 20s, he still had the baby face of a teenage boy, making him a suitable fit for the role of Danny, a high school student. Danny and his new friends from the neighborhood went to the beach to play soccer. Unlike the Anglo-Saxons who loved rugby, the Latinos in Danny's neighborhood all loved soccer. There, Danny met his dream girl, Ollie Mills, from his school. The two met through soccer and developed feelings for each other by the campfire on the beach at dusk. Hey, this is someone I know too, Ronald realized. The actress playing Ollie was Elizabeth Shue, the one he had chosen for the chewing gum commercial years ago. Elizabeth had blossomed into a very beautiful woman, with curly blonde hair and a refined air characteristic of upper-middle-class girls. Ronald knew Elizabeth Shue came from an upper-middle-class background, so this was a natural performance. He couldn't help but imagine Helen Slater and Diane Lane in the role. Helen, as an actress, could easily play the role naturally, while Diane was a bit too much of a girl-next-door type, with a touch of baby fat. However, Diane's acting was good enough. If he could direct this film, he'd give her a try. After all, Helen should have already become famous with Supergirl by then, and she had signed a 3-film contract with Warner Brothers, so he might not be able to get her. The actor playing Master Miyagi was an unfamiliar Japanese-American. Although he spoke like a foreigner, with all his grammar and pronunciation wrong, he was witty and humorous, never incomprehensible, and even quite philosophical, somewhat like Master Yoda from Star Wars, often using inverted sentences. Danny was surrounded by Ollie's ex-boyfriend, Johnny, a boy studying at another karate dojo. Johnny and his friends surrounded Danny, intending to beat him up and keep him away from Ollie. At a crucial moment, Mr. Miyagi, an apartment repairman by profession, appeared out of nowhere and easily defeated Johnny and his companion. Danny then began learning karate under Mr. Miyagi's tutelage. Johnny's master, Chris, again sent Johnny to cause trouble. Their karate philosophy was attack and attack, leaving no room for retreat. Unable to endure it any longer, Danny sought out Mr. Miyagi, and the two went to Johnny's dojo, challenging them to a duel at the Los Angeles Karate Tournament. To win and stop the harassment, Mr. Miyagi began intensive training for Danny. After several days of waxing Mr. Miyagi's car collection, sanding his new floor, and painting his yard wall, Danny suddenly felt like he was being used as a laborer and angrily quit. Mr. Miyagi then taught him to use waxing, floor cleaning, and wall painting techniques to counter his moves. Danny realized that through labor, he had learned the basic forms of karate and mastered the fundamentals. Then, Master Miyagi had Danny go to the beach and stand on a swaying boat to learn how to maintain his balance. This is the philosophy of Goju Ryu: first ensure you don't fall, then defend and counterattack. Before the final match, Miyagi celebrated Danny's birthday, and after drinking too much, revealed the tragic story of his wife and children dying in a concentration camp while serving in the 442nd Regiment. Their father-son-like bond deepened. Ultimately, at the Los Angeles Karate Championships, Danny used the balance techniques taught by Master Miyagi to advance to the semifinals. In the final match, Johnny's master instructed another student to use a foul sweeping kick, injuring Danny's leg. Danny was injured and unable to continue. In the restroom, Master Miyagi used ki to temporarily heal Danny's leg injury. Finally, Johnny's master, disregarding martial ethics and wanting to win the dojo championship, ordered Johnny, who had also reached the finals, to attack Danny's injured leg. Danny couldn't withstand the onslaught, and with his score tied, he was forced to use a secret move he'd secretly learned from Master Miyagi, raising both hands, leaping on one leg, and kicking Johnny in the head before landing on the same foot. This was the decisive blow, securing him the championship. The movie ended with Danny and Master Miyagi staring at each other. What the hell is that move? Isn't that the white crane spreads wings move from Tai Chi? It can beat someone like that? I don't believe it, such a weak kick, and it actually hits? Ronald also struck a pose and kicked. Ronald woke up cursing on the floor. In his dream, he'd kicked out and rolled back to the ground. Chapter 424: A call from a famous director. Danny raised both hands above his head to confuse his opponent. He lifted his injured left leg, standing only on his right, a move that confused his opponent, leaving them wondering what Danny was up to. Then Danny jumped with his right foot, which was still on the ground, and struck Johnny in the face, finally landing on his right foot. Ronald described the final blow to his agent, Richard. Do you understand what I mean? I don't really understand. But since you wrote it this way, there must be a reason. Maybe it will be great to film, like the few times Regina took down the zombies in your Night of the Comet, Richard replied. Okay, let me demonstrate for you. Ronald made a gesture similar to a crane spreading its wings, then struggled to jump with his right foot, trying to lift it to kick his opponent. This kind of movement, which violates human biomechanics, is difficult to execute. Ronald's right foot only reached his waist before he had to fall. That's basically the gist of it. Do you think the audience will like it? It's a special move that Danny hides, only using it when the situation is critical, defeating his opponent in one strike. Maybe you need to find a more agile actor. Your performance isn't convincing enough. I knew it. How could an opponent not defend against such a light, floating kick, especially with only one foot on the ground? This kick is obviously slow. Dodging or blocking isn't difficult at all. Ronald gave up demonstrating. Although he felt that using such a special move to win the final battle was highly illogical, Ronald still respected the images in his dream. After all, this was a classic film that had withstood the test of time in his previous life and was even recorded on videotape. Whether his hasty alterations would be beneficial was also a question. In short, Ronald decided that he needed to discuss it with more people, listening to the opinions of martial arts experts as well as the feelings of ordinary viewers. What special move should I use? Ronald started muttering again. Ring 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 ring. The phone rang at an inopportune moment. Hello, who is this? Ronald's train of thought was interrupted, and he asked rudely. Is this director Ronald Lee? Yes, what's up? The caller had a slightly accented British accent, which annoyed Ronald a bit. These sales calls, are they starting to speak with an accent from across the Atlantic now? They always beat around the bush, eventually ending with the almost identical line about whether you need a Porsche or Ferrari to suit your status. This is Stanley. Congratulations on your movie's success. I saw it. For such a small budget, it's very well made, especially the special effects. Thank you very much, Ronald replied sarcastically. When did it become a sports car salesman's turn to critique his movie? I have a few questions for you. Who are you? Ronald answered. Salesmen these days are getting less and less polite. They don't even bother with self-introductions. This is Stanley. Did Steven tell you? What, Steven? And who's Stanley? This is Stanley Kubrick. Who? Ronald's anger flared. Selling cars was one thing, but trying to take advantage of him? Using the name of the veteran director Stanley Kubrick, who directed 2001, A Space Odyssey and The Shining, was he trying to claim himself as a predecessor out of thin air? Then I'll say Billy Wilder. Ronald slammed down the phone, giving the name of an even earlier famous director. What's wrong, Richard? Having finished reading Ronald's script, saw Ronald's angry expression and quickly asked, another sports car sales call? Are you still planning to buy a sports car? Richard asked. Let's wait a bit. European sports cars are so expensive, I'm not at the point where I need such an expensive car. Actually, you could ask around. Some sports car models require pre-ordering. Ugh, don't even mention it. Last time I went to the dealership, I left my number, and these past 2 days I've been getting sales calls every day. It's so annoying. But if I unplug the phone line, I'm afraid I'll miss important calls. You could try installing an answering machine. We're starting to install them in our office. Those things are expensive, the kind used by AT&T, costing several $1,000s. They can only record 10 messages, and I'm afraid half a day's worth of sales calls would exceed that number. No, I'm not talking about the standard kind from the phone company. It's the new Japanese model, using magnetic tape recording, which can record for a long time. You can record a greeting yourself, and even when you're not home, you can call yourself and play the recording with a password. That won't work, will it? When I asked someone to buy one last time, they said the phone company mandates the installation of their certified answering machines, otherwise they'll forcibly remove them. Haha, you don't read the financial news, do you? AT&T has been sued by the President's Department of Justice for monopolistic practices. On January 1st next year, they will be broken up into 7 companies to compete freely, and they will no longer be allowed to force customers to use the phones and answering machines they bundle with their products. That's great. Can you buy me one? I really need one. I'll have the supplier over there send one over. Richard noted this down in his notebook. Ring 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 ring. The phone rang again. Hello, this is Ronald. Who is this? It's me, Steven. Oh, it's you, Mr. Spielberg. What have you been up to lately? Ronald recognized the voice as that of the famous director Spielberg. I'm currently preparing for the second Indiana Jones movie. His Star Wars trilogy is finished, and there will be a party. You should come too. Okay, thank you for the invitation. I'll definitely go. Hey, there's something I forgot to tell you. Yesterday, Mr. Stanley Kubrick asked for your phone number. He wants to talk to you about a few details of Night of the Comet. Oh, SHXT, Ronald thought, it really is Kubrick. Sorry, Steven, I thought he was a fake salesman, so I hung up on him, Ronald said awkwardly. I know, Stanley called me. You should call him back. His number is, hello, I'm looking for Mr. Kubrick. This is Ronald Lee. Ronald dialed the number. Just a moment, I'll go get him. The secretary hung up and went to find Kubrick. Hello, this is Stanley. After a while, Kubrick's slightly Americanized British accent came through the receiver. Mr. Kubrick, this is Ronald. I'm so sorry about earlier, don't worry about it. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Just call me Stanley. Stanley Kubrick didn't care much for formalities and immediately bombarded Ronald with questions about several filming details. How was the Red Sky filmed, with filters? Just as I thought, Kubrick ticked a few questions in his notebook with a pencil. These were some of the questions he had written down after watching Coherence. How did you create the opening title sequence? As far as I know, using the kind of equipment used in Lucas's Star Wars opening sequence, a single opening sequence costs over $1 million, and your film's budget clearly wasn't enough. I used the Nadu effects machine. They just released it, and the effect is pretty good. Adu. Kubrick wrote the name down in his notebook. How did you find such a pure, dark red, and extremely fine powder for that calcified red dust. Was it done by your special effects supervisor? You can tell me his name if you want. That's the result of crushing red bricks, grinding them finely, and then sifting them through an extremely fine sieve. My special effects supervisor is James Cameron. I've heard of him. His scripts are all over Hollywood now, Stanley Kubrick replied. There's one more question. If you consider it your secret and need to keep it confidential, you don't have to answer. Please go ahead, Mr. Kubrick. How did you film that scene of the city being deserted in the morning? I inquired about your budget. That amount wasn't enough to get the city government to cooperate in clearing that block. Did you use some special method, drawing the background according to perspective proportions and then placing it in front of the camera, using perspective principles to obscure the people in the shot? I know that early Hollywood directors, Chaplin and Harold Lloyd, used this method. You're asking about that scene, Stanley. Actually, I didn't use any special effects methods because the real estate developer hadn't started selling the commercial and residential properties there on a large scale yet. Only a few office workers go there each day, and it was a weekend morning, so there was no one there. I see. I didn't expect that. Congratulations on making such a wonderful film with such a low budget. Do you have any questions for me? Stanley Kubrick checked the last question. Me? It's nothing much. Could you tell someone else what you just said to me? Goodbye. Kubrick laughed for the first time and then hung up the phone. Chapter 425 Box Office Pillar. Thank you for granting us this interview, Mr. Kubrick. A reporter from Rock and Roll magazine, after much effort, finally managed to interview Stanley Kubrick, who was traveling in Hollywood. It's been 3 years since The Shining. I wonder what new film Mr. Kubrick will bring us this time. I have several scripts I like that are in development. We'll see. Britain is Kubrick's second home, and the reason for his mixed British and American accent. Disgusted with Hollywood and facing rising crime rates in America, he moved to Britain in 1961 and has lived there ever since. His return to Hollywood is widely speculated to be related to his preparation for his next film. So the reporter asked him this question directly, but Kubrick cunningly evaded it. Which directors have had the biggest influence on your career? Many, but I should thank the directors of bad films the most. The reason I had the courage to become a film director was because I watched all the bad films from the 40s and 50s. I thought, even though I know nothing about directing, I can still make better films than them. Is there a specific director? Many directors have had a great influence on me, like Charlie Chaplin. His City Lights is one of my favorite films. Others like Max Ophuls, David Lane, Elia Kazan, Ingmar Bergman, and Federico Fellini have all been very inspiring. Are there any directors closer to our time that you admire? Steven Spielberg and I are good friends, and I really like some of his films. Also, there's a young man recently, David Lynch, who's quite good. I really like his Eraserhead. What about Coppola? A lucky guy. His The Godfather might be the best casting in the history of world cinema. Are there any younger directors you have high hopes for? I don't know, but there's a movie called Coherence that's really interesting. The director, Ronald Lee, is a cunning guy. Ronald had no idea that Kubrick was actually praising him to the media. He was pleased to see that Coherence's box office was still strong this weekend. Although the release of Superman 3 had taken away some theaters, the remaining theaters still had high occupancy rates. It seemed that theaters that decided to continue showing Coherence would keep the film running for a long time. Even Tom Coleman, president of Atlantic, was surprised. This was a rare occurrence in his career. The theaters that continued showing the film were concentrated in major cities on the East and West Coasts and the Great Lakes region. The distributors in those cities reported to headquarters that many of the viewers were young women, and some were clearly high-achieving students, many of whom wore glasses. Ronald and Tom Coleman discussed why these two groups were being attracted. Young women were easier to understand. The real protagonists of the film were two sisters, and the story revolved around two young women. This was completely different from Hollywood's traditionally male-centric narratives, and many saw themselves reflected in Regina and Samantha. In 1980s America, women didn't need to be subservient to men. They could achieve great things and find romantic love. They were idols for young women. However, the reason for the attraction for the bookworms only became clear to Ronald when his cousin Donna called him. Donna specifically called Ronald to ask for autographed photos of the leading ladies. The film had become a sensation in their high school, with many students majoring in natural sciences like physics, biology, geology, and astronomy, frequently discussing this film that blended so many scientific elements. Donna, as Ronald's cousin, was rapidly gaining social standing at school. She needed autographed photos of the two leading ladies to solidify her social circle. In American high schools and colleges, there are always some science-savvy students who aren't popular in social circles. However, they are quite united, regarding the boys on the football team and the girls on the cheerleading team as brainless. Although they also wanted to squeeze into the most popular social circle of these brainless people, they usually ended up at home, playing intellectual games like bridge and chess with their fellow nerds to pass the time. Comet night, however, suddenly made them respectable figures at school. Students would often come to them with questions, and they would enthusiastically explain things to their classmates. Even the cheerleaders would listen attentively to their explanations of the relationship between comets and the solar system, and why the dinosaurs went extinct. Although the cheerleaders' real purpose was to get a set of cheerleading clothes and shoes like Samantha's in the movie, so they wouldn't be speechless except for kissing when going on dates with their beloved quarterback. These nerds were quite numerous. They usually complained about the inaccurate scientific details in Hollywood movies, so when a reasonably decent sci-fi film finally appeared, they watched it repeatedly, contributing to Comet Night's second, third, and even fourth viewings. Ronald even went to Sherman Oaks again to verify this theory. Indeed, the majority of visitors were groups of young women and people who generally looked like students and wore glasses. These young women weren't just high school or college students, many were clearly already working. It seems that stories of independent women have a significant appeal to them. Your movie is still in the top 10 at the box office. That's impressive. Karate instructor Daryl Vital arrived at Ronald's apartment again, seeing Ronald flipping through a Hollywood Reporter's box office chart. This time, Ronald had invited him to discuss a secret technique. Yes, I'll probably stay there for another 2 months. Ronald was in a good mood. I called you here this time to ask if, among the martial arts you've practiced, karate, Wing Chun, and Filipino stick fighting, there's a move where you stand on one leg, jump off one leg, and attack with one leg. Why use such an awkward movement? Vital didn't understand. What was the advantage? Such an attack lacked power and speed, making it easy to defend against. Not only is it not advantageous, it also has a weakness. The reason is that before the finals, the protagonist Danny was injured in one leg by the opposing coach, who instructed other team members to use a foul sweeping kick. So now he only has one good leg to use for attacks. In karate, when the leg is injured, movement is restricted, and it's probably not easy to attack an opponent with good mobility using your fists. So Danny must learn a special move to attack with one leg. I see. Vital stroked his chin. Actually, there is one. Oh, what move is it? You know, I learned Wing Chun at the Junfan Kung Fu Institute founded by Bruce Lee. His Jeet Kune Do wasn't taught there. Bruce Lee's disciples monopolized the teaching of Jeet Kune Do. However, my master used to train with Bruce Lee, so he knows some Jeet Kune Do moves. I once asked him about it, and he said the biggest characteristic of Jeet Kune Do is counterintuitive. Vital first made a karate starting stance, with his left hand and left foot forward, and his heavier right fist and right foot behind. Then he stepped forward with his right foot, assuming a right hand right foot forward stance. You see, the starting stance in Jeet Kune Do is the opposite of all other martial arts. Its dominant hand and foot are in front. Bruce Lee was right-handed. Ronald recalled his stances in the movies, suddenly realizing the uniqueness of Jeet Kune Do. Yes, his right hand is his dominant hand, but it's placed in front. This allows him to strike faster with his dominant hand and foot than his opponent. That's right, Ronald agreed. This brings us back to a famous Bruce Lee deceptive move my master told me about. Vital returned to his Jeet Kune Do stance, suddenly raising his left foot as if aiming a kick at Ronald's leg. Ronald instinctively blocked with his hand. Vital's left foot didn't kick out, it was a feint. He raised his right foot, standing on one leg, and delivered a high kick towards Ronald's head. Ronald's attention was focused on his opponent's left foot, and caught off guard by this attack, he could only retreat 2 steps to dodge. This is the essence of Jeet Kune Do, anticipating your movements, then misleading you with feints, and finally, based on your reaction, quickly intercepting your movement with your stronger side. That's why it's called Jeet Kune Do. How did you learn that move? Ronald was quite surprised. Just now, when Vital's left foot feigned a kick, Ronald hadn't noticed any preparatory movement from his right foot. Suddenly, a powerful kick landed on his head. It takes practice. Didn't you say you needed a single leg attack? I want to practice for a while, it'll be enough for making movies. Vital demonstrated again for Ronald. If you want to mislead your opponent, you can actually feint an attack with your fist first. Start with a boxing stance, aiming at their head. When their attention is focused on defending their head, feint a left kick. This will immediately disrupt their defensive center, and their attention will shift entirely to their lower body. Then, you can deliver the head kick, shifting their attention and center of gravity back and forth, making their defense completely ineffective. This single leg stance doesn't have much power or speed, only by misleading the opponent can you achieve an attack effect. Ronald also assumed a GQ stance, but instead of stepping forward with his right foot, he placed both feet together, then raised his hands in front of his body, close to his sides, like two partially open crane wings. His fingers were gathered together, forming a beak shape, ready to strike the opponent's head at any moment. Then Ronald feinted a left kick. With his weight on his right side, even if his left leg was injured, he could still perform this feint. Finally, he suddenly leaped with his right foot, kicking it Vital opposite him, then landing on his right foot. Lacking sufficient time and height to complete the kick, Ronald nearly fell. Vital caught him. You still need to practice. There's a trade-off between speed and power here. But your move looks great. It would be good for a movie. What's it called? White crane spreading wings? Ronald wondered to himself, could this be how this move is traditionally used in Tai Chi? Let's call it crane kick? Look at my hands, they look like crane claws. Ronald raised his hands again, gesturing and making a couple of movements. Hey, uncle, Ronald imitated Bruce Lee's movements and calls. Ha ha ha, that's good. Movies need visually appealing moves. This crane hand, plus that front leg kick, is very entertaining. Then we must add some shots of Johnny's reaction. Misled by the feint, Ronald took out paper and pen and began sketching. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.